of the country during their virtual gathering. Instead, the Republican convention's opening night emphasized fear of a future under his Democratic opponent. Here's the president's son, Donald Trump Jr., last night.
Joe Biden and the radical left are now coming for our freedom of speech. They want to bully us into submission. If they get their way, it will no longer be the silent majority. It will be the silenced majority. This has to stop.
Other speakers emphasized a different outlook, seeking to assure viewers Republicans provide the best hope for the country. That included Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina and former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Nikki Haley.
Joe Biden and the Democrats are still blaming America first. Donald Trump has always put America first, and he has earned 4 more years as president.
Our family went from cotton to Congress in one lifetime. And that's why I believe the next American century can be better than the last. There are millions of families just like mine all across this nation, full of potential, seeking to live the American dream. And I'm here tonight to tell you that supporting the Republican ticket gives you the best chance of making that dream a reality.
On the issues, Republicans focused heavily on so-called cancel culture, socialism, and gun rights. There was very little mention of the coronavirus pandemic or double-digit unemployment. In a brief appearance with essential workers yesterday, the president again downplayed the pandemic and praised his own response.
Well, I'm for the nurses, I'm for the doctors, I'm for everybody. We just have to make this China virus go away, and it's happening.
But as of today, more than 177,000 people in the U.S. have died from the virus. Tens of thousands of new cases are reported each day. Meanwhile, tonight's theme for the RNC focuses on America as a, quote, land of opportunity. First Lady Melania Trump will headline the event. Other speakers include Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, Kentucky Senator Rand Paul, and 2 of the president's children, Eric and Tiffany. For more, let's bring in Paula Reed, Nicole Killian, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and Anita Kumar. Paula is a CBS News White House correspondent. Nicole is a CBS News correspondent in Washington. Caitlin is a CBSN political reporter, and Anita is a White House correspondent and associate editor for Politico. Welcome to you all. Paula, I want to start with you. The president had insisted Republicans would emphasize a positive vision for the country. Did that happen?
Elaine, I was surprised to hear the White House and the campaign insisting that this convention was going to be positive and upbeat, because on the campaign trail, the president's message has been pretty dark. He's been conjuring up images of smoldering Democratic-led cities, blood-stained sidewalks. And that's why last night, even though we were promised that this would be a convention that would lay out the Republican Party's values and their goals, it was mostly laying out the threat posed by the Democratic Party and how President Trump is the only one who can protect Americans. Now, tonight, of course, all eyes will be on First Lady Melania Trump, and her spokeswoman was asked earlier today if her speech will also be sort of dark. But her spokeswoman, Stephanie Grisham, insisted that the First Lady is not typically ominous and that she will be positive and uplifting. But, of course, her speech will be overshadowed by the fact that in 2016, there were allegations of plagiarism about her speech. But we're told that she will put forth a message trying to convince voters why her husband deserves another term, and it'll be interesting to see if that's sort of framed as a positive, as a promise, or as a threat.
Yeah, so looking forward to that. Nicole, did we hear much of the traditional message from Republicans when it comes to issues like social conservatism, lower taxes, a strong foreign policy?
Well, I think you heard a mix, and, to Paula's point, while some of the messaging was focused more on, we must save our country, and this is why you must elect Donald Trump. On the other hand, when you listen to somebody like a Senator Tim Scott, who really told a very personal narrative last night, you got some of that significance of conservatism and family values, highlighted in his speech. With that soundbite you played, going from cotton to Congress in a lifetime, that soundbite has been playing, constantly on a continuum. So, I mean, on the one hand, you did have speakers like that kind of highlighting the value of the American dream, highlighting family values, and Nikki Haley's speech, too, where she talked about the president's policies when it comes to foreign policy, that he's been tough on North Korea and, got out of the Iran nuclear deal and, moved the embassy to Jerusalem, really presenting this hawkish vision of foreign policy. In some of those speeches, yes, you did hear some of that traditional Republican messaging, but again, also this very stark contrast of, again, painting the Democrats as these radical left socialists that, will ruin our country if Joe Biden gets into office. So, I would say it was a tale of two messages last night.
Yeah, very much so. Caitlin, as you well know, the Republicans criticized the Democratic convention for being short on policy specifics. I wonder, did you hear much on what Republicans and the president are specifically offering the American people?
Well, hearing from Republicans, you might have forgotten that there is a pandemic going on. They were trying to message to voters and their base voters as well that, kind of saying, remember how everything was before the pandemic hit. You heard Nikki Haley describing this as a virus given to us by communist China, so placing the blame there. And the focus was on how the economy was before the pandemic hit. And that's because when you look at polling, while most voters disapprove of how Trump is handling the coronavirus, they do give him good grades on the economy. So that could be a silver lining for Republicans. And Democrats watching the speeches last night were commenting that it's an alternate reality. Well, it's important to kind of take a step back and look at where the Republican Party is right now. When you look at our polling released Sunday, you do find an alternate reality from the one that Democrats have been describing. Republicans are largely united around Donald Trump. Republicans do not believe that the number of deaths reported because of coronavirus is accurate. They also believe that the direction of the economy is good, and they also believe that the president's handling of coronavirus is good and think they're better off than they were 4 years ago. So you saw this very direct appeal to the Republican base of the party, and I think it's interesting to see the contrasts presented by Nikki Haley and Tim Scott, certainly compelling stories. I also think that by speaking at that convention last night, both of them acknowledged that the future of the Republican Party is going to be intertwined with Donald Trump and his base of support. Otherwise, they would not be speaking at such a venue. So I think it tells us a lot about where the Republican Party is and how closely defined it is by Trump.
Yeah. So, Anita, with that in mind, as Caitlin just laid out, this appeal to the president's base, did you also see some attempts last night to expand that core support? And also, is there a way of doing that while still sort of keeping within President Trump's brand?
Well, it's a great question. I felt like last night was two different things, right? There was the direct appeal to the base. And as we've just talked about, there were so many issues where they were talking about law and order and gun rights, all those things that we have come to expect from President Trump, who often speaks directly to his base and really not much else. But it was clear that they were also trying to appeal to others. There were several African Americans who spoke. There was a Democrat who spoke that said he was supporting President Trump. You had Nikki Haley speak in a much different way. So it is clear that they are trying to expand that, but it was both of those things together. So if you're watching the whole thing, it felt a little bit disjointed. Which are they trying to do? Was there one particular message? And I would have to say probably not. So they're trying to do both of those things at the same time. And the question is, will that work? Can you really appeal to others when you're still talking about this gloomy, dark, chaos that's going to come if Joe Biden is elected? And that's really been a problem for them. While the Trump campaign has really tried to expand the map, expand to other groups, African Americans, Hispanics, Asian Americans, President Trump really always doubles down on his base.
Yeah, we've seen that time and time again. Absolutely, Anita. Well, Paula, absent for much of the night was a major discussion of the coronavirus pandemic. The president is touting the FDA's emergency order to use convalescent plasma to treat COVID-19 patients. Paula, what are we hearing from scientists and the FDA's own commissioner, Stephen Hahn?
Well, Elaine, the campaign does not want this election to be a referendum on President Trump's handling of coronavirus. So anytime it is mentioned, usually what you hear about is the marshaling, the unprecedented marshaling of the private sector and the government's response. Now, just the day before the RNC kicked off, the president had a press conference here at the White House to announce what he described as a historic breakthrough in the fight against coronavirus related to a blood plasma therapy. Now, alongside him was the FDA Commissioner Stephen Hahn. He endorsed this treatment, and even though the research is inconclusive about how much it can really help someone with COVID, and most other top health officials describe this not as historic, but as incremental. Now, immediately, Dr. Hahn was hit with some pretty fierce criticism, allegations that he was a Trump sycophant and not actually acting as an objective federal health official. Now, this morning on CBS This Morning, he backed off of his endorsement of this treatment. He said, in fact, that the criticism that he faced was entirely justified, and that what he should have said is that the data shows a relative risk reduction, not an absolute one. But, Elaine, this raises more concerns. There are a lot of concerns that the president and other members of his administration may try to rush therapies or rush a vaccine to help the president get reelected in November, and that may put people off. Even if there is a legitimate vaccine or a legitimate therapy, there are some concerns about whether politics have interfered with the science here.
Right. That's something that we've seen in polling on this topic. Nicole, I want to turn to another issue. There were some contradictory attacks laid out by the speakers when going after Joe Biden, for instance, on the issue of the prison system. Let's play comments first from Representative Matt Gaetz, then from Georgia State House member Vernon Jones.
They'll disarm you, empty the prisons, lock you in your home, and invite MS-13 to live next door. And the police aren't coming when you call. In Democrat-run cities, they're already being defunded, disbanded.
He delivered historic criminal justice reform. He ended once and for all the policy of incarceration of black people, which has decimated our communities, caused by no other than Joe Biden.
So you have one line of attack warning that Joe Biden will let criminals out of jail, the other that President Trump has fought against mass incarceration. Nicole, how does this illustrate the president's messaging?
Well, I think on a couple of fronts, and it really follows a line that we have heard from the campaign, really from the start here. If you expand beyond what those two speakers said, also in their remarks, they painted Joe Biden as this basement dweller, which is something that the Trump campaign, talks about every single day. And also, I think specifically when you look at Matt Gaetz in particular, he really took some very pointed digs at the Democrats and more specifically at Joe Biden, suggesting this would be like a weekend at Bernie's if Joe Biden were to be elected in a horror film. So really kind of taking it to another level as far as that argument is concerned. As far as Vernon Jones, who is a Democrat in the Georgia legislature, his argument more specifically was directed towards African-American voters. And this is something, too, that we have heard the Trump campaign really try to make a play for, as saying, look, African-Americans don't vote in a monolith. The Democratic Party has taken black voters for granted. And so here's why you need to maybe think about voting for the president. And so he ticked off all of these things, whether it's the work that the president has done with regard to opportunity zones, or as far as criminal justice reform is concerned, or as far as, other policies, for instance, on police reform, that those are all, or funding for HBCUs, those are all things that have been supportive of the African-American community. Now, that is certainly debatable, but that certainly is the argument that the Trump campaign has put forward. And certainly we know that the Biden campaign is making a very strong push for African-American voters as well, particularly African American males. That is certainly, I think, a demographic that both campaigns are targeting, simply because last cycle we saw more African American males voting for President Trump relative to African American women. And so, while African American women tended to support Hillary Clinton more so last cycle, that was not the case with black men. So we're really seeing, both campaigns try to make a play there. And so that was part of that messaging that you heard from, in particular, from Representative Jones last night.
And Caitlin, on that note, we heard other speakers touch on this issue of race. Here's what Nikki Haley had to say.
There's one more important area where our president is right. He knows that political correctness and cancel culture are dangerous and just plain wrong. In much of the Democratic Party, it's now fashionable to say that America is racist. That is a lie. America is not a racist country.
So at the same time, we have the National Guard now being deployed to Kenosha, Wisconsin, after protests broke out over the shooting of Jacob Blake, a 29-year-old black man. Caitlin, how did Republicans try to portray these issues of race during the first night?
Well, exactly what Nikki Haley was describing there. They have really tried to play up this idea of cancel culture. We heard that from the president's address at Mount Rushmore over the summer. We've heard them talk a lot about, focusing on the Democrats who are running these cities and kind of portraying a country in a state of chaos and riots, which does raise questions about, well, isn't Donald Trump in charge of the country? And so this is his America that is being portrayed, not anyone else's, because he is in charge. I think it's also important to kind of think of the context in which this messaging is coming. First, we've seen in our polling that voters are seeing race relations in this country as becoming worse and not better. Majorities say that white Americans have a better chance of getting ahead than black Americans do. A majority say that the country is on the wrong track. A majority say that police are more likely to use deadly force against a black person than a white person. So you've seen kind of the public move on this, and the president not moving with the public. And we've seen him not only be out of touch with what the public at large is saying, but even some in his own party when he kind of went further on the issue of changing military bases and the removal of Confederate flags. And so that's kind of part of the messaging here, that Republicans want to focus on what is going on in other parts of the country, and they're trying to make this play for suburban voters who we've seen in the 2018 midterms flock away from Republicans and towards Democrats. This kind of messaging to me seems more like a play to the base of the party and not necessarily to those voters that they want to turn back over.
Right. Well, Anita, looking ahead, tonight we're going to hear from more of the Trump family, Melania, Eric, and Tiffany Trump. But Secretary of State Mike Pompeo will also speak. And we've discussed a lot about President Trump breaking norms. Anita, how does tonight play into that?
Well, you're exactly right. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo is speaking. He's speaking from overseas in Jerusalem. There's a lot of talk about how secretaries of state have not generally done this. First of all, they haven't done it overseas, but they just actually have really not participated in either political convention because of that idea that no matter who is elected, America needs to get along with its allies around the world, that it should have a united front. So he is breaking with that norm. I've also noted that Larry Kudlow, who's an advisor to the president, is also speaking. We generally don't see administration officials speaking at conventions like this. So they're breaking norms that way. They're also breaking a norm in that the First Lady is speaking from the Rose Garden at the White House. President Trump is also speaking from the White House on Thursday night. That is generally not done for the reason that there will be likely to be federal officials, employees that must help them with their speeches, and these employees are not supposed to engage in political activities while at the White House. So there's been some controversy about that. Both of them are still giving speeches there. So, they have taken all this criticism, but they just have said, okay, they don't care about that, and they're just going to continue on with those plans. So I think You'll hear a lot about that tonight. You'll hear about that again on Thursday night as well.
All right. Paula Reed, Nicole Killian, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and Anita Kumar. A lot to sort through there. It's only Tuesday. Can you believe it? Thank you all very much. Really appreciate it. Coming up after a break, we'll talk with Republican Senator Martha McSally of Arizona. She's facing a tough re-election bid. How she plans to close the gap with her Democratic challenger. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
If you find faults with our country, make it a better one. If you're disappointed with the mistakes of government, join its ranks and work to correct them. Enlist in our armed forces, become a teacher, enter the ministry, run for public office, feed a hungry child, teach an illiterate adult to read, comfort the afflicted, defend the rights of the oppressed. Our country will be the better, and you will be the happier, because nothing brings greater happiness in life than to serve a cause greater than yourself.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Today marks 2 years since the death of longtime Arizona Senator John McCain. The 2008 Republican nominee for president spent the last few years of his life criticizing President Trump's approach to the office. His widow, Cindy, spoke in a video at the DNC last week to praise her late husband's friendship with Joe Biden. A number of Arizona politicians have expressed their best wishes to the McCain family. Among them, the senator appointed to replace him, Martha McSally. On Twitter, she said, Senator McCain, quote, sacrificed so much for our country. I am humbled to serve in his seat. McSally, a U.S. Air Force veteran, is in a tight race with her Democratic challenger, former astronaut Mark Kelly. The senator's battle could extend to the president. Our CBS News Battleground tracker says Arizona is a toss-up with the race still within the margin of error. Senator Martha McSally is a Republican from Arizona. She's running for re-election this November and joins me now from Flagstaff. Senator, thanks for joining us and welcome.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on, Elaine.
So we know that President Trump and Senator McCain did not get along. How would you like to see your party honor John McCain's legacy during this convention?
Well, let me first say it was an honor to learn about John McCain when I was a cadet at the Air Force Academy and studying the heroes of our country and the tremendous sacrifice that he made. And then when I was in the House, being able to actually work with this American hero to rebuild our military and to save the A-10 Warthog. It's an absolute honor to be serving in his seat right now, and an honor to be representing Arizona. And my prayers are with his family today and every day. We have a lot going on in our country and a very important election for the direction of our country going forward. And we're now 70 days away. And I've served our country my entire life, and I'm honored to be continued to serving Arizona right now. But there's a lot of questions about who do you trust most to get our economy going again? And who do you trust to keep you and your family safe? And as I've been in the Congress and in the Senate, we've cut taxes for Arizonans. We had a strong economy before this first in a century pandemic hit us. And this has been a very challenging year for everybody. Everybody has been upended this year. I myself lost my 58-year-old brother not to COVID, but was reminded again that every day is a gift. But we will get through this. We're on the verge of a great American comeback, and we can ensure our economy goes strong again, and people can go back to work safely and sensibly, and we continue to support our military and secure our borders and ensure that people have accessible health care that's affordable and bring down the cost of prescription drugs. Those are just some of the things I've been working on in the Senate and will keep doing if we get through this fight, which we plan on doing.
Okay, I'm very sorry to hear about your brother, Senator. I didn't know that. My condolences to you and your family. Let's dig into a little bit more your Senate race, because most polls have shown you trailing Democrat Mark Kelly. How exactly are you planning to close that gap between now and November?
There's a lot of fake polls out there. I'll just tell you, this is a dead heat election, and we are down to the wire here, and there's a lot at stake. Arizona is the tipping point for whether Chuck Schumer is going to be in charge in the Senate. And the radical left agenda is out of touch with Arizona. And if there is Biden, Schumer, and Pelosi in charge, they've already said they're looking at busting the filibuster and just ramming through that agenda. And so Mark Kelly's hiding in a bunker, putting up millions of dollars of slick ads funded by Chuck Schumer, his top recruit, while I'm out there talking to Arizonans, deploying to D.C., solving the problems that they want solved right now. And what's at stake is a lot in this election. So we're down to the wire, and it's the radical left agenda that is just not where Arizonans are right now. So Mark Kelly's a Trojan horse. He'll vote for Chuck Schumer. His financial ties to China, his personal business ties to China, to include being on a motorcycle with a Chinese flag trying to make a buck in China, and his connections with a Chinese company that's a state-owned enterprise that he recruited to invest in a company he co-founded. This is also important for Arizona voters. I'm standing up to China to hold them accountable for the coronavirus, to bring jobs back home to America so things are made in America again. And this is another choice that'll be important. Who do you trust to stand up to China? Who do you trust to secure the border? Who do you trust to keep you safe? I'm fighting for all of that for Arizonans, and I'd ask them to accept my challenge for 7 debates so people can understand what's at stake. A vote for Mark Kelly is a vote for Chuck Schumer and a vote for the radical left agenda.
I just want to make sure I understand. So you're asserting that Mark Kelly is putting the interests of China above the interests of America?
Mark Kelly has multiple business ties to China. And so he's made financial decisions that I think it's important for Arizonans to know. And that's all I'm saying. So he's financially entangled with multiple business adventures. And while I am standing up to China, and they're actually threatening me for standing up to them and threatening to meddle in the election, he's doing business with China. So this is something Arizonans need to think about when they make their choice. This is the largest geopolitical threat of our generation. I've been involved in national security our whole life, and making sure that we stop the rise of China is so important for this election.
I do want to ask.
I'm not questioning his patriotism. I'm questioning his judgment, just to be clear.
Okay, understood. I do also want to ask about some comments you made that your campaign has called a quote unquote non-story. As you know, there is leaked audio of you asking supporters to quote, fast a meal to give to your campaign. Senator, was that part of a serious fundraising pitch?
I mean, it is a non-story, and it just shows that the Democrats and the media, they lose their sense of humor when a Republican makes a joke. So it's unfortunate that instead of focusing on clickbait, I wish they would focus on the very serious issues at hand that we're facing as a country and as a state, and the stakes of this election here in Arizona.
I'm glad you clarified that. So you're saying it was a joke because, as you know, the nonprofit group Feeding America says that in Arizona right now, 1 in 8 people struggles with hunger and 1 in 5 children struggles with hunger. What would you say to your critics who feel that that comment was out of touch?
That was a non-story, but I will say, for people to know my heart, I gave up my paycheck in order to support people in the early days of the coronavirus. I stopped fundraising and raised over $200,000 for the Salvation Army and spent my time volunteering in order to help feed people. I've been helping people up and down my street. I have a heart to help people, and we've been doing this in the Senate as well through the CARES Act, getting resources out to them to make sure they can put food on the table. This is a non-story, and people should know my heart.
So it was just a joke then, Senator, as I understand you saying that right now. All right, let's talk about another issue. Among voters' major concerns during the pandemic is, of course, health care, especially at a time of 10% unemployment, since many Americans' health care is tied to their employers. Republicans have long campaigned on repealing and replacing the Affordable Care Act. While there have been incremental challenges on repealing, what are Republicans offering to actually replace it?
Well, I'm committed to protecting people with pre-existing conditions. We need to make sure that they can afford their health insurance. And I meet Arizonans every single day, even before the pandemic. They couldn't afford health insurance because the Affordable Care Act had failed them. So the system isn't working. And what we don't want is the government to take over health care, which is what the left wants should they get power. But I'm leading on efforts, for example, in the pandemic. Is there a specific plan, though, that
Republicans have to replace it?
So during the pandemic, I have legislation that allows people to stay on their employer health insurance if they lost their job with support from subsidies so they can afford their COBRA insurance, keep their health insurance, and not have to start all over again with their deductibles so that they can continue to afford going to the doctor, for affording their prescriptions. We also need to allow small businesses to band together so that they can provide insurance to their employees like big businesses do. We need more transparency and more choices so decisions are made between you and your doctor while protecting pre-existing conditions. There's a lot we can do together in a bipartisan way to fix the system, but it's not the government takeover of our health care, which is what the Biden-Bernie Sanders agenda is.
Well, Arizona's former Republican Senator Jeff Flake, who retired in 2018, is among 24 former GOP lawmakers to endorse Joe Biden, citing a restoration of civility to political discourse. He says that President Trump has harmed. Do you believe, Senator, that Arizonans want a return to civility in politics?
Everyone's entitled to their opinion, Elaine, but I believe Arizonans want freedom and they want opportunity to be anything they want to be for them and their kids. They want a strong military. They want border security. They don't want to defund the police. They want to have affordable health insurance and prescription drugs. Those are the things that I'm working on, and that's what's at stake in this election, working with President Trump. We already had a strong economy, and we're on the verge of a great American comeback. With lower taxes and less regulation, we can do this. And what the left wants to do is raise your taxes. They're campaigning on raising middle-class taxes, over $2,000 for the average middle-class Arizonan. That's not what Arizonans want.
Finally, Senator, what message would you like to hear from your fellow Republicans and the president as the Republican convention continues?
I think it's been a difficult year for everyone, and we've all been impacted by the coronavirus, and people are looking for hope. We need to be reminded that America is a land of opportunity, that you can work hard and be anything you want to be, that we believe in American exceptionalism, that we've seen the best come out of America, and we need to support safety and security, whether that's supporting our military, securing our border, not having sanctuary cities, not defunding the police. And I think people want an optimistic message and a hope for the future, and that's what I think you'll see throughout the rest of the week.
Senator Martha McSally of Arizona. Senator, thanks very much for your time.
Thanks, Elaine.
Coming up after the break, we'll take a closer look at Senator McSally's Senate race with a reporter on the ground in Arizona. Ahead, why the red state could become more blue this November. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
As we mentioned earlier, two prominent former Arizona Republican lawmakers are endorsing Joe Biden for president. The state could also hold the key to which party controls the U.S. Senate. This week, former Senator Jeff Flake and former Congressman Jim Colby joined a growing list of conservatives opposing President Trump's re-election bid. Arizona has been considered reliably red in the past, but our CBS News Battleground tracker says the race there is now a toss-up. President Trump won Arizona by less than 4 percentage points in 2016. He's visited the state 4 times so far this year. His most recent trip there was just last week to the city of Yuma. Jim Nitzel joins me now from Tucson, Arizona. He's the executive editor of Tucson Weekly. Hello, Jim. Thanks very much for joining us. Let's first talk about the composition of the electorate there. What demographic changes have taken place in Arizona in just the past few years?
Well, what you've seen is before Republicans had a pretty strong hold on the state in terms of voter registration, that has definitely shifted. You've seen Democrats really starting to catch up, as well as independents, over the course of the Trump administration. And you're also seeing the state move much more purple. In 2018, Senator Flake stepped down. We had a race for that seat, and Kyrsten Sinema actually defeated Martha McSally in that race. Martha McSally ended up going on to the Senate because she was appointed to fill out the rest of John McCain's term. But she was the first Republican to lose a Senate seat in Arizona in 30 years. We also saw Democrats capture a number of statewide seats that they had not held in more than a decade. So you're great. And I think a lot of this has to do with Donald Trump being elected president. I suspect if Hillary Clinton had been elected president, you would not have seen the Democrats make the gains that they've made in Arizona.
Interesting. Well, Senator McSally now trails her Democratic challenger, Mark Kelly, by double digits, according to a recent poll from Emerson College. What are the big issues at play in that race?
I think what you're seeing from Martha McSally, as we saw in that interview you just had with her, she's really focused on some of Mark Kelly's business connections in China, as well as the whole question of whether or not Senator Kelly would lead to a flip of the U.S. Senate and put the Democrats in charge. And I think she's holding herself up as the way that Republicans can hold on to the U.S. Senate. Conversely, on the other side, what Mark Kelly's really campaigning on is talking about health care. That was a real weak point for Martha McSally in her 2018 run. Even she conceded that she was getting killed on the whole question of pre-existing conditions because of her multiple votes to repeal the Affordable Care Act. And you're seeing Mark Kelly basically talk about a lack of leadership at the national level, particularly in regards to how the COVID pandemic has played out in the United States.
So speaking of which, Arizona's coronavirus cases, hospitalizations, and deaths have all actually decreased since peaking in July. How has Governor Doug Ducey managed the crisis, and what's been the reaction from residents on his response?
I think when the pandemic first hit, Governor Ducey eventually, at the end of March, called for a stay-at-home order. He kept that in place through all of April, lifted it in mid-May, and that's, as you look at that chart on the screen there, that's when you really saw the numbers start to take off in Arizona. Arizona became one of the biggest hotspots in the country, and that led to Governor Ducey coming out and finally closing down more businesses. He closed down nightclubs and gyms and theaters and water parks. He also allowed local authorities to enact regulations requiring people to wear masks when out in public. He himself had not been a big proponent of wearing masks until these cases got out of control. He has not established a statewide mask mandate, but he has encouraged local authorities to do it. That seems to have helped a lot in bringing down the numbers. We had a real problem with younger people going out to nightclubs and bars and just congregating in a lot of places, and we saw a lot of spread of the virus among that particular demographic as they basically resumed their old ways. And so closing down those bars and nightclubs and such, I think, has led to some of this decrease. We're still at, relatively high numbers, basically back to where we were in late May. But there's certainly concern. The schools remain closed here. The community spread is high enough that it's unsafe for the businesses that have been closed to reopen. A lot of eyes on these numbers, waiting for them to go down. There's a number of metrics that have been set up that would allow schools to reopen and would allow these businesses to reopen. But in very few counties have those metrics actually been hit.
Well, before we let you go, Jim, I want to ask you about immigration. How has the president's hardline stance on immigration played in Arizona, which is, of course, a border state?
I think it's one of those things that is split from, depending on where you come from politically. You have people who feel like the wall is a giant waste of money because of the terrain itself presents a barrier. And then there are people who are very enthusiastic about the construction of the wall. We've had prisons here, private prisons, holding immigrants where you've had outbreaks of coronavirus that have been infecting nearly half the staff at some of them. So there's definitely some issues with what's going on with the detainees here in Arizona. And I think, what we're seeing is a very close presidential race. Joe Biden's actually leading President Trump in Arizona by about 4 points. He won it by about 3 points. So there's a bit of a drop there. But Arizona has not voted for a Democrat for president since Bill Clinton in 1996. And that was the first time since Harry Truman. So Joe Biden certainly has his work cut out for him here.
Yeah, absolutely. And for that reason, we are going to be watching your state ever so closely as the election nears. Jim Ninsler for us. Jim, thank you very much. Great to see you again.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
A large demonstration in response to the killing of Breonna Taylor is taking place in her hometown of Louisville, Kentucky. People filled the streets there, even blocking a highway this afternoon. It marks the end of what's known as BreonnaCon, a 4-day campaign to draw attention to the case. The 26-year-old black woman was shot to death in her own home in March by police officers who entered her home with a no-knock warrant. Whether those officers will be criminally charged is up to Kentucky's Republican Attorney General. AG Daniel Cameron will be speaking at the Republican National Convention later tonight. Buildings were set on fire overnight in Kenosha, Wisconsin during protests over a police shooting of a black man. An attorney for Jacob Blake's family says he's paralyzed from Sunday's incident. Mola Lenghi reports.
The family of Jacob Blake is speaking out after he was shot multiple times by police in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
They shot my son 7 times. 7 times. Like he didn't matter. But my son matters.
The family says Blake is paralyzed from the waist down.
Shot fired.
Happy shot fired.
A video circulating on social media appears to show an officer shooting Blake in the back as he tried to get in his car. His 3 sons were inside. Attorney Ben Crump says Blake had been trying to de-escalate a domestic disturbance.
Complainant says Jacob Blake isn't supposed to be there, and he took the complainant's keys and is refusing to give them back.
Protesters in Kenosha defied a citywide curfew Monday night and came face-to-face with police dressed in riot gear. Demonstrators are calling for the officers involved in Blake's shooting to be held accountable. In the morning light, firefighters were still dousing the flames of smoldering buildings. Several businesses are severely damaged or gutted. The Department of Corrections facility is completely destroyed.
If Jacob knew what was going on as far as that goes, the violence and the destruction, he would be very unpleased.
In a statement, the Kenosha Police Union urged people to know the facts before passing judgment, saying, as always, the video currently circulating does not capture all the intricacies of a highly dynamic incident. The officers involved have been placed on leave. Their identities have not been announced. Mola Lenghi, CBS News, Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Coming up after the break, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo is set to address the RNC tonight, just weeks after warning U.S. diplomats they can't take sides in this year's presidential election. A look at how the State Department is defending this break from precedent. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
The next president of the United States will face challenges which in some ways will be greater than those of Washington or Lincoln. Because for the first time in our nation's history, an American president will face not only the problem of restoring peace abroad, but of restoring peace at home. Without God's help and your help, we will surely fail. But with God's help and your help, we shall surely succeed. My fellow Americans, the long, dark night for America is about to end.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Our latest CBS News Battleground Tracker finds national security is a top priority for many Republican voters in this year's presidential election. CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, breaks down the results.
Hey, Elaine, let's have a look at what Republicans are looking for and what they're looking back positively on the last 4 years. First of all, major factors in your vote, national security for Republicans comes out at the top of the list. Also, immigration, terrorism, all of those issues in Republicans' views related, of course, to national security. And when we compare that to all voters, we see that while majorities feel that these are all factors in their votes, Republicans especially more so. See national security just in general at 83% a top factor compared to 68%, the two-thirds among voters overall. Now, when Republicans look back at the time since the president took office, they feel the country is safer from terrorism, that the border is more secure, and that they themselves are more safe from criminals and gangs, they tell us. Now, why is the U.S. better off than it was 4 years ago, which a majority of Republicans say it is? One top reason, their confidence in the president, the U.S. economy, and also what they believe is the U.S.'s improved standing in the world. And then in any election, people are looking retrospectively, but they're also looking forward. So we asked people, okay, if the president is reelected, which of course Republicans are overwhelmingly in support of, what should be his top agenda? Stopping Democrats' agenda was a top issue. You can see the pushback. We see this from both parties really trying to stop the other side as much as, if not more than, trying to advance their own agenda. That happens a lot in a very polarized America today, lowering taxes, and then less so, but still a majority controlling the coronavirus, about which Republicans have told us in the polling they are less concerned. So overall, Elaine, the national security and national security related issues come up near the top of the list for Republicans looking back on the last 4 years.
Secretary of State Mike Pompeo's decision to speak at the Republican National Convention tonight is now under investigation by a House panel. In a letter sent to the Deputy Secretary of State, Democratic Congressman Joaquin Castro said Pompeo's speech may be illegal. The State Department has defended the Secretary of State's decision. Officials say he's addressing the RNC in his, quote, personal capacity. However, the move represents a significant departure from precedent as well as State Department policy. Just last month, a memo issued by the State Department barred high-level officials from participating in such conventions. Joining me now is Fred Fleitz. He's the president and CEO of the Center for Security Policy and previously served as the chief of staff for the National Security Council under the Trump administration. Hello, Fred. Good to see you again. Thanks very much for being with us. So just last month, Secretary of State Yes, last month, Secretary of State Pompeo warned State Department employees against engaging in partisan political activity. If it's not okay for State Department employees, how is it okay for the Secretary?
Well, Mike Pompeo is an advisor to the president. He is not a career government employee. He is an appointee, a cabinet member. I also note that he has a law degree from Harvard. I think he knows the rules and the laws in this situation.
But does it seem to be a contradiction, though, if it may be, permissible, and yet you have employees who are told not to engage in this partisan political activity? I hear what you're saying about, him being appointed by the president. However, can you see how that might look like a contradiction to some people?
If you're a career officer at the State Department, you're supposed to loyally serve Republican and Democratic presidents, whoever is in the White House. Pompeo is only at the State Department to serve President Trump. It's not the same thing.
It's not the same thing. Okay. All right. Well, let me turn to another topic here. So the Times of Israel reported that he's delivering his remarks from a, quote, undisclosed location in Jerusalem, where he met Monday with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Tell us what's significant about this location.
Well, it's very significant that Secretary Pompeo is speaking from Israel because of the tremendous gains that President Trump has made in our relationship with Israel and with Arab states. President Trump has repaired the damage done to our relationship with Israel by President Obama. He moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. He recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. And he has established trust, not just with the Israelis, but with Arab states, which led to this recent landmark deal between the United Arab Emirates and Israel, which could mean that there could be a long list of other states who are making peace with Israel and working with the U.S. and Israel to recognize that Israel is not the enemy in the Middle East. The enemy is Iran. And I think this is a huge gain for national security by this president. I think Secretary Pompeo speaking from Israel is making this point.
The president has approached foreign diplomacy differently than his predecessors. What would you say are the governing principles of President Trump's foreign policy?
It's been a successful foreign policy based on the president's philosophy of America first, which has rejected the old approach by deferring to the UN and European elitists in the foreign policy establishment and putting the American citizen, specifically the American worker, first. He's tried to keep America out of unnecessary wars, but still be strong, to stand up to Iran, to stand up to China, to confront China for fair trade deals, and to stop China from taking advantage of its entry into the international economic system. It's been fantastically successful, and this is something that we're going to hear a lot about tonight, and how this policy will be expanded into a second Trump term.
Why is the Trump administration eyeing new sanctions on Syria?
Well, as the situation in Syria has improved for President Assad, he is trying to build new relationships with states throughout the region. And this is something that the Trump administration wants to discourage. We want to keep Assad isolated. The president's not going to invade or start bombing Syria to drive Assad out, but we're not going to stand for a nation guilty of such severe human rights violations, a nation that is an ally of Russia. We're going to keep the pressure up on Syria.
What is the next step for the administration to build upon the recent deal between the UAE and Israel?
Well, we're seeing today, or I guess it was yesterday, when Secretary Pompeo was in Sudan, there was talk about trying to get Sudan to possibly sign an agreement next. I don't think Sudan will be next, but I think we could see Morocco, maybe Oman, also sign agreements like this with Israel. And I think that what they will be considering is that there will be real security and economic advantages for these nations in the region working together to promote the interests of their people, to stand up against terrorism, and to stand up against Iran.
All right, Fred Fleitz. Fred, thank you very much.
Good to be here. Thank you.
That does it for Red and Blue today. At 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll have a look at the rest of the day's headlines. And at 8 p.m., we'll look ahead to tonight's RNC speakers and bring them to you live with analysis when they begin. And when tonight's speeches come to an end, we'll be here to break it all down. We'll be right back. You're streaming CBSN.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com. Or get the app, and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area, in your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. It's good to be with you. Thanks for joining us. Republicans setting the stage at last night's RNC warned of a dystopian American future should Joe Biden win the White House. The first night speakers were effusive in their praise of President Trump, but offered few policy specifics. President Trump had promised this week's Republican National Convention would feature a rosier outlook for the U.S. His party criticized Democrats for what they called a bleak assessment of the country during their virtual gathering. Instead, the Republican convention's opening night emphasized fear of a future under his Democratic opponent. Here's the president's son, Donald Trump Jr., last night.
Joe Biden and the radical left are now coming for our freedom of speech. They want to bully us into submission. If they get their way, it will no longer be the silent majority. It will be the silenced majority. This has to stop.
Other speakers emphasized a different outlook, seeking to assure viewers Republicans provide the best hope for the country. That included Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina and former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Nikki Haley.
Joe Biden and the Democrats are still blaming America first. Donald Trump has always put America first, and he has earned 4 more years as president.
Our family went from cotton to Congress in one lifetime. And that's why I believe the next American century can be better than the last. There are millions of families just like mine all across this nation, full of potential, seeking to live the American dream. And I'm here tonight to tell you that supporting the Republican ticket gives you the best chance of making that dream a reality.
On the issues, Republicans focused heavily on so-called cancel culture, socialism, and gun rights. There was very little mention of the coronavirus pandemic or double-digit unemployment. In a brief appearance with essential workers yesterday, the president again downplayed the pandemic and praised his own response.
Well, I'm for the nurses, I'm for the doctors, I'm for everybody. We just have to make this China virus go away, and it's happening.
But as of today, more than 177,000 people in the U.S. have died from the virus. Tens of thousands of new cases are reported each day. Meanwhile, tonight's theme for the RNC focuses on America as a, quote, land of opportunity. First Lady Melania Trump will headline the event. Other speakers include Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, Kentucky Senator Rand Paul, and two of the president's children, Eric and Tiffany. For more, let's bring in Paula Reed, Nicole Killian, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and Anita Kumar. Paula is a CBS News White House correspondent. Nicole is a CBS News correspondent in Washington. Caitlin is a CBSN political reporter, and Anita is a White House correspondent and associate editor for Politico. Welcome to you all. Paula, I want to start with you. The president had insisted Republicans would emphasize a positive vision for the country. Did that happen?
Elaine, I was surprised to hear the White House and the campaign insisting that this convention was going to be positive and upbeat, because on the campaign trail, the president's message has been pretty dark. He's been conjuring up images of smoldering Democratic-led cities, blood-stained sidewalks. And that's why last night, even though we were promised that this would be a convention that would lay out the Republican Party's values and their goals, it was mostly laying out the threat posed by the Democratic Party and how President Trump is the only one who can protect Americans. Now, tonight, of course, all eyes will be on First Lady Melania Trump, and her spokeswoman was asked earlier today if her speech will also be sort of dark. But her spokeswoman, Stephanie Grisham, insisted that the First Lady is not typically ominous and that she will be positive and uplifting. But, of course, her speech will be overshadowed by the fact that in 2016, there were allegations of plagiarism about her speech. But we're told that she will put forth a message trying to convince voters why her husband deserves another term, and it'll be interesting to see if that's sort of framed as a positive, as a promise, or as a threat.
Yeah, so looking forward to that. Nicole, did we hear much of the traditional message from Republicans when it comes to issues like social conservatism, lower taxes, a strong foreign policy?
Well, I think you heard a mix, and, to Paula's point, while some of the messaging was focused more on, we must save our country, and this is why you must elect Donald Trump. On the other hand, when you listen to somebody like a Senator Tim Scott, who really told a very personal narrative last night, you got some of that significance of conservatism and family values, highlighted in his speech. With that soundbite you played, going from cotton to Congress in a lifetime, that soundbite has been playing, constantly on a continuum. So, I mean, on the one hand, you did have speakers like that kind of highlighting the value of the American dream, highlighting family values, and Nikki Haley's speech, too, where she talked about the president's policies when it comes to foreign policy, that he's been tough on North Korea and, got out of the Iran nuclear deal and, moved the embassy to Jerusalem, really presenting this hawkish vision of foreign policy. In some of those speeches, yes, you did hear some of that traditional Republican messaging, but again, also this very stark contrast of, again, painting the Democrats as these radical left socialists that, will ruin our country if Joe Biden gets into office. So, I would say it was a tale of two messages last night.
Yeah, very much so. Caitlin, as you well know, the Republicans criticized the Democratic convention for being short on policy specifics. I wonder, did you hear much on what Republicans and the president are specifically offering the American people?
Well, hearing from Republicans, you might have forgotten that there is a pandemic going on. They were trying to message to voters and their base voters as well that, kind of saying, remember how everything was before the pandemic hit. You heard Nikki Haley describing this as a virus given to us by communist China, so placing the blame there. And the focus was on how the economy was before the pandemic hit. And that's because when you look at polling, while most voters disapprove of how Trump is handling the coronavirus, they do give him good grades on the economy. So that could be a silver lining for Republicans. And Democrats watching the speeches last night were commenting that it's an alternate reality. Well, it's important to kind of take a step back and look at where the Republican Party is right now. When you look at our polling released Sunday, you do find an alternate reality from the one that Democrats have been describing. Republicans are largely united around around Donald Trump. Republicans do not believe that the number of deaths reported because of coronavirus is accurate. They also believe that the direction of the economy is good, and they also believe that the president's handling of coronavirus is good and think they're better off than they were 4 years ago. So you saw this very direct appeal to the Republican base of the party, and I think it's interesting to see the contrasts presented by Nikki Haley and Tim Scott, certainly compelling stories. I also think that by speaking at that convention last night, both of them acknowledged that the future of the Republican Party is going to be intertwined with Donald Trump and his base of support. Otherwise, they would not be speaking at such a venue. So I think it tells us a lot about where the Republican Party is and how closely defined it is by Trump.
Yeah. So, Anita, with that in mind, as Caitlin just laid out, this appeal to the president's base, did you also see some attempts last night to expand that core support? And also, is there a way of doing that while still sort of keeping within President Trump's brand?
Well, it's a great question. I felt like last night was two different things, right? There was the direct appeal to the base. And as we've just talked about, there were so many issues where they were talking about law and order and gun rights, all those things that we have come to expect from President Trump, who often speaks directly to his base and really not much else. But it was clear that they were also trying to appeal to others. There were several African Americans who spoke. There was a Democrat who spoke that said he was supporting President Trump. You had Nikki Haley speak in a much different way. So it is clear that they are trying to expand that, but it was both of those things together. So if you're watching the whole thing, it felt a little bit disjointed. Which are they trying to do? Was there one particular message? And I would have to say probably not. So they're trying to do both of those things at the same time. And the question is, will that work? Can you really appeal to others when you're still talking about this gloomy, dark, chaos that's going to come if Joe Biden is elected? And that's really been a problem for them. While the Trump campaign has really tried to expand the map, expand to other groups, African Americans, Hispanics, Asian Americans, President Trump really always doubles down on his base.
Yeah, we've seen that time and time again. Absolutely, Anita. Well, Paula, absent for much of the night was a major discussion of the coronavirus pandemic. The president is touting the FDA's emergency order to use convalescent plasma to treat COVID-19 patients. Paula, what are we hearing from scientists and the FDA's own commissioner, Stephen Hahn?
Well, Elaine, the campaign does not want this election to be a referendum on President Trump's handling of coronavirus. So anytime it is mentioned, usually what you hear about is the marshaling, the unprecedented marshaling of the private sector and the government's response. Now, just the day before the RNC kicked off, the president had a press conference here at the White House to announce what he described as a historic breakthrough in the fight against coronavirus related to a blood plasma therapy. Now, alongside him was the FDA Commissioner, Stephen Hahn. He endorsed this treatment. And even though the research is inconclusive about how much it can really help someone with COVID, and most other top health officials describe this not as historic, but as incremental. Now, immediately, Dr. Hahn was hit with some pretty fierce criticism, allegations that he was a Trump sycophant and not actually acting as an objective federal health official. Now, this morning on CBS This Morning, he backed off of his endorsement of this treatment. He said, in fact, that the criticism that he faced was entirely justified, and that what he should have said is that the data shows a relative risk reduction, not an absolute one. But, Elaine, this raises more concerns. There are a lot of concerns that the president and other members of his administration may try to rush therapies or rush a vaccine to help the president get reelected in November. And that may put people off. Even if there is a legitimate vaccine or a legitimate therapy, there are some concerns about whether politics have interfered with the science here.
Right. That's something that we've seen in polling on this topic. Nicole, I want to turn to another issue. There were some contradictory attacks laid out by the speakers when going after Joe Biden, for instance, on the issue of the prison system. Let's play comments first from Representative Matt Gaetz, then from Georgia State House member Vernon Jones.
They'll disarm you, empty the prisons, lock you in your home, and invite MS-13 to live next door. And the police aren't coming when you call. In Democrat-run cities, they're already being defunded.
disbanded. He delivered historic criminal justice reform. He ended once and for all the policy of incarceration of black people, which has decimated our communities, caused by no other than Joe Biden.
So you have one line of attack warning that Joe Biden will let criminals out of jail, the other that President Trump has fought against mass incarceration. Nicole, how does this illustrate the president's messaging?
Well, I think on a couple of fronts, and it really follows a line that we have heard from the campaign, really from the start here. If you expand beyond what those two speakers said, also in their remarks, they painted Joe Biden as this basement dweller, which is something that the Trump campaign, talks about every single day. And also, I think specifically when you look at Matt Gaetz in particular, he really took some very pointed digs at the Democrats and more specifically at Joe Biden, suggesting this would be like a weekend at Bernie's if Joe Biden were to be elected in a horror film. So really kind of taking it to another level as far as that argument is concerned. As far as Vernon Jones, who is a Democrat in the Georgia legislature, his argument more specifically was directed towards African American voters. And this is something, too, that we have heard the Trump campaign really try to make a play for, as saying, look, African Americans don't vote in a monolith. The Democratic Party has taken black voters for granted. And so here's why you need to maybe think about voting for the president. And so he ticked off all of these things, whether it's the work that the president has done with regard to opportunity zones, or as far as criminal justice reform is concerned, or as far as, other policies, for instance, on police reform, that those are all, or funding for HBCUs, those are all things that have been supportive of the African American community. Now, that is certainly debatable, but that certainly is the argument that the Trump campaign has put forward. And certainly we know that the Biden campaign is making a very strong push for African American voters as well, particularly African American males. That is certainly, I think, a demographic that both campaigns are targeting, simply because last cycle we saw more African American males voting for President Trump relative to African American women. And so, while African American women tended to support Hillary Clinton more so last cycle, that was not the case with black men. So we're really seeing, both campaigns try to make a play there. And so that was part of that messaging that you heard from, in particular, from Representative Jones last night.
And Caitlin, on that note, we heard other speakers touch on this issue of race. Here's what Nikki Haley had to say.
There's one more important area where our president is right. He knows that political correctness and cancel culture are dangerous and just plain wrong. In much of the Democratic Party, it's now fashionable to say that America is racist. That is a lie. America is not a racist country.
So at the same time, we have the National Guard now being deployed to Kenosha, Wisconsin, after protests broke out over the shooting of Jacob Blake, a 29-year-old black man. Caitlin, how did Republicans try to portray these issues of race during the first night?
Well, exactly what Nikki Haley was describing there. They have really tried to play up this idea of cancel culture. We heard that from the president's address at Mount Rushmore over the summer. We've heard them talk a lot about, focusing on the Democrats who are running these cities and kind of portraying a country in a state of chaos and riots, which does raise questions about, well, isn't Donald Trump in charge of the country? And so this is his America that is being portrayed, not anyone else's, because he is in charge. I think it's also important to kind of think of the context in which this messaging is coming. First, we've seen in our polling that voters are seeing race relations in this country as becoming worse and not better. Majorities say that white Americans have a better chance of getting ahead than black Americans do. A majority say that the country is on the wrong track. A majority say that police are more likely to use deadly force against a black person than a white person. So you've seen kind of the public move on this, and the president not moving with the public. And we've seen him not only be out of touch with what the public at large is saying, but even some in his own party when he kind of went further on the issue of changing military bases and the removal of Confederate flags. And so that's kind of part of the messaging here, that Republicans want to focus on what is going on in other parts of the country, and they're trying to make this play for suburban voters who we've seen in the 2018 midterms flock away from Republicans and towards Democrats. This kind of messaging to me seems more like a play to the base of the party and not necessarily to those voters that they want to turn back over.
Right. Well, Anita, looking ahead, tonight we're going to hear from more of the Trump family, Melania, Eric, and Tiffany Trump. But Secretary of State Mike Pompeo will also speak. And we've discussed a lot about President Trump breaking norms. Anita, how does tonight play into that?
Well, you're exactly right. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo is speaking. He's speaking from overseas in Jerusalem. There's a lot of talk about how secretaries of state have not generally done this. First of all, they haven't done it overseas, but they just actually have really not participated in either political convention because of that idea that no matter who is elected, America needs to get along with its allies around the world, that it should have a united front. So he is breaking with that norm. I've also noted that Larry Kudlow, who's an advisor to the president, is also speaking. We generally don't see administration officials speaking at conventions like this. So they're breaking norms that way. They're also breaking a norm in that the First Lady is speaking from the Rose Garden at the White House. President Trump is also speaking from the White House on Thursday night. That is generally not done for the reason that there will be likely to be federal officials, employees that must help them with their speeches, and these employees are not supposed to engage in political activities while at the White House. So there's been some controversy about that. Both of them are still giving speeches there. So, they have taken all this criticism, but they just have said, okay, they don't care about that, and they're just going to continue on with those plans. So I think we'll hear a lot about that tonight. We'll hear about that again on Thursday night as well.
All right. Paula Reed, Nicole Killian, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and Anita Kumar. A lot to sort through there. It's only Tuesday. Can you believe it? Thank you all very much. Really appreciate it. Coming up after a break, we'll talk with Republican Senator Martha McSally of Arizona. She's facing a tough re-election bid. How she plans to close the gap with her Democratic challenger. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
If you find faults with our country, make it a better one. If you're disappointed with the mistakes of government, join its ranks and work to correct them. Enlist in our armed forces, become a teacher, enter the ministry, run for public office, feed a hungry child, teach an illiterate adult to read, comfort the afflicted, defend the rights of the oppressed. Our country will be the better, and you will be the happier, because nothing brings greater happiness in life than to serve a cause greater than yourself.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO. Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area. In your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on kdka.com and on all your favorite devices.
Today marks 2 years since the death of longtime Arizona Senator John McCain. The 2008 Republican nominee for president spent the last few years of his life criticizing President Trump's approach to the office. His widow, Cindy, spoke in a video at the DNC last week to praise her late husband's friendship with Joe Biden. A number of Arizona politicians have expressed their best wishes to the McCain family. Among them, the senator appointed to replace him, Martha McSally. On Twitter, she said, Senator McCain, quote, sacrificed so much for our country. I am humbled to serve in his seat. McSally, a U.S. Air Force veteran, is in a tight race with her Democratic challenger, former astronaut Mark Kelly. The senator's battle could extend to the president. Our CBS News Battleground tracker says Arizona is a toss-up with the race still within the margin of error. Senator Martha McSally is a Republican from Arizona. She's running for re-election this November and joins me now from Flagstaff. Senator, thanks for joining us and welcome.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on, Elaine.
So we know that President Trump and Senator McCain did not get along. How would you like to see your party honor John McCain's legacy during this convention?
Well, let me first say it was an honor to learn about John McCain when I was a cadet at the Air Force Academy and studying the heroes of our country and the tremendous sacrifice that he made. And then when I was in the House, being able to actually work with this American hero to rebuild our military and to save the A-10 Warthog. It's an absolute honor to be serving in his seat right now, and an honor to be representing Arizona. And my prayers are with his family today and every day. We have a lot going on in our country and a very important election for the direction of our country going forward. And we're now 70 days away. And I've served our country my entire life, and I'm honored to be continued to serving Arizona right now. But there's a lot of questions about who do you trust most to get our economy going again? And who do you trust to keep you and your family safe? And as I've been in the Congress and in the Senate, we've cut taxes for Arizonans. We had a strong economy before this first in a century pandemic hit us. And this has been a very challenging year for everybody. Everybody has been upended this year. I myself lost my 58-year-old brother, not to COVID, but was reminded again that every day is a gift. But we will get through this. We're on the verge of a great American comeback, and we can ensure our economy goes strong again, and people can go back to work safely and sensibly, and we continue to support our military and secure our borders and ensure that people have accessible health care that's affordable and bring down the cost of prescription drugs. Those are just some of the things I've been working on in the Senate and will keep doing if we get through this fight, which we plan on doing.
Okay. I'm very sorry to hear about your brother, Senator. I didn't know that. My condolences to you and your family. Let's dig into a little bit more your Senate race, because most polls have shown you trailing Democrat Mark Kelly. How exactly are you planning to close that gap between now and November?
There's a lot of fake polls out there. I'll just tell you, this is a dead heat election, and we are down to the wire here, and there's a lot at stake. Arizona is the tipping point for whether Chuck Schumer is going to be in charge in the Senate. And the radical left agenda is out of touch with Arizona. And if there is Biden, Schumer, and Pelosi in charge, they've already said they're looking at busting the filibuster and just ramming through that agenda. And so Mark Kelly's hiding in a bunker, putting up millions of dollars of slick ads funded by Chuck Schumer, his top recruit, while I'm out there talking to Arizonans, deploying to D.C., solving the problems that they want solved right now. And what's at stake is a lot in this election. So we're down to the wire, and it's the radical left agenda that is just not where Arizonans are right now. So Mark Kelly's a Trojan horse. He'll vote for Chuck Schumer. His financial ties to China, his personal business ties to China, to include being on a motorcycle with a Chinese flag trying to make a buck in China, and his connections with a Chinese company that's a state-owned enterprise that he recruited to invest in a company he co-founded. This is also important for Arizona voters. I'm standing up to China to hold them accountable for the coronavirus, to bring jobs back home to America so things are made in America again. And this is another choice that'll be important. Who do you trust to stand up to China? Who do you trust to secure the border? Who do you trust to keep you safe? I'm fighting for all of that for Arizonans, and I'd ask them to accept my challenge for 7 debates so people can understand what's at stake. A vote for Mark Kelly is a vote for Chuck Schumer and a vote for the radical left agenda.
I just want to make sure I understand. So you're asserting that Mark Kelly is putting the interests of China above the interests of America?
Mark Kelly has multiple business ties to China. And so he's made financial decisions that I think it's important for Arizonans to know. And that's all I'm saying. So he's financially entangled with multiple business adventures. And while I am standing up to China and they're actually threatening me for standing up to them and threatening to meddle in the election, he's doing business with China. So this is something Arizonans need to think about when they make their choice. This is the largest geopolitical threat of our generation. I've been involved in national security our whole life, and making sure that we stop the rise of China is so important for this election.
I do want to ask.
I'm not questioning his patriotism. I'm questioning his judgment, just to be clear.
Okay, understood. I do also want to ask about some comments you made that your campaign has called a quote unquote non-story. As you know, there is leaked audio of you asking supporters to quote, fast a meal to give to your campaign. Senator, was that part of a serious fundraising pitch?
Elaine, it is a non-story, and it just shows that the Democrats and the media, they lose their sense of humor when a Republican makes a joke. So it's unfortunate that instead of focusing on clickbait, I wish they would focus on the very serious issues at hand that we're facing as a country and as a state, and the stakes of this election here in Arizona.
I'm glad you clarified that. So you're saying it was a joke because, as you know, the nonprofit group Feeding America says that in Arizona right now, 1 in 8 people struggles with hunger and 1 in 5 children struggles with hunger. What would you say to your critics who feel that that comment was out of touch?
That was a non-story, but I will say, for people to know my heart, I gave up my paycheck in order to support people in the early days of the coronavirus. I stopped fundraising and raised over $200,000 for the Salvation Army and spent my time volunteering in order to help feed people. I've been helping people up and down my street. I have a heart to help people, and we've been doing this in the Senate as well through the CARES Act, getting resources out to them to make sure they can put food on the table. This is a non-story, and people should know my heart.
So it was just a joke then, Senator, as I understand you saying that right now. All right, let's talk about another issue. Among voters' major concerns during the pandemic is, of course, health care, especially at a time of 10% unemployment, since many Americans' health care is tied to their employers. Republicans have long campaigned on repealing and replacing the Affordable Care Act. While there have been incremental challenges on repealing, what are Republicans offering to actually replace it?
Well, I'm committed to protecting people with pre-existing conditions. We need to make sure that they can afford their health insurance. And I meet Arizonans every single day, even before the pandemic. They couldn't afford health insurance because the Affordable Care Act had failed them. So the system isn't working. And what we don't want is the government to take over health care, which is what the left wants should they get power. But I'm leading on efforts, for example, in the pandemic.
Is there a specific plan, though, that Republicans have to replace it?
So during the pandemic, I have legislation that allows people to stay on their employer health insurance if they lost their job with support from subsidies so they can afford their COBRA insurance, keep their health insurance, and not have to start all over again with their deductibles so that they can continue to afford going to the doctor, for affording their prescriptions. We also need to allow small businesses to band together so that they can provide insurance to their employees like big businesses do. We need more transparency and more choices so decisions are made between you and your doctor while protecting pre-existing conditions. There's a lot we can do together in a bipartisan way to fix the system, but it's not the government takeover of our healthcare, which is what the Biden-Bernie Sanders agenda is.
Well, Arizona's former Republican Senator Jeff Flake, who retired in 2018, is among 24 former GOP lawmakers to endorse Joe Biden, citing a restoration of civility to political discourse. He says that President Trump has harmed. Do you believe, Senator, that Arizonans want a return to civility in politics?
Everyone's entitled to their opinion, Elaine, but I believe Arizonans want freedom and they want opportunity to be anything they want to be for them and their kids. They want a strong military. They want border security. They don't want to defund the police. They want to have affordable health insurance and prescription drugs. Those are the things that I'm working on, and that's what's at stake in this election, working with President Trump. We already had a strong economy, and we're on the verge of a great American comeback with lower taxes and less regulation generations, we can do this. And what the left wants to do is raise your taxes. They're campaigning on raising middle-class taxes over $2,000 for the average middle-class Arizonan. That's not what Arizonans want.
Finally, Senator, what message would you like to hear from your fellow Republicans and the president as the Republican convention continues?
I think it's been a difficult year for everyone, and we've all been impacted by the coronavirus, and people are looking for hope. We need to be reminded that America is a land of opportunity, that you can work hard and be anything you want to be, that we believe in American exceptionalism, that we've seen the best come out of America, and we need to support safety and security, whether that's supporting our military, securing our border, not having sanctuary cities, not defunding the police. And I think people want an optimistic message and a hope for the future, and that's what I think you'll see throughout the rest of the week.
Senator Martha McSally of Arizona. Senator, thanks very much for your time.
Thanks, Elaine.
Coming up after the break, we'll take a closer look at Senator McSally's Senate race with a reporter on the ground in Arizona. Ahead, why the red state could become more blue this November. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on kdka.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage. I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
As we mentioned earlier, two prominent former Arizona Republican lawmakers are endorsing Joe Biden for president. The state could also hold the key to which party controls the U.S. Senate. This week, former Senator Jeff Flake and former Congressman Jim Colby joined a growing list of conservatives opposing President Trump's re-election bid. Arizona has been considered reliably red in the past, but our CBS News Battleground Tracker says the race there is now a toss-up. President Trump won Arizona by less than 4 percentage points in 2016. He's visited the state 4 times so far this year. His most recent trip there was just last week to the city of Yuma. Jim Nitzel joins me now from Tucson, Arizona. He's the executive editor of Tucson Weekly. Hello, Jim. Thanks very much for joining us. Let's first talk about the composition of the electorate there. What demographic changes have taken place in Arizona in just the past few years?
Well, what you've seen is before Republicans had a pretty strong hold on the state in terms of voter registration. That has definitely shifted. You've seen Democrats really starting to catch up, as well as independents, over the course of the Trump administration. And you're also seeing the state move much more purple. In 2018, Senator Flake stepped down. We had a race for that seat, and Kyrsten Sinema actually defeated Martha McSally in that race. Martha McSally ended up going on to the Senate because she was appointed to fill out the rest of John McCain's term. But she was the first Republican to lose a Senate seat in Arizona in 30 years. We also saw Democrats capture a number of statewide seats that they had not held in more than a decade. So you're great, and I think a lot of this has to do with Donald Trump being elected president. I suspect if Hillary Clinton had been elected president, you would not have seen the Democrats make the gains that they've made in Arizona.
Interesting. Well, Senator McSally now trails her Democratic challenger, Mark Kelly, by double digits, according to a recent poll from Emerson College. What are the big issues at play in that race?
I think what you're seeing from Martha McSally, as we saw in that interview you just had with her, she's really focused on some of Mark Kelly's business connections in China, as well as the whole question of whether or not Senator Kelly would lead to a flip of the U.S. Senate and put the Democrats in charge. And I think she's holding herself up as the way that Republicans can hold on to the U.S. Senate. Conversely, on the other side, what Mark Kelly's really campaigning on is talking about health care. That was a real weak point for Martha McSally in her 2018 run. Even she conceded that she was getting killed on the whole question of pre-existing conditions because of her multiple votes to repeal the Affordable Care Act. And you're seeing Mark Kelly basically talk about a lack of leadership at the national level, particularly in regards to how the COVID pandemic has played out in the United States.
So speaking of which, Arizona's coronavirus cases, hospitalizations, and deaths have all actually decreased since peaking in July. How has Governor Doug Ducey managed the crisis, and what's been the reaction from residents on his response?
I think when the pandemic first hit, Governor Ducey eventually, at the end of March, called for a stay-at-home order. He kept that in place for all of April, lifted it in mid-May, and that's, as you look at that chart on the screen there, that's when you really saw the numbers start to take off in Arizona. Arizona became one of the biggest hotspots in the country, and that led to Governor Ducey coming out and finally closing down more businesses. He closed down nightclubs and gyms and theaters and water parks. He also allowed local authorities to enact regulations requiring people to wear masks when out in public. He himself had not been a big proponent of wearing masks until these cases got out of control. He has not established a statewide mask mandate, but he has encouraged local authorities to do it. That seems to have helped a lot in bringing down the numbers. We had a real problem with younger people going out to nightclubs and bars and just congregating in a lot of places. And we saw a lot of spread of the virus among that particular demographic as they basically resumed their old ways. And so closing down those bars and nightclubs and such, I think, has led to some of this decrease. We're still at, relatively high numbers, basically back to where we were in late May. But there's certainly concern. The schools remain closed here. The community spread is high enough that it's unsafe for the businesses that have been closed to reopen. A lot of eyes on these numbers, waiting for them to go down. There's a number of metrics that have been set up that would allow schools to reopen and would allow these businesses to reopen. But in very few counties have those metrics actually been hit.
Well, before we let you go, Jim, I want to ask you about immigration. How has the president's hardline stance on immigration played in Arizona, which is, of course, a border state?
I think it's one of those things that is split from, depending on where you come from politically. You have people who feel like the wall is a giant waste of money because of the terrain itself presents a barrier. And then there are people who are very enthusiastic about the construction of the wall. We've had prisons here, private prisons, holding immigrants where you've had outbreaks of coronavirus that have been infecting nearly half the staff at some of them. So there's definitely some issues with what's going on with the detainees here in Arizona. And I think, what we're seeing is a very close presidential race. Joe Biden's actually leading President Trump in Arizona by about 4 points. He won it by about 3 points. So there's a bit of a drop there. But Arizona has not voted for a Democrat for president since Bill Clinton in 1996. And that was the first time since Harry Truman. So Joe Biden certainly has his work cut out for him here.
Yeah, absolutely. And for that reason, we are going to be watching your state ever so closely as the election nears. Jim Ninsel for us. Jim, thank you very much. Great to see you again. A large demonstration in response to the killing of Breonna Taylor is taking place in her hometown of Louisville, Kentucky. People filled the streets there, even blocking a highway this afternoon. It marks the end of what's known as BreonnaCon, a 4-day campaign to draw attention to the case. The 26-year-old black woman was shot to death in her own home in March by police officers who entered her home with a no-knock warrant. Whether those officers will be criminally charged is up to Kentucky's Republican Attorney General. AG Daniel Cameron will be speaking at the Republican National Convention later tonight. Buildings were set on fire overnight in Kenosha, Wisconsin during protests over a police shooting of a black man. An attorney for Jacob Blake's family says he's paralyzed from Sunday's incident. Mola Lenghi reports.
The family of Jacob Blake is speaking out after he was shot multiple times by police in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
They shot my son 7 times. 7 times. Like he didn't matter. But my son matters.
The family says Blake is paralyzed from the waist down.
Shot fired. Happy shot fired.
A video circulating on social media appears to show an officer shooting Blake in the back as he tried to get in his car. His 3 sons were inside. Attorney Ben Crump says Blake had been trying to de-escalate a domestic disturbance.
Complainant says Jacob Blake isn't supposed to be there, and he took the complainant's keys and is refusing to give them back.
Protesters in Kenosha defied a citywide curfew Monday night and came face-to-face with police dressed in riot gear. Demonstrators are calling for the officers involved in Blake's shooting to be held accountable. In the morning light, firefighters were still dousing the flames of smoldering buildings. Several businesses are severely damaged or gutted. The Department of Corrections facility is completely destroyed.
If Jacob knew what was going on as far as that goes, the violence and the destruction, he would be very unpleased.
In a statement, the Kenosha Police Union urged people to know the facts before passing judgment, saying, as always, the video currently circulating does not capture all the intricacies of a highly dynamic incident. The officers involved have been placed on leave. Their identities have not been announced. Mola Lenghi, CBS News, Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Coming up after the break, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo is set to address the RNC tonight, just weeks after warning U.S. diplomats they can't take sides in this year's presidential election. A look at how the State Department is defending this break from precedent. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
The next president of the United States will face challenges which in some ways will be greater than those of Washington or Lincoln. Because for the first time in our nation's history, an American president will face not only the problem of restoring peace abroad, but of restoring peace at home. Without God's help and your help, we will surely fail. But with God's help and your help, we shall surely succeed. My fellow Americans, the long, dark night for America is about to end.
doctors and scientists in a race against time to cure coronavirus. We'll show just how close they are, racing to a cure on the CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com. Or get the app, and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area, in your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
Our latest CBS News Battleground Tracker finds national security is a top priority for many Republican voters in this year's presidential election. CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, breaks down the results.
Hey, Elaine, let's have a look at what Republicans are looking for and what they're looking back positively on the last 4 years. First of all, major factors in your vote, national security for Republicans comes out at the top of the list. Also, immigration, terrorism, all of those issues in Republicans' views related, of course, to national security. And when we compare that to all voters, we see that while majorities feel that these are all factors in their votes, Republicans especially more so. See national security just in general at 83% a top factor compared to 68%, the two-thirds among voters overall. Now, when Republicans look back at the time since the president took office, they feel the country is safer from terrorism, that the border is more secure, and that they themselves are more safe from criminals and gangs, they tell us. Now, why is the U.S. better off than it was 4 years ago, which a majority of Republicans say it is? One top reason, their confidence in the president, the U.S. economy, and also what they believe is the U.S.'s improved standing in the world. And then in any election, people are looking retrospectively, but they're also looking forward. So we asked people, okay, if the president is reelected, which of course Republicans are overwhelmingly in support of, what should be his top agenda? Stopping Democrats' agenda was a top issue. You can see the pushback. We see this from both parties really trying to stop the other side as much as, if not more than, trying to advance their own agenda. That happens a lot in a very polarized America today, lowering taxes, and then less so, but still a majority controlling the coronavirus, about which Republicans have told us in the polling they are less concerned. So overall, Elaine, the national security and national security related issues come up near the top of the list for Republicans looking back on the last 4 years.
Secretary of State Mike Pompeo's decision to speak at the Republican National Convention tonight is now under investigation by a House panel. In a letter sent to the Deputy Secretary of State, Democratic Congressman Joaquin Castro said Pompeo's speech may be illegal. The State Department has defended the Secretary of State's decision. Officials say he's addressing the RNC in his, quote, personal capacity. However, the move represents a significant departure from precedent as well as State Department policy. Just last month, a memo issued by the State Department barred high-level officials from participating in such conventions. Joining me now is Fred Fleitz. He's the president and CEO of the Center for Security Policy and previously served as the chief of staff for the National Security Council under the Trump administration. Hello, Fred. Good to see you again. Thanks very much for being with us. So just last month, Secretary of State Pompeo warned State Department employees against engaging in partisan political activity. If it's not okay for State Department employees, how is it okay for the secretary?
Well, Mike Pompeo is an advisor to the president. He is not a career government employee. He is an appointee, a cabinet member. I also note that he has a law degree from Harvard. I think he knows the rules and the laws in this situation.
But does it seem to be a contradiction, though, if it may be, permissible, and yet you have employees who are told not to engage in this partisan political activity? I hear what you're saying about, him being appointed by the president. However, can you see how that might look like a contradiction to some people?
If you're a career officer at the State Department, you're supposed to loyally serve Republican and Democratic presidents, whoever is in the White House. Pompeo is only at the State Department to serve President Trump. It's not the same thing.
It's not the same thing. Okay. All right. Well, let me turn to another topic here. So the Times of Israel reported that he's delivering his remarks from a, quote, undisclosed location in Jerusalem, where he met Monday with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Tell us what's significant about this location.
Well, it's very significant that Secretary Pompeo is speaking from Israel because of the tremendous gains that President Trump has made in our relationship with Israel and with Arab states. President Trump has repaired the damage done to our relationship with Israel by President Obama. He moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. He recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. And he has established trust, not just with the Israelis, but with Arab states, which led to this recent landmark deal between the United Arab Emirates and Israel, which could mean that there could be a long list of other states who are making peace with Israel and working with the U.S. and Israel to recognize that Israel is not the enemy in the Middle East. The enemy is Iran. And I think this is a huge gain for national security by this president. I think Secretary Pompeo speaking from Israel is making this point.
The president has approached foreign diplomacy differently than his predecessors. What would you say are the governing principles of President Trump's foreign policy?
It's been a successful foreign policy based on the president's philosophy of America first, which has rejected the old approach by deferring to the UN and European elitists in the foreign policy establishment and putting the American citizen, specifically the American worker, first. He's tried to keep America out of unnecessary wars, but still be strong, to stand up to Iran, to stand up to China, to confront China for fair trade deals, and to stop China from taking advantage of its entry into the international economic system. It's been fantastically successful, and this is something that we're going to hear a lot about tonight, and how this policy will be expanded into a second Trump term.
Why is the Trump administration eyeing new sanctions on Syria?
Well, as the situation in Syria has improved for President Assad, he is trying to build new relationships with states throughout the region. And this is something that the Trump administration wants to discourage. We want to keep Assad isolated. The president's not going to invade or start bombing Syria to drive Assad out. But we're not going to stand for a nation guilty of such severe human rights violations, a nation that is an ally of Russia. We're going to keep the pressure up on Syria.
What is the next step for the administration to build upon the recent deal between the UAE and Israel?
Well, we're seeing today, or I guess it was yesterday, when Secretary Pompeo was in Sudan, there was talk about trying to get Sudan to possibly sign an agreement next. I don't think Sudan will be next, but I think we could see Morocco, maybe Oman, also sign agreements like this with Israel. And I think that what they will be considering is that there will be real security and economic advantages for these nations in the region working together to promote the interests of their people, to stand up against terrorism, and to stand up against Iran.
All right, Fred Fleitz. Fred, thank you very much.
Good to be here. Thank you.
That does it for Red and Blue today. At 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll have a look at the rest of the day's headlines. And at 8 p.m., we'll look ahead to tonight's RNC speakers and bring them to you live with analysis when they begin. And when tonight's speeches come to an end, we'll be here to break it all down. We'll be right back. You're streaming CBSN.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com. Or get the app, and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area. In your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. It's good to be with you. Thanks for joining us. Night 2 of the Republican National Convention is set to pick up where Night 1 left off by continuing to focus on issues of law and order. Despite promising to deliver a positive message, last night's convention saw President Trump's supporters paint a dark picture of what the country would look like if Joe Biden were to win November's election. And tonight there is controversy surrounding where some speakers, which include members of the president's family, will deliver their speeches. Weijia Jiang is at the White House with the latest.
With the White House as a backdrop for this week's Republican convention, the Trump administration is breaking the decades-old tradition that separated governing and campaigning. Tonight, First Lady Melania Trump will speak from the newly refurbished Rose Garden, while President Trump will give his acceptance speech Thursday on the South Lawn. Mike Pompeo will also shatter precedent with his remarks tonight from Jerusalem, becoming the first Secretary of State to address the convention in over 75 years. In doing so, violating his own department's policy banning diplomats from engaging in political activity.
To me, it's reckless. It is counter to the traditions of our country.
Ahead of the convention kickoff last night, campaign officials touted an optimistic tone to celebrate a land of promise.
It's a horror film, really.
But many speakers delivered dire warnings.
But Biden's radical left-wing policies would stop our economic recovery cold.
Campaign advisor Kimberly Guilfoyle was a former assistant DA in California.
And the Democrats turned it into a land of discarded heroin needles in parks, riots in streets, and blackouts in homes.
Meanwhile, the president's FDA commissioner is apologizing for overstating the benefits of convalescent plasma as a COVID-19 treatment, something he and the president hailed as a breakthrough on Sunday night.
As I mentioned, I could have done a better job of explaining that at the press conference yesterday.
Hahn originally claimed the treatment improved chances for survival by 35%.
There was a 35% improvement in survival, which is a significant clinical benefit.
But that number has been widely disputed. Former FDA official Peter Lorre called the walkback embarrassing.
The government has not been relying on sound science throughout this pandemic, and to see somebody put forth something that is so clearly inaccurate tends to reinforce that perception.
Let's bring in Linda Tran and Sandra Solin. Linda is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist, and Sandra is a Republican strategist and founder of Capital Solutions. Hello and welcome to you both. Sandra, let me start with you. The president and his campaign had said that this week's convention would focus on a positive message, but last night's speakers seemed to focus on what they say are the negatives of electing Joe Biden. Take us through the messages that we heard last night.
Well, I would suggest that there was a completely different message than what you just heard in that package. It was a message of hope and of American opportunity and promise. That was the real important message that was conveyed last night by a whole host of wonderful speakers, including Tim Scott, who shared his remarkable story of American success. American success where his grandfather was a cotton picker, and he found himself in Congress, elected from one of the most conservative and white districts in the country. And that is lost on in that package. We heard from Americans a Cuban American, Maximus Alvarez, who shared a really amazing story of looking towards America for hope and sadly finding himself challenged with the conversation that is happening today. So I think it's really important that we focus upon the positive messages, and the majority of the messages really were very positive coming out of last night.
Linda, the Biden campaign says the president does not have a strategy for containing the coronavirus and called night one of the RNC, quote, a parade of dark and divisive fear-mongering designed to distract. How much time, Linda, do you think the Biden campaign should spend responding to the RNC?
Well, whether it's the Biden campaign or it's the Democratic Party or some other supporters of the Biden-Harris ticket, there's certainly a lot to respond to. I mean, what we saw last night and what I absolutely expect we will see tonight is an alternate version of the world that we're living in right now. You know, we've got 1.1 million Americans who filed for unemployment last week. We have 173,000 Americans who've lost their lives to COVID, and more than 5 million cases confirmed, which is dramatic when you set into context that the United States represents 4% of the global population, but a quarter of confirmed deaths and cases. There's a lot to respond to. And frankly, the Biden campaign and its supporters simply needs to focus on the mismanagement of this administration during the worst pandemic in a generation, the ensuing economic fallout from that, and the ongoing racial injustice that we're seeing, even with the shooting in Kenosha of Jacob Blake just a couple days ago. There's a lot to worry about, and clearly this country needs to be in a different direction.
Well, Sandra, our recent CBS News Battleground Tracker found that 74% of registered Republican voters feel the most important priority for President Trump, if he's reelected, is to stop the Democrats' agenda. How is that playing into what we're hearing from the convention's speakers?
Well, in large respect, the convention conversation is really about the American promise, that which we are accustomed to understanding. Republican voters, national security is very important to them. As you said, stopping the Democrat agenda. There's a tremendous amount of fear within those who subscribe to more conservative values, and even those in the more moderate but leaning right contingent about that, what they're hearing from the Democrats and their agenda. Socialist type of policies that take our country in a completely different direction than what we've been accustomed to since our founding. And so that's very concerning. And so it's not surprising to hear Republicans say and convey a concern about that, the likelihood or the possibility of the Democrats driving an agenda that is just so far removed from the basic principles of America's founding.
Well, Sandra, our poll also found that 52% of registered Republican voters feel that controlling the coronavirus should be a high priority. What do you make of that, and how much do you think the president's messaging is playing into those feelings?
Well, certainly the controlling the pandemic is high on, as you say, 52% of voters. It's high on people's minds, and it's very important. The president has done a pretty remarkable job, I would say, in an environment in which there's so many unknowns and uncertainties. He established the task force immediately. He called early on for the closure of the borders from folks coming from China. So he took action when necessary. It is always easy in hindsight to criticize. Very easy. There were Democrat leaders commending President Trump for the actions that he took early on. And it is appropriate for him to highlight the things that he did in response, not to suggest that this is not over and there's continued work that needs to be done for certain.
Well, Linda, last week we reported that 46% of voters over age 65 say Joe Biden would do a better job handling the coronavirus outbreak than President Trump. That age group, as you know, helped the president win the 2016 election. How is the Biden campaign working to win over those voters?
Well, you know, there are a lot of warning signs that we're seeing with this group and with others that made the difference for Donald Trump in key battleground states in 2016, as you know, Elaine. I think a lot of what you're seeing from the campaign right now is one of two things. One is making sure that folks understand the best ways to vote safely in this horrific pandemic environment and to make sure that people feel motivated to cast their ballots, whether they're doing it by mail or in person over the coming months. And the second thing is just to remind the voters and viewers that are watching back home that the administration that Joe Biden came out of, the Barack Obama-Joe Biden administration, left a pandemic plan that the Trump administration decided to discard and ignore. And so it's not a surprise at all that those voters are increasingly concerned and want to have the kind of leadership that is based in science and based in a real and proactive national plan to address the crisis and get things back on the right track.
Well, Sandra, we heard a lot of last night's speakers focus on issues of law and order, and this all comes as protests against systemic racism continue across the country, and as the National Guard is being deployed to Kenosha, Wisconsin, after protests broke out over that police shooting that Linda mentioned of Jacob Blake, a 29-year-old black man. Why are Republicans choosing to focus so heavily on this issue at this moment?
Law and order is essential to a person's personal safety, a person's own economic and individual freedoms. And so it's imperative that they talk about this. This is a highlighted issue. There's so much emotion right now. And the Republicans are the party of law and order. It makes perfect sense that they would speak to that. And you would find in polling, it also suggests that people want to hear what the answers are. And Democrats right now are silent on this issue. There are riots happening across this country. And unfortunately, we're hearing very little in terms of law and order from the Democrats. Republicans have a strong connection to supporting law enforcement, but they also appreciate and understand the concerns that are being elevated with respect to systemic racism. The Republican Party has long created opportunities, and you can only look at the last several years and in the administration's agenda about creating opportunity zones, creating jobs for all Americans and creating opportunity for all Americans, but doing even more for minorities across this country. And so there is an integral link between the two, and the more opportunity we can create and provide for all Americans, the less we see the need for crime and violence across this country.
Well, Linda, how does this message from the Trump campaign contrast with what we heard last week during the Democratic National Convention?
Well, the Trump campaign and the convention that we're seeing unfolding this week is really about Donald Trump. It's about trying to recast the administration and its failures of leadership over the last 3+ years. I mean, one thing I just have to say, Elaine, in response to this whole issue of law and order is that it shouldn't be a surprise that a majority of Americans have taken part in these protests, whether they're online or on the ground, around around racial justice around the country over the last several months. Law and order coming from an administration that has flouted the rule of law and has a majority of its past campaign leadership either having been indicted or on their way. It's quite laughable. And truthfully, it's hard to accept the idea that law and order is a priority if we're not addressing systemic racial injustice that leads to a man losing his life because an officer is kneeling on his neck, or in the case of Jacob Blake, a man being shot multiple times in his back in front of his children. That should not be the definition of law and order in this country.
All right. Well, clearly, Americans are far apart when it comes to a lot of issues, including that. We'll watch this next few days of the convention to see what more is set up on that front. All right, Linda Tran and Sandra Solin, thank you both very much. Really appreciate it. A quick programming note for you. We will have full coverage ahead of tonight's Republican National Convention. Our pre-show begins at 8 p.m. Eastern right here on CBSN. The governor of Wisconsin has declared a state of emergency in Kenosha. This follows protests that turned violent after police shot a black man during an altercation on Sunday. A family attorney says Jacob Blake is now paralyzed from the waist down. Mola Lengi is in Kenosha with the latest.
They shot my son 7 times. 7 times. Like he didn't matter. But my son matters.
Jacob Blake Sr. broke down while talking about what happened to his son on Sunday. New cell phone video shows the moments leading up to the shooting that left 29-year-old Jacob Blake seriously wounded. Blake appearing to struggle with at least one officer next to an SUV before police opened fire, appearing to shoot Blake in the back while his 3 children were in the car.
Can you imagine what his 8-year-old son, who was celebrating his birthday, is going to think about every time he has his birthday?
Police say they were responding to a domestic disturbance call when the shooting happened. Tonight, family attorney Benjamin Crump says Blake is paralyzed.
It is going to take a miracle for Jacob Blake Jr. to ever walk again.
The shooting sparked another night of protests in Kenosha. Cars and buildings set on fire. Police firing tear gas into crowds, defying the city's 8 p.m. curfew. Athletes are also using their platforms to call for change. Amid the NBA playoffs, LeBron James is speaking out.
We are scared as black people in America. Black men, black women, black kids. We are terrified. Because you don't know. You have no idea. You have no idea how that cop that day left the house.
Tonight, Blake's mother, Julia Jackson, is calling for peaceful protests.
As I pray for my son's healing, I also have been praying, even before this, for the healing of our country.
The Wisconsin Department of Justice is investigating the shooting and expects to have a report out within 30 days. Federal investigators are helping with that investigation, but Jacob Blake's father told me today that he already has no confidence in that investigation. The family is calling for the immediate firing of the officers involved in the shooting. Elaine?
Now to the latest on the coronavirus pandemic. At Florida State University, 7 students have been arrested and charged with violating COVID-19 regulations after hosting an open house party. Meanwhile, Texas A&M University is reporting an outbreak of more than 400 cases. It comes as the death toll from COVID-19 in the U.S. topped 178,000, with more than 5.7 million confirmed cases. CBS News national correspondent Manuel Bojorquez is in Miami with more.
Colleges are battling both the virus and students' behavior. Bars near the University of Alabama have been ordered closed for 2 weeks.
Fall in Tuscaloosa is in serious jeopardy.
5 colleges alone are reporting more than 2,100 cases since the end of July. At the University of North Carolina, last week's positivity rate was more than 32%. Ohio State University has suspended 228 students so far for violating COVID rules. But remote learning for the nation's K-12 students is proving challenging, too.
How many computers short are you?
At least probably between 1,000 and 2,000.
Tom Baumgarten, superintendent of California's Morongo Unified School District east of Los Angeles, says this affects lower-income students.
It's almost like I'm taking the pencils and paper away from them when I don't have a computer for them.
An Associated Press investigation found computer companies may be 5 million laptops short, in part due to trade restrictions with China. In the meantime, New York City is looking at outdoor classes, just like it did during outbreaks in the early 1900s.
We can close off streets for a period of time. In certain cases, we can make space available in local parks.
Coming up after a quick break, Jerry Falwell Jr. confirms he's stepped down as president of Liberty University. Why the embattled evangelical leader says it was time to move on. Plus, thousands of people are forced to evacuate along the Gulf Coast as Hurricane Laura barrels toward the shores of Texas and Louisiana. We're tracking the powerful storm. This is CBSN, CBS News, always on.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. Boom. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds is allocating $100 million to the state's agriculture programs. The aid is coming from the CARES Act relief funds. It is meant to offset the impact the pandemic and the derecho windstorm had on farmers, producers, and agricultural industries. The derecho tore through Iowa with wind gusts topping 100 miles per hour. An estimated 13 million acres of corn were damaged or destroyed. That's about a third of the state's cropland. Governor Reynolds says Tuesday's investment reflects the importance of agriculture in the state's economic recovery. According to Iowa's Economic Development Authority, the state exported more than $16 billion in manufactured goods and agricultural products last year alone. Firefighters in Northern California had the weather on their side Tuesday. Calmer conditions allowed crews to tackle two of the largest wildfires in the state's history. But officials warn extreme fire behavior is still a threat. 10 new fires sparked Monday, and more than 600 in total have broken out across the state. The wildfires have scorched more than 1.2 million acres. At least 7 people have died. More than 500,000 people are under evacuation orders along the Gulf Coast as Hurricane Laura continues to intensify in the Gulf of Mexico. Laura strengthened from a tropical storm into a Category 1 hurricane Tuesday. Forecasters say it could become a major hurricane prior to making landfall on the Texas or Louisiana coasts later this week. Mireya Villarreal reports from Beaumont, Texas, where preparations are underway.
Sheriff's Office. In the low-lying neighborhoods around Beaumont, Jefferson County deputies are going door to door to deliver an urgent warning for people living in Hurricane Laura's path.
There's a mandatory evacuation if you choose to leave.
Sheriff Zena Stevens just got back into her own house after being flooded out during Tropical Storm Imelda last September.
My story is a lot of people in our community's story, and so we understand how fast things can go really bad. Are y'all leaving? Yeah. Good.
The Civic Center is now a staging area for residents who need help getting out. But even with mandatory evacuation orders in place, some residents are refusing to leave.
If something were to happen to the roof or something, I'd want to be here to fix it while I could.
I mean, but that's pretty dangerous.
I know. We've been fortunate so far. We've made it. It's just scary to leave your stuff behind.
More than 500,000 people in Texas and Louisiana are being ordered to evacuate. Space is limited and evacuations are more complicated with COVID-19.
Remember, just because a hurricane is coming to Texas does not mean that COVID-19 either has or is going to leave Texas.
Experts predict Hurricane Laura's winds will mimic what we saw in Hurricane Ike and Hurricane Rita. Officials are telling people they will take a direct hit in this area, and they are saying to brace for the worst. Elaine?
Mireya, thank you. For a closer look at what to expect, let's bring in CBS News weather producer David Parkinson. Hi there, David. So what is the latest with Hurricane Laura, and when might we see it make landfall in the U.S.?
Yeah, we are really watching this storm ramp up. You can see some of the purple start to show up on the satellite. That is a sign that the cloud tops are getting higher. The storm is getting stronger. And the winds now, 80 miles an hour is a Category 1. It'll be a Category 2 by early tomorrow morning. It's now moving at 17 miles an hour and projected actually to slow down just a bit. And as a result, that will allow it more time to intensify. It's still 510 miles southeast of Galveston, but watch the track here. So a Category 2 by early in the morning on Wednesday, I should say. By Thursday morning, it's making landfall at 115 miles an hour as a Category 3. There's a chance, actually, that it gets a little bit stronger out here and then weakens as it approaches the coast, but realistically, a moderate to strong Category 3 hurricane, which is a major hurricane, early on Thursday morning. And then look at that. That point is 200 miles inland, and you've still got 75-mile-an-hour winds at 1 p.m. on Thursday. We saw in the derecho what happens when you have an inland windstorm, so certainly possible to see power outages and lots of trees down well inland from the coast with this storm, so that's something to be concerned about. But realistically, it's the direction of the wind that we've got to watch. Everywhere to the east side of the storm, it's blowing the water onto the coast. Everywhere on the west side, it's away. So as a result, it's the east side of the storm that I'm most worried about.
And David, explain why this hurricane is continuing to gain strength in the Gulf.
Well, yeah, so basically all of this water right here is about 88 degrees. You only need 81 degrees to maintain or strengthen a hurricane, so there's nothing really stopping it. There's no land. That's the real concern. That's why we think we're going to have rapid intensification. It's getting all of its core together, and in that warm water, it's very easy to see things get stronger, but realistically, the other problem is it's going to take long enough getting to the coast that you're going to have all this storm surge. So you've got 13 feet of storm surge. That's over one story of a house. It's almost 2 stories, frankly, and that is into Lake Charles. It could be as far as 30 miles inland, so you don't have to be right on the coast. If you're in an evacuation zone, this is why you need to evacuate. 9 foot of storm surge as far east, potentially as parts of the New Orleans metro area. Lake Pontchartrain could see 2 to 4 feet of storm surge. That's hundreds of miles away. Meanwhile, on the west side of the storm, 9 feet of storm surge for the Bolivar and 6 feet in Galveston. That's nothing to sneeze at either. That's why the evacuation's in Galveston as well.
Right, so those are the areas for potentially a direct hit there. What kind of damage could we see even just beyond that area that you just pointed out?
Well, yeah, so there's 3 levels of damage. What you're going to be seeing here is right where the center of the cone is. That's where the worst wind damage is. That's where you're going to have 100 to 120 mile an hour winds, so or 130, 140. That's going to flatten trees, buildings, all kinds of things like that. To the east side of the center of the storm, that's where your worst storm surge is going to be. But the other threat that we have here is freshwater flooding. I want to take you through the timeline of the simulated radar here and show you how much rain is going to fall in a short period of time. So 6 p.m., the outer bands are just making it to Galveston, to parts of southwest Louisiana, but the storm is still a good chunk offshore. If I advance this, though, into the overnight hours, the landfall is happening sometime between 1 and 5 a.m., and now you're seeing all of this pouring rain for the Houston metro area, particularly east, so Baytown, Winnie, Anahuac, down to Port Arthur, Beaumont, up to Orange. All of this area is dealing with flooding rain, and we remember in the case of Harvey, everybody remembers Houston getting hit, but these places actually got more rain. They are prone to freshwater flooding, and if we take a look at how much rain it is, everywhere in purple is at least 8 inches of rain, and these individual white spots, including that one by Winnie, is over a foot of rain. This will move. There'll be a couple of those in spotty pockets, but all of that has the potential to have flash flooding. So it's a triumvirate of threats. You've got storm surge, which is the most deadly and the most far-reaching. You've got wind right along the cone, and then you've got the freshwater flooding. It's a multifaceted storm, and again, just because Houston picks up almost no rain on this model does not mean that things cannot wiggle by 20 to 30 miles, and suddenly now you're getting heavy rain over to the Houston area. They need to be on guard, but they are not the focus of this storm. Everywhere from Galveston in through East Texas and western Louisiana is.
All right, really sobering to see those projections. David Parkinson for us. David, thank you.
Absolutely.
Jerry Falwell Jr. confirms he has resigned as president of Liberty University. The prominent evangelical leader told CBS News he stepped down late Monday night in the wake of scandals involving personal conduct. Jerika Duncan has the details.
Today's news comes amid allegations that Jerry Falwell Jr., while president of one of the nation's largest Christian universities, used to watch his wife Becky have sex with another man. Giancarlo Granda told Reuters that he was about 20 years old and working as a hotel pool boy when he began a years-long sexual relationship involving the Falwells. Granda shared evidence with Reuters that he said supports his account, including this phone call.
His new thing is like telling me every time he hooks up with people, like I don't have feelings or something.
You're gonna make us jealous.
Yeah.
Not trying to do that.
Falwell's powerful endorsement of Donald Trump in 2016 was the first by a major evangelical leader.
We must unite behind Donald Trump and Mike Pence.
Falwell tells CBS News the Reuters article was 90% false and, quote, I didn't sit and watch anything. That's stupid. But he says his wife did have an affair with Granda while also alleging that the young man was engaging in extortion and threatening behavior like something out of the movie Fatal Attraction. Falwell's resignation brings an end to a tumultuous August. Earlier this month, he took an indefinite leave of absence after posting this Instagram photo. He is seen with his arm around a woman while both had their pants unzipped.
Honda has reached an $85 million settlement with multiple states over its use of faulty airbags. The airbags were made by Takata Corporation. They have been tied to tens of millions of vehicle recalls over risks they could explode. Officials say the defect led to more than a dozen deaths and hundreds of injuries. 48 states and territories alleged Honda failed to inform regulators and customers about the risk. The company says it has since reached out to nearly 300 million customers to urge them to replace the faulty airbags and says it will be implementing, quote, enhanced safety measures. Coming up after the break, Oxford University is one of several leading candidates hoping to produce a COVID-19 vaccine. We'll take a closer look inside one of the labs that's working on a method to produce 3 billion doses. Plus, a historic achievement as the continent of Africa is declared free of wild polio. Ahead, how authorities managed to eliminate the disease. You're streaming CBSN.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Authorities in Belarus are cracking down on protesters who are calling for the country's president to resign. Several opposition activists were jailed on Tuesday. Others have been summoned for questioning or ordered to appear in court. Earlier this month, the bodies of 2 opposition supporters were found hanged in forests. One of them was buried Tuesday. Chris Livesay has more from outside the capital city of Minsk.
Well, just a desperate scene outside the funeral of a young man by the name of Nikita Kristvov, 28 years old, found dead hanging from a tree outside a police station, and not long after attending a protest against those police. Now, the police say there was no foul play involved. However, none of the family, none of the people we spoke to today believe that for an instance. Instead, they say it was because he was protesting. These protests have been taking place for 2 weeks now, following contested elections in which protesters say the leader of this country, known as Europe's last dictator, Alexander Lukashenko, stole those elections in a landslide with more than 80% of the vote. However, it's very hard to believe when you see the sometimes hundreds of thousands of people turning out to the streets every day since those elections, suggesting that he has clearly lost legitimacy. They call him a madman. He was out the other day brandishing a Kalashnikov AK-47 assault rifle and called those protesters rats. Now the question is, how long is he willing to cling to power, and is he willing to continue to use violent means in order to do so? Chris Lipsey, CBS News, outside Minsk, Belarus.
In Health Watch, a new report says the Trump administration is considering emergency use authorization of a coronavirus vaccine. But health experts, including Dr. Anthony Fauci, are advising against this. Charlie D'Agata got an exclusive look inside the Oxford University lab working on that vaccine.
Swirling around in these flasks may be the world's greatest hope in bringing an end to the pandemic, the very Oxford vaccine itself. The Paul Corporation lab looks like a cross between an industrial kitchen and an operating room, where bioreactors share space with monkey wrenches.
So this is
The masks and gowns are less about our protection than us contaminating the facility. When its Oxford University vaccine began to show promise earlier this year, drug giant AstraZeneca approached Director of Strategy Clive Glover with a challenge.
So the initial challenge was to make a process that could be used to make millions of doses in a single batch. Millions of doses in a single batch, which could then be repeated.
The eyes of the world have been fixed on the science behind the Oxford vaccine and whether it works. But it wouldn't go anywhere without this, the hardware. Glover told us the process of developing a system to scale up like this usually takes years. They came up with this blueprint within 8 weeks. In all of your years, you've never seen anything like this.
No, there's no question that the speed with which we worked on this process is unprecedented.
A small starter batch of the vaccine is multiplied in this bioreactor until it produces millions of infected cells. Those cells are then broken down, the vaccine is isolated, and the rest of the system is essentially just a series of filters that remove cell debris and suspect contaminants.
This is a classic engineering problem. How do you take your mother's favorite cookie recipe and make it exactly the same way thousands and millions of times?
This equipment gets shipped out to manufacturers throughout the world. There is no time to spare and zero margin for error. The Oxford vaccine is one of several leading candidates, including Moderna and Pfizer-BioNTech. Russia's vaccine has skipped large-scale phase 3 testing, offering inoculation to anyone who chooses to have one. Of course, Glover's gunning for the Oxford vaccine, and he's put more than his reputation on the line. He's taken part in the trial himself.
What has been very gratifying about this process is to be so closely engaged as both an end user and as involved with the manufacturing.
Well, you don't get more personally engaged than that.
You don't get more personally engaged.
The director of the Oxford vaccine said it's just possible they may have enough data to present to regulators this year. As for AstraZeneca, they told us they haven't held any discussions about fast-tracking this vaccine with anybody. Charlie D'Agata, CBS News, London.
Belgian engineers have created a new way to disinfect shopping carts. Riley Carlson has the story.
Sanitizing shopping carts like this has become a common sight in the coronavirus era. But Belgian engineers wanted to figure out an easier way. Their solution? This metal box. Simply wheel in the cart, close the door, and for 10 seconds it's blasted with ultraviolet light to kill any germs.
Nous avons l'équivalent de plus de 2000 soleils.
We have the equivalent of 2,000 suns in terms of UVC power received by the cart, says designer Jean Desmarteau. So the viruses have no chance of getting out. Exposure to UVC, a shortwave ultraviolet light, kills or inactivates microorganisms. 3 stores in Belgium are currently trying the machines. We asked the customers to disinfect the trolleys themselves, and after a few months, there was a lot of waste, says this store owner. We immediately took the offer to buy this machine. It's simply practical. Other countries are also trying to harness this cleaning power. In China, banks are using UV light to sterilize paper money. And in Argentina, these robots are sent through buses, disinfecting hard-to-reach places with UV light. Riley Carlson, CBS News, London.
Africa has officially been declared clear of wild polio. Nigeria was the last African country to be declared free from the disease. Now, polio is only found in Afghanistan and Pakistan. BBC's Chichi Zundu reports.
Misbahu Lawandidi is a polio survivor. He says life has been a challenge, but he hasn't allowed being a victim of polio from preventing him doing what able-bodied people can do. Misbahu didn't have the polio vaccination as a child, but now, as the president of the National Polio Survivors Association, he's proud to have helped make sure future generations won't have to go through what he did.
We ask anybody that, okay, you have seen us, you have seen how difficult we have come to you. Don't you think it's important for you to protect your child, not be like us? Because we know what our family have encountered.
Today, Misbahu regularly plays parasoccer, a game he invented for polio survivors nearly 30 years ago. Some of his teammates he's travelled with around Nigeria to encourage parents to have their children vaccinated.
Many people rejected polio vaccine, but by the time we approach them for advocacy, they see how much we struggle for us to get there. They see how much we crawl, how much we have devoted our time just to help people to have healthier family.
While polio is a highly infectious virus, typically caught through infected water and mainly affects children under the age of 5, it can cause muscle weakness, but it can also leave some victims with paralysis. There is no cure, but there are vaccinations. Getting people vaccinated has been a huge logistical challenge. Conflict in Nigeria's remote Lake Chad region and suspicion over the vaccine has made the work of healthcare workers difficult. In 2013, 9 female healthcare workers were shot in the northern city of Kano as rumours circulated that the vaccine was a Western plot. But a push to bring together religious leaders, government and community workers managed to win back support. Since 1996, more than 9 billion oral vaccinations have been provided across Africa, with more and more countries being declared free from wild polio. An estimated 1.8 million children have averted the virus. Nigeria is the last country in Africa hoping to be declared wild polio free.
It's really not only a massive moment for Nigerians, but the whole of humanity. And I know that all Africans everywhere are jubilating that we've been able to do this finally.
The struggle to declare Africa free from wild polio has taken decades, and just at the finish line, the coronavirus emerged. There were fears that healthcare resources would be redirected to fight COVID, but despite the pandemic, Africa remained on track and today hopes to celebrate good news. Chichi Zundu, BBC News.
The Cincinnati Zoo has welcomed a new member to the family. This eastern black rhinoceros was born on Friday. The zoo says this birth is especially remarkable because the animal is a critically endangered species and it's the second calf born to its parents. The healthy baby and its mother are bonding comfortably in a barn while keepers look after them. Well, we are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the rest of the day's news. You're streaming CBSN. CBS News, always on.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live. This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area. In your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh. Your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
The critically acclaimed hit series Schitt's Creek has gone from Canadian cult comedy to one of the most Emmy-nominated shows of 2020. CBS This Morning co-anchor Anthony Mason spoke with the show's co-creator and showrunner Daniel Levy, who discussed its unlikely rise.
15 Emmy nominations?
I know. I don't really, it's not processing, to be perfectly honest. People just keep saying it at me, like I'm supposed to sort of say, yes, yeah, I know. Yeah. It'll never sink in.
I think I'm having a heart attack is what's happening.
You are like 34.
I'm basically 29.
After 6 seasons, the Rose family has become iconic.
What does fold in the cheese mean? He folds it in.
But Schitt's Creek wasn't an easy sell at first.
It's a small show. It's not something that is particularly flashy, and I think people didn't quite know what to do with it.
Alexis, you'd like this product. It's all about aging and dry skin.
Oh my God, ew, David!
In the series, the once wealthy Roses have lost everything and end up living in a motel in Schitt's Creek.
They thought they had it all, but it wasn't until they came to this town that they realized that they, in fact, had nothing at all, and really needed to learn the true joy of what actually love can be.
Dan Levy had 2 comedic legends by his side, his dad, Eugene Levy, and Catherine O'Hara. The show was picked up by the CBC in Canada and Pop TV in the US, but it wasn't until Netflix started streaming episodes in 2017 that it really took off.
You're simply the best. Better than all the rest.
Levy created a world where love and acceptance are the norm.
David is my boyfriend, and I've never been happier in my life.
As a gay person, getting to tell stories about my community, those moments were really special to me. I think back to even 10, 15 years ago, I would never have even had that opportunity. Let alone, be able to get into a room to even pitch a story where that exists.
In a documentary about the show's final season, the cast received thank you letters from moms of LGBTQ children.
We sincerely believe that shows like Schitt's Creek will serve as a catalyst to help change the world into a kinder, safer, more loving place for all LGBTQ people to live.
When the cameras stopped rolling and I stopped sobbing, I did sit down and I read all of those letters, and it was pretty remarkable. And I think you realize, too, television, when used for good, can affect such an incredible positive change. Thank you.
Before Levy was walking red carpets, he was working them. He spent 8 years at MTV, co-hosted the Great Canadian Baking Show, and was even a correspondent during the Vancouver Olympics. So how does that set you up to dream
up
this
television show? Oh, it doesn't. And what you realize early on as a showrunner, and particularly when you're working with a really small budget, you need to make sure that everyone is feeling valued.
He learned that from his dad, who this month received a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Newport Beach Film Festival.
He has become this absolute living legend.
Eugene, I was telling everyone how you've become this living legend.
I mean, the clip was the sweetest thing. I couldn't think of a more deserving guy. He has led with such grace. So for me, it was a masterclass getting to work alongside him over these past 6 years.
Together, they found the heart in a seemingly silly show through intricately crafted and charming characters.
Do you remember the last time you and I shared an event? The Teenage Rosacea Ball at the St. Regis?
Everybody in this cast is kind of an extraordinary physical comedian.
David, do you take?
Well, I was sort of genetically gifted with a set of eyebrows that sort of do the work for me. But you know, it is a testament to the quality of the acting and the actors, because it's very hard to ride the line between comedy and drama.
Hey.
The hair, makeup, and costume teams behind those outlandish looks are all up for Emmys, too.
The idea that our show gets 15 Emmy nominations and none of us can actually go to the Emmys is definitely a storyline that I would have written for Moira.
What is your favorite season?
Awards.
At any point, have you said to yourself, maybe I shouldn't have stopped this?
No. Never. It's always felt right. You know, listen, if an idea pops into my head down the line for a little special or a movie or whatever that might be, great. I would love to work with these people for the rest of my life.
That gives us hope, the fans.
Well, we shall see.
It's been 35 years since a young girl and her friend put a message in a bottle, hoping it would travel to someone who would write back. Instead, the letter was hand-delivered by the kayaker who found it. Mallory Metzner from our Maryland affiliate WBOC has the story.
Please write back when you receive this and tell us about yourself.
Kathy Riddle and her friend Stacy Wells put this letter in a bottle on August 1st, 1985.
We like animals a lot. Do you have any pets? We have a dog. My cousin and I, we were staying at the beach and we decided to write the letter and send it out and see how far it went.
The girls threw the bottle into the water at Prime Hook Beach. Just over 35 years later, Brad Walksmuth.
It was just very innocent and very nice.
Walksmuth says he found the letter floating on the Broadkill about 2 miles that way on August 8th, just a few days after Tropical Storm Isaias turned up the water.
My friend Jeff said, I think there's something in there. So when we got to shore, I pulled the bottle out of the back of the kayak, opened it, and found the letter.
Walksmuth went to the Milton Historical Society to get in touch with Kathy, who grew up in Milton. The curator reached out to family who still lives in the area to put the two in touch, and on August 20th, he returned the letter.
With the tides and the amount of storms that come through here, tropical storms, nor'easters, hurricanes over 35 years, you would expect that maybe that wouldn't end up in the same waters.
A message in a bottle travels through changing tides and times.
It didn't travel very far, but perhaps it traveled the world and came back.
Now back in the hands of those who wrote it.
A former security guard has returned to a Louisiana hospital where he used to work, but this time as a medical student. The father of two says he hopes his path to success will inspire others to follow in his footsteps. Nikki Batiste has the story.
When Russell Leday stepped out of his security uniform and into his white coat, the moment was not lost on him.
There was a time when black people couldn't be a lawyer, a doctor, an engineer, or anything. They were just property.
One night in 2010, while working as a guard at Louisiana's Baton Rouge General Medical Center, Leday was escorting a surgeon to the emergency room when he found some courage.
And I was like, well, you think I could shadow you? And he looked at me and he was like, well, yeah, why not?
Today, the 34-year-old is a third-year medical student in rotation at that same hospital. And if that isn't impressive enough, the father of two is also a U.S. Navy veteran with a Ph.D. in molecular oncology. He founded the 15 Whitecoats, with black medical students seen in viral photos, posing in front of former slave quarters. They're raising scholarship money for aspiring med students.
So Dr. Leday, how does it feel to wear that white coat?
Oh, it's the highest honor. But to be here it's heart-jolting. And me and a whole bunch of others can be a beacon of light to be like, it's okay to dream to be here because we're going to be here to help you get here.
Nikki Batiste, CBS News, New York.
Here's a look at some of the stories we'll be covering in our next hour. New cases and daily deaths from COVID-19 in the U.S. are on the decline, but experts warn now is not the time to ease up on precautionary measures. Plus, protesters clash with police for a second night in Wisconsin in the wake of another controversial police shooting of a black man. And it's day 2 of the Republican National Convention. President Trump's family is taking center stage as Republicans continue to make their case for his re-election bid. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
It has been a day of raw emotion as this city and the country mourned a man whose death has inspired a movement.
State police are here. Behind them, firefighters dousing the flames.
What do you hope comes from this?
This is what's coming from it. The change is here.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
I've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Hi everyone, I'm Elaine Quijano. It's good to be with you. Thanks for joining us. We're just under half an hour away from night 2 of the Republican National Convention. Tonight, the party says it will portray America as, quote, the land of opportunity. The headliner will be First Lady Melania Trump. She will give her remarks from the White House Rose Garden. Other speakers include Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and 2 of the president's children, Eric and Tiffany Trump. Secretary Pompeo is facing criticism for his planned remarks. He will speak from Jerusalem. That's despite a cable he sent last month to State Department employees, warning them not to engage in, quote, any partisan political activity while abroad. President Trump has made relations with Israel a priority during his time in office. He moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem from Tel Aviv. The White House now recognizes the city as Israel's capital, as well its sovereignty over occupied territory in the Golan Heights. CBS News senior foreign affairs correspondent and Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan joins me now from Washington. Good evening, Margaret. Welcome. Let's start with Mike Pompeo. How unusual is it for a sitting Secretary of State to be making a speech about domestic politics from a foreign country, particularly at a political convention?
Well, it is, as best we can tell, unprecedented. The DNC says no sitting Secretary of State has ever addressed any of their conventions. The RNC has not given specifics there, but says that the Secretary of State's speech will not be paid for by U.S. taxpayers who did foot the bill for him to fly to Israel and the rest of his diplomatic trip and his security, as we all do for all of his foreign visits. Now, we did approach the State Department historian, who did not return with any kind of comment to give us context here. But what we can tell you is why this matters. And for a Secretary of State, they are viewed differently than other cabinet members. They're fourth in line to the presidency, but they are about American national security. And that is what they're supposed to be presenting at home and abroad. And that has meant this understanding that they don't comment or get involved in domestic politics in a way that other cabinet secretaries sometimes do. The politics stops at the water's edge. That used to be a saying. Well, that's why. You are supposed to be representing all Americans, not just one political party in the work that you are doing. But Secretary Pompeo is doing this tonight in what the State Department says is his personal capacity. They're trying to sort of split a hair there, because if you were a rank-and-file Foreign Service officer working for Mike Pompeo at his State Department right now, you'd be prohibited from doing this. There was a memo, as you mentioned, saying to employees, particularly Senate appointed and confirmed ones, not to really go near politics in this election year. Part of that idea is to not muddy the waters for foreign allies or foreign adversaries to give any kind of opening. Now, some of this may seem quaint, but that is the standard, and there's a reason why that standard has existed. Secretary Pompeo tonight, though, will be addressing the country from the old city of Jerusalem, and that is symbolic. And that is truly, really more of the focus than the policy and the politics of this all. He is an evangelical Christian. That city has particular resonance for that very important group of voters for President Trump.
All right, it's important to note, as you say, what we believe unprecedented nature of this appearance. I want to ask you about another topic, Margaret. In an RNC segment last night, President Trump, while speaking to a former hostage, praised Turkish President Erdogan. Let's go ahead and play some of those remarks.
They had you scheduled for a long time, Andrew. Yes. We had to get you back. And I have to say that, to me, President Erdogan was very good. And I know they had you scheduled for a long time, and you were a very innocent person. And he ultimately, after we had a few conversations, he agreed. So we appreciate that, and we appreciate the people of Turkey. And you still appreciate.
Margaret, are those comments consistent with the State Department's approach toward Turkey? And what does it say about the president's view of the authoritarian leader?
They're not at all consistent. And in fact, the State Department just today issued a statement really harshly criticizing President Erdogan of Turkey for his actions, including contact he has had with Hamas, a group designated as a terrorist organization. And so, look, this is a very troubled relationship, also a very important relationship between the U.S. and Turkey. It's not an easy one to navigate. But what the president said there, I think, brings you back to his idea that everything is about personal relationships and the rest is just details. But for someone who was held behind bars for 2 years in President Erdogan's Turkey, Pastor Brunson, who is the individual that President Trump was speaking to, might have had a few different words for what life has been like for him as a Christian pastor under President Erdogan's increasingly conservative government in Turkey, and then behind bars for the 2 years he was there. So, this was an important thing for President Trump's administration to be able to say they brought him home, but it wasn't an easy argument. And it certainly wasn't as simple as President Trump asking just for the favor.
Well, lately, as you know, we have seen the president and the administration ratcheting up the rhetoric against China. More broadly, Margaret, what role do you see foreign policy playing in the November election?
Well, this is so incredibly important for a president because your most basic duty is the protection of the American people and their safety. So national security is a hugely important thing, even if people don't think of foreign policy as the first issue affecting their vote. For Joe Biden, it's been interesting because every single time he talks about why Barack Obama chose him to be vice president in the first place, he brings up his own personal foreign policy record. He sees that as part and parcel of who he is. He is trying to sell the American public that Joe Biden also has these personal relationships with foreign leaders, but that he's able to do both things, be friendly with and then hold authoritarian leaders to account. President Trump has really kind of spliced and diced that. He does the relationship building with the foreign leaders, and he leaves the tough confrontational things to his administration. You hear that again and again when he is asked why President Trump doesn't bring up issues with, say, Vladimir Putin of Russia. And they say, well, others in the administration do that. The tough conversations are kind of separated out. But what matters for a leader is to be able to send a consistent message from the top, to not create any space between the leader and the rest of the administration that's supposed to be implementing the policy. For a commander-in-chief, that is so key because any of those splits can be exploited. And so foreign policy and national security is hugely important, particularly if you consider the response in this pandemic, this health crisis, as a metric by which to judge the Trump presidency. That is what the Biden campaign is arguing would be different if they were to become the next administration. And we have certainly demonstrated to the rest of the world that we're not quite as impenetrable as we would like to present ourselves as the most powerful nation in the world.
Well, let's talk more about the pandemic. Republicans largely avoided discussion of it for much of the night, even as the president is touting the FDA's emergency order to use convalescent plasma to treat COVID-19 patients. What does the FDA say about that treatment, and what's been going on with the coronavirus task force?
Well, this was a really messy thing that happened over the weekend, to be very frank with you. The president sent that tweet publicly pressuring the FDA commissioner and accusing the FDA and their medical professionals of having political motivations in not greenlighting something. I've been told by people who are in contact with the administration that there was a bit of confusion here, that it was the difference between a conversation the president had regarding vaccines and one regarding the treatment itself. That convalescent plasma is where the president wanted to see a quick announcement of an emergency authorization. The FDA had been planning to do one, but that was moved up, and it was done even though some top scientists at the National Institutes of Health said they wanted to see more data, that it just wasn't overwhelming in its sort of conviction for them as to how effective it would be. On Sunday, we spoke with Dr. Scott Gottlieb, the former FDA commissioner, who really defended the agency and the professional medical staff there and said, look, this treatment is good. It will be incremental because it's already in use. The emergency authorization should have been coming, but this political entanglement, of course, gives a dangerous impression, is the bottom line, I think, to me, Elaine, that giving any impression to the public that political interference is influencing greenlighting of medical treatment could really cause a crisis in confidence. And we need that confidence to be built up and explanation to happen before a vaccine, for example, is rolled out.
Right. People are looking for clarity, absolute clarity moving forward. And, you know, it can get muddied in some of the back and forth. Let me ask you about the convention itself. The White House and Republicans say that they are offering an optimistic view of America. Based on what we've seen so far, what's your assessment of that?
Well, both parties are claiming to sort of compete on their vision for America. That's what these conventions are. They're kind of an infomercial or commercial for what the party is promising. For the Democrats, it was the striving for a more perfect union by highlighting the problems that exist now and saying or giving the impression that somehow they will go away if Joe Biden is in office or that he will have a plan over time to fix them. really focusing in on the mistakes made by the Trump administration during this pandemic. For the Trump campaign, they're trying to sell to the country, and they have effectively sold this to Republicans. If you look at the polling data our Anthony Salvanto has put together, that the judgment should be America up until January, America up until the pandemic, and judge there how President Trump performed versus what your life was like 4 years prior. And that's kind of a hard ask for people who are living through an ongoing pandemic. You hear the president constantly say things like it'll go away or a miracle will come. And the truth of the matter is that it's going to be a hard slog. And we know that from medical professionals. But for President Trump, one thing that continues to pull really well for him is this perception that he will do a better job in rebuilding the economy. So it will be interesting to hear even though we're in double-digit unemployment, but the idea, the perception that he would do a better job than Joe Biden, we'll have to see if Joe Biden starts messaging around that more to convince working-class Americans that he, too, has a plan. We didn't hear so much on that during the DNC last week. So in terms of optimism, I mean, I think all of us need a little bit these days. I don't know that either have sold the idea completely, but, you know, the light and dark is the kind of contradiction they're both trying to sell.
Yeah, well, one thing is for sure, we could all use more optimism in these times. Yes. Margaret Brennan, always great to have your reporting and analysis. Thank you so much, Margaret.
Great to be with you.
Coming up after the break, a baseless conspiracy theory is seeping into U.S. politics. We'll examine which candidates have successfully courted QAnon supporters and why some experts are now concerned ahead of November. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
A congressional candidate who supports the conspiracy theory QAnon says she was invited to watch President Trump accept his nomination in person. Marjorie Taylor Greene is the Republican candidate in Georgia's 16th congressional district. She says she'll be at the White House for Thursday's event. Greene has drawn recent scrutiny not only over her ties to QAnon, but also for past racist, Islamophobic, and anti-Semitic social media posts. Greene is not the only candidate running this fall who has supported QAnon before. Axios reports nearly a dozen GOP congressional nominees have ties to the conspiracy theory. For more, let's bring in CNET senior producer Dan Patterson. He's reported extensively on QAnon. Hello again, Dan. Give us some context here to begin with. with. We mentioned Marjorie Taylor Greene. Are Democrats also picking up on this theory?
Well, the origins of QAnon are almost inherently tied to President Trump and Republican politics. Let's look at the name itself. The Q in QAnon allegedly stands for Q-level clearance. That's what the Department of Energy used to designate as those who had access to nuclear weapons. And this individual allegedly was very close to President Trump. Some believers of QAnon believe that it was President Trump, left messages on the 4chan message board. So when we look at the history of what they call Q drops, these are messages from Q, this individual, that have spanned a number of years now. They are all lockstep with President Trump's policies, sometimes repeating some of his rhetoric or attempting to foreshadow some of his behavior. So while there may be Democrats, there may be those on the left of the aisle who are attracted to QAnon, the conspiracy itself has really originated from the Trump administration and is closely, almost inherently tied to President Trump, not just Republican politics, but Trump politics.
Well, are there some common themes between the QAnon supporting candidates and their platforms?
Yeah, there are. So it would be a mistake to say that QAnon has policy objectives like a similar grassroots effort, the Tea Party movement, although there are some parallels. The Tea Party movement started as a very small and niche movement, and it expanded rapidly. QAnon, however, doesn't really have policy objectives. However, they do have a number of beliefs. One of their beliefs is, they're in support of the wall. A number of their followers are Christian or call themselves born-again Christians and have come to President Trump through the endorsement of other born-again Christians. So we see that there are some thematic elements that are similar between the rhetoric that President Trump uses and the rhetoric that QAnon followers use, but the group is also metastasizing and evolving so rapidly that it would be really hard to pin them down and say these 2 or 3 or 4 items are precisely what the group stands for.
Well, as we mentioned yesterday, neither the president nor his chief of staff would disavow QAnon when directly asked to. Both men pleaded ignorance about the organization. Now that he is inviting Greene to the White House, how do you think a public embrace of Greene by President Trump could help spread QAnon further?
It's seen absolutely as an endorsement. Look, when we take a look at the actual language that QAnon uses and has been using leading up to and during the Republican convention, they do see this as an endorsement. This is the president dog whistling or telling the organization that, hey, look, I back you and I support you, or at least I back and support people who are like you. And like any good dog whistle, he doesn't have to come out and say this, which gives him some sort of deniability. But look, Q followers routinely ask us, journalists who cover them, to, air quotes, ask the question, meaning ask President Trump whether he believes in QAnon or not, knowing that he will disavow them, but also stand behind candidates and individuals who support the conspiracy. So it's kind of an amorphous group of people who follow the president and kind of change as he changes.
Well, there are some Republicans who have disavowed Marjorie Taylor Greene and QAnon. Congressman Adam Kinzinger spoke to our Nancy Cordes about why he is doing that. Let's listen.
I have the people on Twitter now telling me I created ISIS with John McCain.
Do you think that's why more Republicans don't speak out, because they're worried about the attacks they will get online?
You know, I can't speak for everyone, but I certainly think there are some that are concerned about that.
What are some potential consequences if political leaders don't forcefully speak out against QAnon?
Look, not disavowing QAnon means that you allow the organization to grow or that you do tacitly condone what they are doing. And look, QAnon is violent and they do attack individuals both. I mean, they've been linked to violent attacks. A number of incidents, including Christchurch, El Paso, one QAnon follower threatened to blow up the Hoover Dam. So QAnon is linked to violence. So there could be fear of threats of violence or acts of violence, but not disavowing them and the consequences of not disavowing them right now in this particular Republican Party is almost, or appears to be almost, equivalent to an endorsement of the organization.
All right, Dan Patterson for us. Dan, thank you very much.
Great to see you, Elaine.
Coming up after the break, we are just moments away from the second night of the Republican National Convention. We'll have what you can expect from speakers and how it could impact the rest of the election. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
We are just moments away from night 2 of the Republican National Convention. First Lady Melania Trump and Secretary of State Mike Pompeo are headlining tonight's event. 2 of the president's children, Eric and Tiffany Trump, will also speak following brother Don Jr.'s speech last night. Pompeo is breaking with tradition by addressing the RNC as Secretary of State. A House panel announced today it is investigating whether his appearance could even be considered illegal. For more on tonight, let's bring in CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns. Hi there, Caitlin. So what do we expect to hear during Pompeo's speech?
Well, you mentioned this is a break from norms of all sorts and is being investigated for the speech itself. While in Jerusalem, he is likely to try and tout what the administration sees as foreign policy accomplishments. But it's really interesting to me looking at someone like Pompeo agreeing and choosing to speak and risk these investigations, really, to be able to do this. And there's a lot of talk about what Pompeo wants in the future of the Republican Party and what the future of the Republican Party looks like. And so if you take people like Pompeo and Nikki Haley last night and Tim Scott last night, I think it's really interesting that they all chose and agreed to speak at this convention, knowing that it was a convention closely tied to Donald Trump. Forgive me, my doorbell is ringing. I'm in my apartment. So I think it speaks to kind of how these figures think that the party is going and that it is going to be tied to Trump. So they kind of need the president's base of support and show an alliance with Trump, even as they're preparing for their own futures in a post-Trump Republican Party.
Right. Well, the Trump administration insists that he is speaking as a private citizen. Why are there questions about whether government resources are being used to fund his remarks?
Well, he's on a publicly taxpayer-funded diplomatic trip. And so as much as they would like to say that he's speaking as a private citizen, he's not. He's on a foreign trip. He has a press corps with him as well. This is a taxpayer-funded trip. So it's very difficult for them to make that case that this is a personal trip for him, because it's not.
Well, the president's family will take center stage tonight. How will they help reframe voters' views on the president?
I think we're going to hear them try to speak to the president's personal character. That is something that I think could have been effective in 2016 when we saw many of the family members speak at the convention. But the American public has now seen 4 years of this presidency and has had multiple ways to view the character of this president. But I think you're going to hear his family talk about that a lot. We're going to hear from his daughter, and we're also going to hear from First Lady Melania Trump, who has not had a very public, visible role in this administration. She's really kind of operated behind the scenes, has not taken to the limelight, has not really seized kind of the platform of First Lady, save for her Be Best campaign that has also raised questions about her husband's own behavior. But she will be speaking in the Rose Garden tonight with a small audience, we're told. There are also questions about the ways in which the administration is using the White House as the backdrop for this political event. So there will be questions raised about that. And there are also, of course, the speech is also reminding a lot of folks about her speech in 2016, where she was accused of plagiarizing from Michelle Obama's speech. So that could hover over all of this. But I think it's important to note that we just really haven't seen and heard much from Melania over the past 4 years, Melania Trump. And I think Republican Party voters are really eager and interested to learn what she has to say.
Yeah. Well, despite the promise of a more optimistic tone to this convention, Republicans last night painted a grim picture of the future under a Biden presidency. Do we expect a similar theme tonight?
I think we can expect a similar theme throughout the next few nights of this convention. I think the message that Republicans want to send, and what the president wants to send, is that things were okay and doing well before the pandemic hit. And they have not addressed the pandemic itself. We heard very little details about how they would kind of get the country through the pandemic and what this would look like beyond, what the recovery would be like. It was kind of just a look back to several months ago before all of this happened. And that's because we see that the president is not receiving good grades on his handling of the pandemic, not only from Democrats, but also from some independent voters as well. And they are also wanting to focus on the economy, because that's one area where the president is actually getting good grades. But it's interesting that even though he's getting good grades on the economy, people's feelings about the pandemic are kind of overriding all of that and helping to fuel Joe Biden's support.
At the same time, Caitlin, it's interesting, in our latest CBS News polling, what is it that Republican voters said was most important to them in looking at the issues and why they feel President Trump needs to be reelected?
That was a fascinating number from our poll, and this just came out today, that about 75% of Republicans want the Trump presidency, if reelected, to focus against stopping Democratic policies. So that's more than proactive policies on healthcare, on taxes, and other items. So that kind of shows or gives some context for some of the messaging that we're hearing from Republicans during this week, really trying to paint the Democrats with a broad brush and create or say what they envision as what would happen under Democrats' control.
Right, some important context there as we prepare to watch night 2 of the convention. Caitlin Huey-Burns for us. Caitlin, as always, we appreciate it. Thank you. And let's go ahead and listen in now to the Republican National Committee's mostly virtual convention.
Hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, But among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Without life, there can be no liberty. Without liberty, there is no happiness. Without equality, there is no opportunity. America has strived since its founding to promote equality under the law, to correct injustices, and to ensure opportunity for all. It is a work in progress, not always perfect. Some look at American opportunity and see only problems. They want equal outcome, not equal opportunities. They criticize without solutions, demand wealth without work. Their ways are historical failures evidenced by tyranny and poverty, a prevailing darkness in every country it has been tried. The American dream, inspired by American opportunity, is the engine of entrepreneurship.
Oh, it's beautiful, Mike.
The inspiration to the greatest inventions, the highest achievements, and establishing a quality of life second to none, providing jobs, creating futures, fulfilling dreams. In America, opportunity preserves individual freedom. It leads to exceptionalism. It's a bright, shining light, an example for all to see. Tonight, we explore together America, land of opportunity.
From Washington, D.C., welcome to the 2020 Republican National Convention. Tonight, celebrating America as the land of opportunity.
I'm going to invite you to join your faith with mine, and let's pray in agreement. Lord, we come before you to ask for your spirit of peace to come over hurting communities in Wisconsin tonight. We pray for healing and comfort to Jacob Blake and his family. We pray for your protection over those who put their lives in harm's way to bring safety and security to our streets. We pray that the truth and justice will be at the heart of all decisions that are made by our leaders, and that we as a people will seek reconciliation with you as we do the same with each other. Thank you, Lord, for your goodness over our lives, for your blessing over our nation, for your guiding hand over every person that calls the United States of America their home. Lord, we thank you for all that have gone before us and have sowed seeds of sacrifice for our freedom, for our prosperity, and for our peace. Those that gave their lives so that we could live and achieve the American dream. Your word declares in 2 Corinthians, where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. This country was founded by the people for their God. Liberty, freedom, equality, it's what we want in our country. Lord, we invite you into our homes, into our lives. Give us revelation that will overthrow any enemies that stand against us so that we will be victorious in this next season. We need you. Let your kingdom come. Let your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. We surrender to your plans and purpose for our lives. We ask, bring heaven down to earth over every person here and all those watching today. As we move into this next chapter in our journey to greatness, we ask for your presence to be with us. Lead us, Lord. Give us strategies from heaven. I decree the words of Isaiah 11:2 over our president, vice president, and all government authorities from every state in our nation. May the Spirit of the Lord rest on him, the spirit of wisdom and understanding. the spirit of counsel and might, the spirit of knowledge and the fear of the Lord. I release a blessing over every person and every home. Lord, release health, healing, peace, strength, and courage. Let us stand together in unity as we embrace another chapter on our journey to greatness. I decree and declare, America, the best is yet to come. And I ask all this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yat-e. I'm Myron Lizer, the Vice President of the Navajo Nation. I give this address from the majestic rock spires of Shiprock, Sebet-ai, or Rock with Wings as known by our Dene people. It is here as well that many of our ancestral leaders sought to govern and lead a nation within a nation. They sought to lead their people into the promises of a better way of life for their children's children. It is also where they have not been as successful as the rest of America. Our First Nations people, the host people of the land, we are still here. Our Creator placed us here and knew for such a time as this, we would have an opportunity for an appeal to heaven. You see, our people have never been invited into the American dream. We, for years, fought congressional battles with past congressmen and senators that were part of a broken system that ignored us. That is, until President Trump took office. President Trump delivered the largest financial funding package ever to Indian country. The $8 billion in CARES Act funding to Indian country was a great start in alleviating the devastating effects that the COVID-19 pandemic has inflicted on our Indian tribes. The Navajo Nation once led the nation in per capita positive cases because of the health disparities that previous administrations failed to improve. Whenever we meet with President Trump, he has always made it a priority to repair the relationship with our federal family. Recently, President Trump signed the first ever presidential proclamation officially recognizing missing and murdered American Indians and Alaska Natives. He established a task force called Operation Lady Justice to address the problem. The president also provided $273 million to improve public safety and support victims of crime in the Native American community. As a result, a cold case office was recently opened on the Gila River Indian community. The president has reactivated the White House Council on Native American Affairs to promote economic development and rural prosperity in Indian country. President Trump also strengthened the Supreme Court by nominating strong conservative judges like Neil Gorsuch, who supports Native American rights. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. I'm excited to endorse President Trump's re-election. And Mr. President, we look forward to hosting you very soon. Come visit our land we call Dinétah. Akia, thank you very much.
I had always had this unshakable sense that I know that life has to be more than what it was I've been living. I caught my very first felony conviction at 16 years old, and that type of behavior had led me into more and more arrests, getting in trouble until the age of 37 years old. I was arrested for a string of bank robberies. And based off of my criminal history, there is a potential that a federal judge can sentence me up to 23 years in a maximum security United States federal penitentiary. And in that moment, I played a let's make a deal with God. And I asked God to climb into the robe of that judge. Whether it's 10 years or 50 years, I'm going to invest the rest of my life serving you. And I stood before that federal judge. Judge Mahan took his glasses off, leaned back and said, I don't know why I'm going to do this. But he said, I'm not going to give you what you deserve. Then he gave me a lesser sentence. And as I laid on that stainless steel cell, shackled by my hands and my feet, I heard God utter into my spirit, my son, I honored what you asked me to do. He said, never forget the promise that you made to me. And ever since that day, I got up off that floor and my life went in a 180-degree turn in the other direction.
When John got that sentence, I just shook my head. I said, wow, John, you are destined for bigger things than prison. My name is Richard Beasley. I was an FBI special agent for about 25 and a half years.
It was something about his demeanor when he walked into that room. I had this feeling like everything's gonna be okay.
Then when he got out, he gave me a call and says, hey, Rich, let's have lunch. So I met him at the McDonald's, and he's got a Bible with him. I've seen that before where guys have used a Bible as a prop. It took me about 30 seconds to understand that this was not a prop with John. He was a changed guy from the man that I arrested, several years before.
When I saw the way that he treated me fairly, I saw the man behind the suit. I started thinking, man, if that worked for me with this law enforcement officer, how can I multiply that and get more law enforcement officers involved so that we can impact this on a larger scale?
President Trump, he had made a bunch of promises. Let me just be transparent. When he first started talking about the things he was going to do, I'm sitting there going, wait a minute here. I mean, is he serious? Because everything that he was saying that he wanted to do was the stuff that needs to be done. And before he walked out that meeting that day, I promised I'll make it out there to, come speak at one of your graduations. I heard that they were phenomenal. When he stood there in that graduation and he went out of his way to shake the hand of every one of those 29 graduates, set them on a whole nother vista of life because they had the office of the President of the United States. The promises that he made was promises that he kept.
2 years ago, I was honored to tell John Ponder's story of transformation in the Rose Garden on the National Day of Prayer. Today, I'm thrilled to welcome him back to the White House. John's life is a beautiful testament to the power of redemption. John grew up without his father. As he tells it, my mother was strong, but she wasn't able to keep us out of the gangs and off of the streets, and they were violent streets. At the age of 38, he was arrested for bank robbery. While John was in prison, he began reading the Bible and listening to Christian radio. One day he heard Reverend Billy Graham on the radio proclaim, Jesus wants to be Lord of your life. On that day, John dedicated his life to Christ. He spent the rest of his time in prison studying the Bible. When he was released, he heard a knock at his door. It was the officer who put him in jail, FBI Special Agent Richard Beasley, who said, I want you to know that I've been praying for you. Now, Richard and John are best friends, and we are grateful that Richard is here with us today. In the last 10 years since John was released, he has created one of the most successful reentry programs, Hope for Prisoners in Las Vegas. I was glad to speak there earlier this year. As John says, Hope for Prisoners is a movement that began as a dream in a tiny prison cell and is now making a difference in the lives of thousands, truly bringing hope that there is an opportunity and a community that is waiting and willing to offer them a second chance. John, we honor your devotion to showing returning citizens that they are not forgotten. We believe that each person is made by God for a purpose. I will continue to give all Americans, including former inmates, the best chance to build a new life and achieve their own American dream, and a great American dream it is. Now I'd like to ask John and Richard to say a few words.
I can't tell you how grateful I am to have the opportunity to speak here today. Not so long ago, my life was running from the police, fearing the police, and avoiding the police. Not because of anything that the police had done to me personally, but due to the animosity I had allowed to grow inside of me, making me believe that they were my enemy. But today, praise God, I am filled with hope. A proud American citizen who has been given a second chance. My transformation began in a prison cell where I found myself a 3-time convicted felon facing yet another sentence. I gave my life to Jesus and made him a promise that I would spend the rest of my days helping others like me. My first help and support came from the unlikeliest of places, the FBI agent who arrested me, Richard Beasley. He is now a dear friend and has been a source of encouragement to me throughout my entire journey. I am grateful for the men and women of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department who volunteer their time to people who are returning to our local community after incarceration. These are the real-life heroes who put their lives on the line every day, armed with the promise that they made to protect and to serve, have made a tremendous impact in the lives of men and women reintegrating back into our society. My hope for America is that formerly incarcerated people will be afforded the opportunity to take advantage of the fact that we live in a nation of second chances. My hope for America is that law enforcement and people in the communities across our country can come together and realize that as Americans, we have more in common than we have differences. My hope for our great nation is to continue on this path we are on of being the most prosperous country in the world.
I'm so proud of John with his life's turnaround and for all the lives that he's helped to change. It may be hard to believe that as a retired FBI agent, one of my best friends is a person I arrested for bank robbery. When I met John 15 years ago, he was angry, scared, frustrated, and anxious about his future. On the drive to prison, I stopped at a convenience store and bought John a coffee and a donut. After he was sentenced, John sent me a necktie and a note thanking me for treating him like a gentleman. 5 years later, when he got out of prison, John called me and wanted to meet for lunch. He was a different man. He talked about starting a reentry program for men and women coming out of prison. Over time, John earned the trust and respect of the law enforcement community, many of whom volunteer in John's Hope for Prisoners program. I'm grateful for President Trump's commitment to criminal justice reform. On February 20th of this year, he was the guest speaker at the Hope for Prisoners graduation. He stayed much longer than scheduled to hand out diplomas to the 29 men and women who graduated that day. What a sight. The most important man in the free world shaking hands and pledging his administration's support to ex-offenders. Their families were there, the community was there. What a great second chance. I also appreciate President Trump's support for law enforcement. I always felt like I had strong support as an FBI agent, but there's nothing worse than knowing you're being second-guessed when you're doing your job. In certain parts of our country right now, law enforcement doesn't feel like they have the support from their local leaders. They're being painted with a broad brush, unfairly, with calls for defunding. But as President Trump knows, the overwhelming percentage of law enforcement officers are good, smart people who are doing their jobs very well. And they can change the world working with people like John. Thank you.
So now I'd like to invite John's wife, Jamie, to join us as I grant John, I'm not sure you know this, a full pardon. So I don't know if you know that, Jamie. Come on over here. It's just an honor. And you have done incredible work.
Thank you, sir.
And all of Las Vegas and all of Nevada and all of every place in this country is very proud of you, the job you've done, bringing people back. And you're right, I was supposed to be there for 5 minutes. I stayed for an hour and a half because it was so interesting to me. Congratulations to both.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Richard, thank you very much for the job you do.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I think I'll give it to Jamie. What do you think?
Good evening. I'm Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky. Donald Trump and I met many years ago, before he was running for anything. When I first met him, I recall being struck by how down-to-earth he was. He seemed like just a normal guy. Okay, a normal guy with his own plane and helicopter, but who's counting? I was planning a medical mission trip to Guatemala to perform charity eye surgeries, and we needed money to fund the trip. Donald Trump offered to help and immediately came through for us. Not only did he support my medical mission to Guatemala, but he also contributed to another mission trip to Haiti a year later. We performed hundreds of cataract surgeries in both countries. Nothing is more amazing than removing the bandages from a person's eyes and watching them as they see their loved ones again. Donald Trump helped me make that happen. A few years later, we were opponents, both running for president, and we all know how that turned out. But I'm proud of the job Donald Trump has done as president. I don't always agree with him, but our occasional policy differences are far outweighed by our significant agreements. But more important than simple agreement is accomplishment. President Trump gets things done. When some in Congress wanted a so-called revenue-neutral tax plan, Donald Trump and I worked together to make sure that it was a true tax cut. I brought President Trump an idea for better, less expensive health insurance called Association Health Plans. Donald Trump overturned years of red tape and bureaucrats, and he made it happen. While others talked about criminal justice reform, President Trump actually signed the First Step Act, the first real reform in a generation, and one that sought to undo the harm that others, like Joe Biden, have done. For those of us who lament the Biden crime bill that locked up a generation of young black men, remember that Biden bragged about a bill that still wreaks havoc among people of color. I'm supporting President Trump because he believes, as I do, that a strong America cannot fight endless wars. We must not continue to leave our blood and treasure in Middle East quagmires. I flew with him to Dover Air Force Base to honor 2 soldiers whose remains were coming home from Afghanistan. I'll never forget that evening. I can tell you the president not only felt the pain of these families, but that the president is committed to ending this war. President Trump is the first president in a generation to seek to end war rather than start one. He intends to end the war in Afghanistan. He is bringing our men and women home. Madison once wrote, "No nation can preserve its freedom in the midst of continuous warfare." I'm proud to finally see a president who agrees with that. Compare President Trump with the disastrous record of Joe Biden, who has consistently called for more war. Joe Biden voted for the Iraq War, which President Trump has long called the worst geopolitical mistake of our generation. I fear Biden will choose war again. He supported the war in Serbia, Syria, Libya. Joe Biden will continue to spill our blood and treasure. President Trump will bring our heroes home. If you hate war like I hate war, if you want us to quit sending $50 billion every year to Afghanistan to build their roads and bridges instead of building them here at home, you need to support President Trump for another term. So to our soldiers and their families, join me in supporting President Trump. To those of you who want lower taxes and better, less expensive health care, join me in supporting President Trump. To those of you who want to stand up and fight the socialists poisoning our schools and burning our cities, join me in supporting President Trump. Let's rebuild America together.
What I would call your everyday man, the forgotten man or woman, the people that wake up every morning, go to work, do their job, come home to their kids and families, and are faithful and consistent, the people that have built America.
There are people in our country that have been forgotten, that are hard workers. We do not hold signs. We are not on street corners. We are waking up at the crack of dawn, working and earning our living.
But every single day, men and women from across this country are affecting people in positive ways.
Real people that work hard every day, and they just want to earn a good living and enjoy life.
And he really knows them, understands them. It's clear he has been on the job site, interacting with people from all backgrounds.
I've never had someone care so much about making sure people have job security.
The president's job is to protect us, keep us safe, and help make our life better and the opportunity to pursue the American dream. That's what Donald Trump is doing.
As a cattle rancher and a farmer, I do feel that we are not forgotten with this administration. We have hope for preserving our industry.
My hope is that we lift the regulations that have stripped away the working class Americans' ability to do what they innately know how to do best.
I feel like Trump is definitely pushing more for the steel mills, the fishermen, just us making our own products and bringing everything in. He's pushing so hard, and I see it truly coming alive.
I do feel that President Trump has the interests of all those Americans tied together. I really do.
Good evening. My name is Jason Joyce, and I'm an 8th-generation lobster fisherman from Swans Island, Maine. I make my living from lobster fishing, oyster farming, and providing eco-tours in the beautiful waters near Acadia National Park, where I have over 200 years of family history. I have to confess, I didn't support Trump in 2016. Skeptical that he shared my conservative views, I expected him to flip-flop on his campaign promises. But he has followed through on his promises, including last week when he brokered a deal to end European Union tariffs of 8% on Maine live lobsters and up to 20% on Maine lobster products, which is great news for Maine's lobstermen and women. I live on an island with 370 residents, and lobstering is how we provide for our families. Maine's lobstermen are true environmentalists. We practice conservation every day. If we didn't, we'd be putting ourselves out of business. 4 years ago, the Obama-Biden administration used the Antiquities Act to order thousands of square miles of ocean off limits to commercial fishermen. They did it to cater to environmental activists. Although Maine's lobstermen don't fish there, Obama's executive order offended us greatly. It circumvented the Fisheries Council's input. President Trump reversed that decision, reinstating the rules that allow stakeholder input, and he supports a process that seeks and respects fishermen's views. As long as Trump is president, fishing families like mine will have a voice. But if Biden wins, he'll be controlled by the environmental extremists who want to circumvent long-standing rules and impose radical changes that hurt our coastal communities. I strongly support President Trump's re-election. When he sees something isn't right, he's fearless in fixing it. He listens to working people. He nominates judges who respect the Constitution and the right to life. He keeps his word, like eliminating the European tariffs and moving the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. I hope you will join me this time in voting for President Trump. Stand up for your country. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chris Peterson. My husband Gary, our family, and I milk 1,000 cows on a dairy farm in Grantsburg, Wisconsin, a small middle American town. Truth be told, until I married my cute farmer from Grantsburg a long time ago, I was a city slicker from Minneapolis, which is about 70 miles south of us. Donald Trump became president in the middle of the Great Depression for dairy farmers in Wisconsin. In 2016, prices were horrible, and longtime generational farms across the nation were going out of business. In 2017, our 120-year-old barn, which served as our milking center, caught fire and burned to the ground. Our cows were spared, but because they needed to be milked 3 times a day, farmers, friends, and complete strangers from all over northern Wisconsin helped haul them to other farms where they stayed until we could rebuild. By the end of 2018, we had a new state-of-the-art robotic milking facility that allows our cows to milk themselves 3 times a day. At about the same time, President Trump's economic boom began helping dairy farmers across the nation. As a businessman, President Trump understands that farming is a complicated, capital-intensive, and risky business. More than any president in my lifetime, he has acknowledged the importance of farmers and agriculture. That support and focus on negotiating new trade deals gave us the confidence to rebuild our barn and dairy operation. Business was booming again, and business boomed right until the COVID-19 shutdown in March. Many people probably don't realize that our country is one of the few in the world that produces nearly all of its own food. Fewer still understand how close our food production and distribution system came to collapsing this past spring. But President Trump understood and again took steps to provide the supports we needed. President Trump took the necessary action knowing that agriculture is our backbone and strength, critical to our national security. Our entire economy and dairy farming are once again roaring back. One person deserves the credit and our vote, President Donald J. Trump.
What was happening prior to President Trump, you had businesses that were overregulated, not a friendly environment at all to start a company.
My family stopped ranching about 7 years ago. The regulations became so overbearing that the ranch was slowly sold off.
I lost businesses because of these regulations.
The factories in our towns closed. The businesses in our towns have shut. It got to the point finally that middle America needed help. President Trump came in and was able to shed light on an area that had been so long left behind. Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was huge, especially for a community like ours that has a lot of small businesses, manufacturing, deregulation, fair trade, real life policy changes that affected real Americans.
An amazing opportunity to get ahead, to have our businesses, to have our children educated, of school choice.
That is something that's huge for parents right now, especially Black moms whose kids are trapped in failing school districts.
Before COVID hit, Black unemployment rate was at the lowest ever.
I've seen the numbers of employees go up, and they're earning a lot more for their family than what they had previously.
What this administration has done, simplifying the government, it's really cut the handcuffs off of America again and allowed us to grow and move forward in a way that I have never seen in my lifetime.
When you pull regulation and allow small companies to go out there and be able to play in the game, that is the American dream.
People feel that they can support and have a family, and it can build and make us stronger as Americans.
What could be taken away if he doesn't win again?
Joe Biden said the first thing he's going to do is increase taxes on everyone.
Over-regulating and making it where a small business can't grow, that's taking away the American dream.
I think with the upcoming election, people just need to think about what is better for them and their family.
The president's job is to be the CEO of our country, and he's doing his job.
He has improved jobs, he's improved health, he's improved wages, he's cut taxes. I could go on for an hour and a half.
The plan was working. Everybody had a job, making money, spending money, boom, bada bang, boop, we good.
My kids are going to look up to me and say, you are the best mom for working, raising us. It's just tremendous what I could do, I guess.
This is somebody who loves his country. He's truly fighting for the American people.
Hello, folks. You know me from TV and radio. I'm Larry Kudlow. Years ago, I worked for Ronald Reagan. More recently, I helped the team craft Donald Trump's economic plan during the campaign. It was a roaring success. Inheriting a stagnant economy on the front end of recession, the program of tax cuts, historic rollback of onerous regulations that crippled small business, unleashing energy to become the world's #1 producer, and free, fair, and reciprocal trade deals to bolster manufacturing, agriculture, technology, and other sectors. The economy was rebuilt in 3 years. Unemployment fell to the lowest rate of 3.5%. Blue collars, African Americans, Hispanics, women, all groups benefited enormously. Everyone was better off. A rising tide lifted all boats. Then came a once-in-100-year pandemic. It was awful. Health and economic impacts were tragic. Hardship and heartbreak were everywhere. But presidential leadership came swiftly and effectively with an extraordinary rescue for health and safety to successfully fight the COVID virus. The great bipartisan rescue also saved the economy. Right now, our economic health is coming back. With emergency spending and tax cuts, Americans are going back to work. There's a housing boom, there's an auto boom, a manufacturing boom, a consumer spending boom. Stocks are in record territory. A V-shaped recovery is pointing to better than 20% growth in the second half of this year. Now, looking ahead, more tax cuts and regulatory rollback will be in store. Payroll tax cuts for higher wages, income tax cuts for the middle class, capital gains tax cuts for investment, productivity, and jobs. Much more regulatory relief for small businesses. In economic terms, folks, this is no time for a $4 trillion tax hike. Coming out of the deep pandemic, who in their right mind would pick the pockets of taxpayers and drain money from their wallets and purses? Look, our economic choice is very clear. Do you want economic health, prosperity, opportunity, and optimism? Or do you want to turn back to the dark days of stagnation, recession, and pessimism? I believe there can't be better economic policies than we've had in recent years. So I say, stay with them. Thank you.
I'm John Peterson, owner of a second-generation metal fabrication business called Schutte Metals. We've been stamping our products and services made in the USA since 1957. My brother and I purchased the business from my uncles almost 38 years ago. What was a 12-person shop has now grown into a company employing 165 people today. Like most companies that are successful over the long run, we had to reinvent ourselves as the market changed. 6 years ago, we invested heavily in our business, just as a great recession appeared. Barack Obama and Joe Biden, two career politicians who knew nothing about business, couldn't get the government out of our way, and it put our business in a tailspin. Sadly, we were forced to make decisions which included cutting staff, a torturous experience when our employees are like family. The Obama-Biden era banking regulations left us no choice. It tied our lenders' hands, and it deprived us of the lifeblood of our business, capital. We scratched and we clawed for 2 years, and then everything changed. Donald Trump was elected president, and he knew what it was like to build a company and create jobs. One of the first things he did was to cut red tape and put an end to draconian-type banking regulations. He also cut taxes on small businesses, allowing us to be more competitive both domestically and internationally. In fact, we increased revenues by 25% for 2 years in a row. By getting rid of the job-killing NAFTA and negotiating the U.S.-Mexican-Canada trade agreement, President Trump ensured a more competitive playing field for American companies. Even with all the challenges presented by the coronavirus, President Trump is rebuilding, and our economy is roaring back again. But when I hear that Joe Biden is ready to raise taxes, crush us with regulations, and weaken our international trade position, I shudder. We simply cannot endure a Biden-induced recession. Some will struggle, some will not survive, and working men and women of America will get crushed yet again. This is not time to hand our government over to a washed-up career politician who will be nothing but a puppet of the radical left Democrats. As a lifelong resident of Wisconsin, I'm a fan of the Badger football team. Many may not realize that the Wisconsin Badgers and the president share 3 common qualities. They are smart, they're tough, and they're dependable. And as a businessman, I can tell you that those qualities we need in our country's leader, and that's why we need to re-elect Donald J. Trump. Thank you, and God bless America.
good evening. I'm Sissy Graham Lynch, and I'm honored to speak to you tonight about something that is so important to all of us, our faith. As Americans, we know the first line of the First Amendment protects our freedom of religion. But what we often forget, the actual words are free exercise of religion. That means living out our faith in our daily lives, in our schools, in our jobs, and yes, even in the public square. Our founders did not envision a quiet, hidden faith. They fought to ensure that the voices of faith were always welcomed, not silenced, not bullied. But during the Obama-Biden administration, these freedoms were under attack. Democrats tried to make faith organizations pay for abortion-inducing drugs. Democrats tried to force adoption agencies to violate their deeply held beliefs. Democrats pressured schools to allow boys to compete in girls' sports and use girls' locker rooms. Those are the facts. But then, we, the people, elected Donald Trump. People of faith suddenly had a fierce advocate in the White House. He appointed judges who respect the First Amendment. He supported religious beliefs in court. He ensured religious ministries would not be forced to violate their beliefs. He withdrew the policies that placed our little girls at risk. And on the world stage, President Trump became the first president to talk about the importance of religious freedom at the United Nations, giving hope to people of faith around the world. In America, we have not yet experienced physical persecution, even though the left has tried to silence us. Even during the pandemic, we saw how quickly life can change. Some Democratic leaders tried to ban church services, while marijuana shops and abortion clinics were declared essential. But you know what truly is essential? Our right to worship freely and live our faith in every aspect of life. The Biden-Harris vision for America leaves no room for people of faith. Whether you're a baker, a florist, or a football coach, they will force the choice between being obedient to God or to Caesar, because the radical left's God is government power. So in the words of my grandfather, Billy Graham, let us stand for political freedom, moral freedom, religious freedom, and the rights of all Americans, and let's never give in to those who would attempt to take it from us. Tonight, I'm proudly standing in that public square, and I hope and pray you will join me in voting to re-elect President Trump.
I am Bob Vlaselovich, Mayor of Eveleth, a small town in the Iron Range of Minnesota. My father and grandfather earned their livings mining the raw materials that made the steel that built America. This election is a make or break for workers who are carrying on the legacy of men like them. Since the Iron Range economy is vulnerable to economic trends and to foreign trade, we have always needed a strong voice in Washington. We looked to Democrats to fill that void for many years because we actually thought they cared about our welfare. Not anymore. The radical environmental movement has dragged the Democratic Party so far to the left they can no longer claim to be advocates of the working man. This is hard for me to say because I am a lifelong Democrat. But for far too long, members of both parties allowed our country to be ripped off by our trading partners, especially China, who dumped steel into our markets and slapped tariffs on our products. And what did so-called leaders like Joe Biden do? Nothing. The human cost has been devastating. We lost thousands of jobs. We lost a generation of young people who had to leave the Iron Range to find a livelihood. And worst of all, we lost hope. Then something unexpected happened. A straight-talking New Yorker burst onto the scene, promising to stand up to China and the rest of the world on behalf of the American worker. 4 years later, the Iron Range is roaring back to life, and we have one man to thank, President Donald Trump. He made good on his promises by cutting our taxes, rolling back senseless regulations, and delivering trade deals that put America's interests first. But the fight is not over. Joe Biden has allowed radicals like AOC to craft his environmental policies. Their so-called Green New Deal is a job-killing disgrace dreamt up by people who don't live in the real world. But Biden is too weak, too scared, and too sleepy to stand up to the radical left. He has been doing nothing in Washington for 47 years. Why would year 48 be any different? President Trump won't back down to anybody. He delivered the best economy in our history, and he will do it again for all of us. The Iron Range's economic future and survival is at stake, and so is America's. We know we can count on President Trump to fight for us and win. Let's make sure he wins on November 3rd. God bless America.
My name is Abby Johnson, and I spent 8 years working for Planned Parenthood, but today I'm a pro-life activist. When I was in college, Planned Parenthood approached me at a volunteer fair. They talked about helping women in crisis and their commitment to keep abortion safe, legal, and rare. I was convinced to volunteer and later offered a full-time job as a medical assistant before my promotion to director of the clinic. I truly believed I was helping women, but things drastically changed in 2009. In April, I was awarded Planned Parenthood's Employee of the Year Award and invited to their annual gala where they present the Margaret Sanger Award, named for their founder. Now, Margaret Sanger was a racist who believed in eugenics. Her goal when founding Planned Parenthood was to eradicate the minority population. Today, almost 80% of Planned Parenthood abortion facilities are strategically located in minority neighborhoods. And every year, Planned Parenthood celebrates its racist roots by presenting the Margaret Sanger Award. Later in August, my supervisor assigned me a new quota to meet, an abortion quota. I was expected to sell double the abortions performed the previous year. When I pushed back, underscoring Planned Parenthood's public-facing goal of decreasing abortions, I was reprimanded and told, "Abortion is how we make our money." But the tipping point came a month later when a physician asked me to assist with an ultrasound-guided abortion. Nothing prepared me for what I saw on the screen. An unborn baby fighting back, desperate to move away from the suction. And I'll never forget what the doctor said next. "Beam me up, Scotty." The last thing I saw was a spine twirling around in the mother's womb before succumbing to the force of the suction. On October 6th, I left the clinic, looking back only to remember why I now advocate so passionately for life. I founded and currently run And Then There Were None, a nonprofit organization that's helped nearly 600 abortion workers transition out of the industry. For most people who consider themselves pro-life, abortion is abstract. They can't even conceive of the barbarity. They don't know about the products of conception room and abortion clinics where infant corpses are pieced back together to ensure nothing remains in the mother's wombs, or that we joked and called it the pieces of children room. You see, for me, abortion is real. I know what it sounds like. I know what abortion smells like. Did you know abortion even had a smell? I've been the perpetrator to these babies, to these women, and I now support President Trump because he has done more for the unborn than any other president. During his first month in office, he banned federal funds for global health groups that promote abortion. That same year, he overturned an Obama-Biden rule that allowed government subsidy of abortion. He appointed a record number of pro-life judges, including 2 Supreme Court justices, and importantly, he announced a new rule protecting the rights of healthcare workers objecting to abortion, many of whom I work with every day. Life is a core tenet of who we are as Americans, And this election is a choice between two radical anti-life activists and the most pro-life president we have ever had. That's something that should compel you to action. Go door to door, make calls, talk to your neighbors and friends, and vote on November 3rd. Take action that reelects our president, and do it with our very most vulnerable Americans in mind, the ones who haven't been born yet.
It began as a class trip to join thousands for the annual March for Life. These Catholic young men traveled from Kentucky to stand up for what they believed in. But what happened was something very different.
Crackers with Make America Great hat on. You little dirty crackers, your day coming. Young Klansmen. Look at our Make America Great Again hat.
Social media, the news, and even celebrities launched a campaign of persecution that was completely false against a boy in a Make America Great Again hat.
The MAGA hat carries a certain connotation that provokes a conditioned reaction.
I blame that kid. What a little crap.
Everyone that sees that smug look wants to punch that kid.
Nicholas Sandmann received death threats, and his school was forced to close. Tonight, Nicholas tells his story.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nick Sandmann, and I'm the teenager who was defamed by the media after an encounter with a group of protesters on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial last year. Before I begin, I'd like to thank President Trump for the opportunity to share some of my story and why it matters so much to this November's election. In 2019, I attended the March for Life in Washington, D.C., where I demonstrated in defense of the unborn. Later that day, I bought a Make America Great Again hat because our president, Donald Trump, has distinguished himself as one of the most pro-life presidents in the history of our country, and I wanted to express my support for him too. Looking back now, how could I have possibly imagined that the simple act of putting on that red hat would unleash hate from the left and make myself the target of network and cable news networks nationwide? Being from Kentucky, the birthplace of Abraham Lincoln, my classmates and I visited the Lincoln Memorial. I found myself face to face with Nathan Phillips and other professional protesters looking to turn me into the latest poster child showing why Trump is bad, while the media portrayed me as an aggressor with a relentless smirk on my face. In reality, the video confirms I was standing with my hands behind my back and an awkward smile on my face that hid two thoughts. One, don't do anything that might further agitate the man banging a drum in my face. And two, I was trying to follow a family friend's advice, never to do anything to embarrass your family, your school, or your community. Before I knew what was happening, it was over. One of Mr. Phillips' fellow agitators yelled out, "We got him. It's all right here on video. And we won, Grandpa." What I thought was a strange encounter quickly developed into a major news story, complete with video footage. My life changed forever in that one moment. The full war machine of the mainstream media revved up into attack mode. They did so without researching the full video of the incident, without ever investigating Mr. Phillips' motives, or without ever asking me for my side of the story. And do you know why? Because the truth was not important. Advancing their anti-Christian, anti-conservative, anti-Donald Trump narrative was all that mattered. And if advancing their narrative ruined the reputation and future of a teenager from Covington, Kentucky, well, so be it. That would teach him not to wear a MAGA hat. I learned what was happening to me had a name. It was called being canceled, as in annulled, as in revoked, as in made void. Canceled is what's happening to people around this country who refuse to be silenced by the far left. Many are being fired, humiliated, or even threatened. And often, the media is a willing participant. But I would not be canceled. I fought back hard to expose the media for what they did to me, and I won a personal victory. While much more must be done, I look forward to the day that the media returns to providing balanced, responsible, and accountable news coverage. I know President Trump hopes for that too. And I know you'll agree with me when we say that no one in this country has been a victim of unfair media coverage more than President Donald Trump. In November, I believe this country must unite around a president who calls the media out and refuses to allow them to create a narrative instead of reporting the facts. I believe we must join a president who will challenge the media to return to objective journalism. And together, I believe we must all embrace our First Amendment rights and not hide in fear of the media or from the tech companies or from the outrage mob either. This is worth fighting for. This is worth voting for. And this is what Donald Trump stands for. Thank you all for listening to me tonight. And one more thing. Let's make America great again.
I'm Pam Bondi. Our party's theme tonight is America, the Land of Opportunity. And listening to the stories of discoveries and deliverance, you can't help but be proud to call this country home. But for Joe Biden, it's been the land of opportunism, not opportunity. As a career prosecutor and former Attorney General of Florida, I fought corruption, and I know what it looks like, whether it's done by people wearing pinstripe suits or orange jumpsuits. At the Democrats' convention, we were told to look at Joe Biden as the model of integrity. But when you look at his 47-year career in politics, the people who benefited are his family members, not the American people. Let's take a closer look. We all know about Joe's son, Hunter Biden. A corrupt Ukrainian oligarch put Hunter on the board of his gas company, even though he had no experience in Ukraine or in the energy sector. None. Yet he was paid millions to do nothing. He only had one qualification that mattered. He was the son of the man in charge of distributing U.S. aid to Ukraine. And recently reported information revealed that a few months after Hunter Biden joined that corrupt company's board, the Obama-Biden State Department began doing business with them, even when it remained under investigation for corruption. And it gets worse. That very same company was being investigated by a Ukrainian prosecutor. Joe Biden, the Vice President of the United States, threatened to withhold aid to Ukraine unless that same prosecutor was fired. And then he was fired. Hunter only resigned from that board just before his dad announced his campaign for president. Now let's talk about China. Fact, Joe Biden flew to China on Air Force Two with Hunter along for the ride. They said he was just there as a family member, but we know that's untrue. In Beijing, Hunter didn't just go sightseeing. He had meetings with his Chinese bank partners. Hunter even arranged for his dad to meet with one of the partners. 10 days later, those Chinese communist bankers approved millions to go to Hunter's firm. And those bankers work for the Chinese Communist Party, which oppresses their people, cheated American workers for decades, and covered up a deadly virus. To this day, Hunter controls a 10% stake in that firm. And Joe Biden's done more than look the other way on China. He said, "The Chinese aren't our competition. Come on, man, they're not bad folks." Come on, Joe. Talk to the folks in Middle America who lost countless jobs to China while your son was getting rich with them. But there's more. Fact. There have been numerous press reports that have shown other close Biden family members benefited from Joe's 47-year political career. Joe Biden was point person on Iraq. The president of a construction firm met with Biden's team in the White House, and then who did they hire to build thousands of houses in Iraq? Joe Biden's close family member, who, you guessed it, had no experience in the industry and no experience in Iraq. A company official bragged that it helps to have a family member, the vice president, as partner. The family member put it more bluntly by saying, there's a line of 747s filled with cash ready to invest. Now let's follow the money down south. Again, as reported in the press, yet another close family member of Joe's set his sights on Costa Rica and Jamaica, where millions of dollars flowed from the Obama-Biden administration in taxpayer-backed loans to projects linked to, yes, that same family member. These aren't isolated incidents. It is a deliberate pattern of conduct. And that's just what he did as vice president. Imagine what he'd do as president. How many American families would be allowed to get away with this? Why should there be one standard for the elite political class and another set of rules for the rest of us? When millions of Americans voted for Donald Trump, they knew he'd be different, and he is. He's a tough, no-nonsense outsider who can't be bought or intimidated. He won't even take a paycheck from the American people. He donates his paycheck to charities across this country. Democrats have been lecturing America about integrity for 4 years, while their nominee has been writing the textbook on abuse of power for 40 years. If they want to make this election a choice between who's saving America and who's swindling America, bring it on. Joe says he'll build back better. Yeah, build the Bidens back better. Our president is in this to build a safer, better, and stronger America, and he will finish what he started to keep this a real land of opportunity for everyone. If you want to check your voting status, secure your ballot, or register to vote, text VOTE to 88022. Remember, the best is yet to come.
Women have played a very, very big role. The level of genius is unbelievable, frankly.
You're what? You've got 70, 80 years on this earth? What are you going to do with it? Are you going to make that difference? Are you going to say, I was there for the big battles in our country to save America? It's what I feel very much called to do ever since I was a very young girl.
In 2016, Donald Trump made his historic run for the office of United States President. Knowing the monumental task he would be undertaking, he rested all of his hopes for winning on one woman. Because of that trust, he became the 45th President of the United States, and Kellyanne Conway became the first woman in U.S. history to manage a winning presidential campaign.
This president has been a champion for women mostly because he speaks to them as if they can handle and tackle all issues.
I don't want a job because of my gender. I want the job because I'm the best person for that position. That's it. And he respects that. And he appreciates hard work. You can't ask for anything better, especially in a boss.
President Trump continues to place strong women into significant positions throughout his administration and campaign, far more than any other president in U.S. history.
That he has had and does have more women on his top team than any president before, but it actually goes down to his deputy assistants, to his special assistants, to our awesome teams throughout the West Wing.
And when he called me and said, I want you to represent my entire campaign, I became the first Black woman to represent a Republican presidential campaign, winning presidential campaign in United States history.
Throughout his career, Trump has always touted family first as a core value. He shows this especially with his choices of press secretaries, choosing Sarah Sanders, the first mother to become a press secretary, Stephanie Grisham, the first single mother to serve as press secretary, and Kayleigh McEnany, who transitioned into the job while also transitioning into the job of mom.
I have 4 children. Kellyanne Conway has 4 children. Ivanka has, I think between all the senior staff women, we might have 75 kids. I'm not sure, we've lost count, but the importance of the work is never lost on any of us. And truly, it is those children that we are fighting for and for their future.
With these capable women placed in positions of powerful influence and authority, President Trump has proven that when the stakes are highest, he is proud to entrust many of our nation's most crucial jobs to women.
The number of dedicated, amazing, brilliant, relentless women that are dedicated to the country and to the president and to preserving the American dream is one of the greatest, if not the greatest things I'll ever be a part of.
Only the president would say, let's take that stay-home mom and have her run the party. What a smart guy.
Good evening. I'm Tiffany Trump. Since speaking at the Republican Convention 4 years ago, so much has changed for the world, for our country, and for my family. Like so many students across the world, I graduated from law school during the pandemic. Our generation is unified in facing the future in uncertain times, and many of us are considering what kind of country we want to live in. As a recent graduate, I can relate to so many of you who might be looking for a job. My father built a thriving economy once, and believe me, he will do it again. This election, I urge each and every one of you to transcend political boundaries. This is a fight for freedom versus oppression, for opportunity versus stagnation, a fight to keep America true to America. I urge you to make judgment based on results and not rhetoric. If you believe in criminal justice reform, there is only one president that passed the First Step Act, giving people a second chance, a chance at a life once again. And if you believe in expanding quality and affordable health care, only President Trump, my father, signed the right to try into law, the Favored Nations Clause, and other actions to lower drug prices and keep Americans from getting ripped off. People must recognize that our thoughts, our opinions, and even the choice of who we are voting for may and are being manipulated and visibly coerced by the media and tech giants. If you tune into the media, you get one biased opinion or another. And what you share, if it does not fit into the narrative that they seek to promote, then it is either ignored or deemed a lie, regardless of the truth. This manipulation of what information we receive impedes our freedoms. Rather than allowing Americans the right to form our own beliefs, this misinformation system keeps people mentally enslaved to the ideas they deem correct. This has fostered unnecessary fear and divisiveness amongst us. Why are so many in media and technology, and even in our own government, so invested in promoting a biased and fabricated view? Ask yourselves, why are we prevented from seeing certain information? Why is one viewpoint promoted while others are hidden? The answer is control, because division and controversy breed profit. But what are the consequences when only one side of the story gets out, or when only one viewpoint is acceptable? For our education system, it meant sacrificing civil debate by creating an atmosphere where students with contrary opinions are too afraid to speak. Many students find themselves suppressing their beliefs to fit into what the acceptable groupthink is. In short, our nation suffers by inhibiting our diversity of thought and inclusion of ideas. Working together, outside of our political comfort zones, will accomplish so much more. Some cynical politicians do not seem to believe in the miracle of America? Well, I do. As Maximo Alvarez said so eloquently last night, if freedom is lost in this country, there is nowhere else to go. Having hope is not weakness, and believing in miracles is a gift from God. So tonight, I want to tell you the uncensored truth of what we believe in. We believe in equality of opportunity. We believe in freedom of thought and expression. Think what you want. Seek out the truth. Learn from those with different opinions, and then freely make your voice heard to the world. We believe in school choice because a child's zip code in America should not determine their future. We believe in freedom of religion for all faiths, and we believe in the American spirit, a country founded on ideas, not identity, a country where our differences are embraced, and the only country where the word dream has been attached to it. Because in America, your life is yours to chart. So if you're hearing these things and thinking to yourself, that is the kind of country that I want to live in, well, whether you realize it or not, you are a Trump supporter. I encourage you to see beyond the facade that so many other politicians employ. They mask themselves in disguises of decency as they try to pressure us to mask our own identities and beliefs. My father is the only person to challenge the establishment, the entrenched bureaucracy, big pharma, and media monopolies to ensure that Americans' constitutional freedoms are upheld and that justice and truth prevail. My father does not run away from challenges, even in the face of outright hatred, because fighting for America is something he will sacrifice anything for. He dreams big dreams for our country, and he is relentless at achieving them. You see, Make America Great Again is not a slogan for my father. It is what drives him to keep his promise of doing what is right for American citizens. The energy of change and opportunity is with us. God has blessed us with unstoppable spirit, his spirit, the American spirit. My dad has proven to be driven by that spirit. He has demonstrated his faith and his uncompromising heart and actions. My father has made me believe that America can truly be great again. If you care about living your life without restraints, about rebelling against those who would suppress your voice and building your American dream, then the choice in this election is clear. A vote for my father, Donald J. Trump, is a vote to uphold our American ideals. Be true to yourself and stay true to the dream of America. Thank you, and God bless you all.
I'm Kim Reynolds, Governor of the great state of Iowa. I love this state, and I'm so proud to serve its people. Iowa truly is a land of opportunity. It's the birthplace of the computer, it's a landmark of the financial services industry, and as so many of you already know, it's filled with farmland that feeds and fuels the world. It's also home to people who care for one another, who work hard, who love this country, and are truly grateful for the freedoms it provides. As I like to say, Iowa is one big small town. Neighbor helping neighbor is in our DNA. From the sick farmer who can't harvest his crops, to the single mom who loses her job and is struggling to get back on her feet, the town, the community, helps them get through it. But what happens when a storm rips through almost the entire state? When it's not one farmer who lost his crop, but hundreds? When it's not one neighbor who is without food, but thousands? That happened just 2 weeks ago. A storm called a derecho with hurricane-force winds of up to 140 miles per hour wiped out millions of acres of crops, left thousands without power. It destroyed homes, wrecked lives, and left devastation in its wake. It was the worst storm in our state's history. And Iowans did what you expect Iowans to do. They helped each other, they took care of each other, and they still are. But someone else had our back, our president. When the winds had finished raging and the cleanup had only begun, he showed up. Now, you might not know that because the national media didn't report it, but the Trump administration was here in full force. The day after the storm, the president called to assure me that we had the full backing of the federal government. And later that week, Vice President Pence came to Iowa to again assure us that the president and his administration were behind us. With the help of the Trump administration, we quickly received a major disaster declaration that will help Iowans get back on their feet. The president, he cut through the bureaucracy to do what needed to be done and to do it quickly. But that's not the first time President Trump showed Iowans that we can rely on him. In 2019, when 100-year floods breached nearly every levee and devastated communities large and small along the Missouri River in Iowa, Nebraska, and Missouri, the president approved our request for aid in record time, in just 2 days. Well, this year, he did it in less than 24 hours. So whether it's providing needed relief to farmers who were the target of China's unfair trade practices, hammering out new free and fair trade deals, or fighting for workers and small businesses who were hit hard by COVID-19, we have a president and a vice president who get things done. And because of President Trump and his leadership, our country is able to bounce back from setbacks and see opportunity grow and thrive. This is an administration of action and outcomes. They are delivering every day on their promise to make America great again. And that's exactly why we need to re-elect President Donald J. Trump in November. Thank you, and may God bless the United States of America.
America, the land of opportunity, a country where your own resolution to succeed is more important than any other. Abraham Lincoln's words from 165 years ago still resonate today because of who we are and because of what we are. A country where a boy born into poverty in a log cabin, raised right here on the frontier of Indiana, could educate himself, become a lawyer, become a president of the United States who would preserve the Union, abolish slavery, and save the nation. As a fellow Hoosier, visiting Lincoln's boyhood home has always been a treasured experience for me and my family. It's a place that made Lincoln. It shaped Lincoln and defined the man that Lincoln would become. America is the land of opportunity. As President Donald Trump declared at Mount Rushmore, in America you can do anything. You can be anything. And together, we can achieve anything. Every day, President Donald Trump is fighting to protect the promise of American liberty. Every day, our president's been fighting to expand the reach of the American dream. And on every single day, without fail, President Donald Trump has been fighting for you. So tonight, I'd like to introduce you to a few remarkable Americans who represent that solemn pledge, who embody our president's unbreakable devotion to ensuring that America is a land of unlimited opportunity for all. Jack is an 8-year-old from Wisconsin who was struggling academically and socially in school. But Jack's mom, Sarah, who works 3 jobs to support her son, applied for Wisconsin's school choice voucher program.
We're glad that we were able to get the school choice voucher to go to that school. With Jack, he would have slipped through the cracks in public schools, and having the option to go to a school that fits him has been a real game changer for us. And I know that because of that opportunity that he's going to succeed and he's going to achieve that goal of being an apparatus engineer, if that's what he chooses to stick with.
Laura McClin is a mother of another inspiring boy, Jordan. Jordan has Duchenne muscular dystrophy, a fatal muscle weakening disorder. Jordan was at my side in Indiana when, as governor, I signed a law allowing terminally ill patients to access experimental drugs not yet approved by the FDA. In 2018, President Trump signed the landmark federal Right to Try bill into law. Thanks to the president's leadership, critically ill patients have the right to access life-saving experimental treatments.
We started fighting for Right to Try, which basically says if you have a terminal illness and there's a drug that exists and you don't qualify for the clinical trial, there's no other way to receive it. This is a unique pathway that allows you to have access. You made us a promise back in Indiana that you would do whatever it took to help Jordan, and we're so grateful that you joined us on this journey and stuck it out until it became law so that other people could access treatments.
So, Jordan, if President Trump was standing right there, what would you say to him today about Right to Try?
Thank you for being a hero to everybody in the country.
Judge Cheryl Allen made history in 2007 when she became the first African-American woman to be elected to serve on the Pennsylvania Superior Court. It's because of leaders like Judge Allen that our nation has overcome our greatest challenges. In this time of racial division in the country, do you see faith and values and the strong stand that President Trump has taken for equality of opportunity as a pathway toward bringing the country together?
As a senior citizen, I'll leave it at that. I know what racism feels like, but I also know that but for my being in this country, I would have never been able to achieve the things that I have been able to achieve. There are injustices, but the way to deal with those injustices is for people to sit down across the table and talk and come up with solutions. I do believe that President Trump is committed to that. In 2016, I have to confess that I really did not know candidate Trump at the time, but I have to say that he really won me over.
Gino's a truck driver from Ohio who heard politicians for years make empty promises about defending American jobs, only to see those promises broken again and again. But in 2019, when General Motors closed its plant in Lordstown, Ohio, President Donald Trump refused to stand by and watch it happen. And as Gino observed, this president reached out to General Motors to find a way to bring jobs back to Lordstown. And plans were soon set into motion to create Lordstown Motors.
President Trump says, this is how we fix it. And I thought, well, that's a simple solution. There's no other president who could have done it. There's no one that has even tried to do it. President Trump's a doer. He appreciates every one of us, and I know he does. I've seen it. When he said, make America great again, that was his task. That wasn't his slogan. That was his task. And every hat you see that says MAGA on it, that's what your president's doing for you. Thank you, Mr. President, for keeping the promises that you made.
And then there's Pastor Aaron Johnson. Today, he's the executive director of the Tulsa Dream Center, a nonprofit that provides education and medical services and food to those in need. AJ, you've got a great personal story. When you see the way this president, this administration have been leaning in to create opportunities, investments in communities around the country to create jobs, expanding educational choice, what does that mean to the families that you serve every day?
It means so much to our families. I did grow up in a single-parent home, and so we serve over 600 boys and girls right now on a daily basis, even in COVID. And so for us to give these moms to have an opportunity to take more money on their check, on their paycheck home back to them, to have their children be able to go to a school that they may not have the opportunity to otherwise, it means so much to us. There's been so much greater opportunity for individuals to come together in any walk of life. People have really been able to see such a positive change and been filled with hope, especially throughout this time.
Lydia left hearth and home, friends and family in Honduras to pursue a better life here in America. While raising their 4 daughters, Lydia and her husband run a small business that creates security systems. But just months after their business was up and running, our nation was struck by a global pandemic. That's when President Donald Trump stepped in and enacted the largest financial relief package in American history. Her small business stayed in business, and her American dream kept running strong. What did the Paycheck Protection Program mean to your company as the coronavirus struck?
Yeah, it was a huge
tremendous help and a big blessing. And so we applied, we were accepted really quickly. We're so grateful. You can't believe how much relief we had. We want to continue serving our clients. We want to continue growing our economy, right? We want to all continue to move forward. So we were able to make it. Because of the support of family and friends, the government. I tell my children, they are born here in the U.S., and I tell them, you are so blessed to live in America.
Here at Abraham Lincoln's boyhood home, a young man would grow up to become the first Republican president of the United States. And today, another Republican president is fighting to preserve that same noble legacy of freedom. And President Donald Trump will make certain that the torch of American opportunity illuminates every city, every town, and every community in this blessed land.
Hi, I'm Ryan Holitz. I'm a police officer from New Mexico. In 2017, I had an encounter that changed my life forever. I had just started my shift and responded to a call for service at a gas station. When I arrived, I saw a man and a woman sitting on a grassy slope. I recognized the telltale signs, a needle, a spoon. I knew immediately that they were preparing to inject themselves with heroin. Sadly, this is a common sight for me. I encounter the ravages of addiction every day. But nothing could prepare me for what I discovered as I approached them. The woman was very pregnant. In my shock, I asked her if she knew that she was harming her baby by doing drugs. She crumbled and burst into tears. Two worlds collided as I knelt down beside her, a police officer and a homeless drug addict, brought together by forces outside of our control. As we talked, our humanity, distinct from our stations in life, was made abundantly clear. Her name was Crystal, and in the midst of her suffering, she confided that she loved her unborn baby. She wanted the best for her child. In that moment, I saw her the way that all of you who know and love an addict see them, as fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, children, cousins, and friends, as human beings, full of value and dignity, but robbed of their potential by this disease. When Crystal said that she was looking for a family to adopt her baby, God showed me exactly what I had to do. Without hesitation, I told her that my family would welcome her baby through adoption. Today, our beautiful daughter Hope is a thriving 2-year-old. Crystal is fast approaching 3 years of recovery. She is a dear friend and a constant inspiration to me and others. I hold a special place in my heart for those facing opioid addiction, and that's why I'm enormously grateful to the President for his leadership in fighting this deadly enemy. Through his efforts, we're turning the tide on the crisis of addiction. President Trump declared the opioid crisis to be a public health emergency and then secured $6 billion in new federal funding to help Americans fight opioid abuse. He invested an additional $100 million to stop the opioid crisis in rural America. And in a move that strikes at the root of the problem, he implemented a safer prescribing plan aimed at reducing opioid prescriptions by over 1/3 within 3 years. This is an effort that stops addiction before it ever gains a hold in someone's life. And it's having an impact. Drug overdose deaths decreased in 2018 for the first time in 30 years. Many of the states hardest hit by the opioid crisis are seeing the largest drop in deaths. We're seeing that doctors are writing fewer prescriptions for opioid pain drugs. These are significant improvements that have a meaningful impact. I think we are fortunate, America, to have a president who cares deeply for the downtrodden and who works tirelessly to find solutions. A president who doesn't just talk about problems, but stops and helps. President Trump is the leader we've needed the last 4 years, and he is the leader we need for the next 4. You see, Donald Trump is the right president at the right time, Let's make sure he's reelected on November 3rd. I pray God's blessings on you and your family, and may God bless America.
Good evening. My name is Jeanette Nunez, and I'm proud to serve as Lieutenant Governor of the great state of Florida. Tonight, I'm honored to share my story of faith, family, and American freedom. As the daughter of Cuban immigrants, my story began in 1959, before I was born, when my parents' dreams of a prosperous life became a nightmare. Chaos spread quickly when Fidel Castro took control of Cuba. The government confiscated private property, stealing people's homes, farms, and businesses. For my parents, the difficult decision to flee communist Cuba came when the Castro regime abolished religious freedom. Fellow Americans, the fabric of our nation is in peril. Daily, the radical left systematically chisels away at the freedoms we cherish. They peddle dangerous ideologies, cower to global progressives, and normalize socialism to dismantle our Constitution. Let me assure you, socialism doesn't offer opportunity. Socialism deprives. It is a falsehood that feigns promises for its masses and consistently yields only misery. President Ronald Reagan warned, if we lose freedom here, there's no place to escape to. Truer words have never been spoken. Americans have a choice. We can go down a dark road of chaos and government control, or we can choose the path of freedom and opportunity that was paved by those who sacrificed everything to preserve the American dream for future generations. I have faith that Americans will choose the right path. In 2016, our country yearned for a leader who would work tirelessly to jumpstart our economy and fight for hardworking Americans. Since day one, President Donald Trump has put America first. His pro-growth, pro-jobs agenda has ushered in historically low unemployment, record job creation, higher wages, and rising homeownership. The president is fighting to rescue American jobs and industries for places like Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Puerto Rico, jobs that were needlessly shipped overseas. He's defended our religious freedom, stood with democratic allies like Colombia, and shown unwavering resolve while confronting tyrants in countries like Venezuela, Cuba, China, and Nicaragua. Let us join our president in his vow that America will never be a socialist country. Supporting our president requires action. Join me tonight and text VOTE to 88022. We must continue to support our Commander-in-Chief, who has a bold agenda that safeguards the rights and freedoms protected under our Constitution. Today, more than ever, that means supporting our men and women in law enforcement and our heroes in uniform. It means fighting to provide the best quality education by empowering parents and preserving school choice. And it means rejecting the socialist takeover of our nation that will destroy the innovation, economic vitality, and freedoms we hold so dear. As a daughter of immigrants, a wife, a mother of three, and the first Latina lieutenant governor in the history of the state of Florida, it is my distinct privilege to share my story, which is really your story, and the story of a nation that has opened its doors, lifted its people, and yielded success in a way only the United States of America can. Together, let's ensure 4 more years for President Donald J. Trump so that he can continue protecting our republic, and so one day, our children can proudly tell the story of what our generation did to defend the values of faith, family, and freedom. Thank you. May God bless each one of you, and may God bless the United States of America.
ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Acting Secretary Wolf, I present to you 5 candidates for naturalization representing 5 countries.
On behalf of everyone here today, I'd like to express my gratitude to you, Mr. President, for hosting this naturalization ceremony here at the White House. To our candidates, it is my honor to administer the oath of allegiance and welcome you as our fellow citizens. Candidates for naturalization, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I hereby declare an oath that I absolutely and entirely renounce and abjure all allegiance and fidelity to any foreign prince, potentate, state or sovereignty, of whom or which I have heretofore been a subject or citizen, that I will support and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States of America, against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will bear arms on behalf of the United States when required by law, that I will perform non-combatant service in the armed forces of the U.S. when required by law, that I will perform work of national importance under civilian direction when required by law, and that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. So help me God. Congratulations, you're now citizens of the United States of America. On behalf of the Department of Homeland Security, it is my honor to call you my fellow Americans. Mr. President, I want to again commend you for your dedication to the rule of law and for restoring integrity to our immigration system. Thank you for hosting such a patriotic celebration here at the White House today.
Congratulations, that's fantastic. It's really great, thank you. And I want to thank Acting Secretary Wolf, doing a phenomenal job in so many ways. Today, America rejoices as we welcome 5 absolutely incredible new members into our great American family. You are now fellow citizens of the greatest nation on the face of God's earth. Congratulations. Great going. You followed the rules, you obeyed the laws, you learned your history, embraced our values, and proved yourselves to be men and women of the highest integrity. It's not so easy. You went through a lot, and we appreciate you being here with us today. You've earned the most prized, treasured, cherished, and priceless possession anywhere in the world. It's called American citizenship. There is no higher honor and no greater privilege, and it's an honor for me to be your president. Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to recognize the 5 new citizens who join us today. Robert Martin Ramirez Alcazar is from Bolivia and has been a lawful permanent resident of the United States since 2013. Robert? Hi, Robert. He and his wife are raising 3 beautiful children. In 2017, Robert achieved the dream of starting his own business, a construction company that now employs 5 workers. Robert says, "I love this country. I want to respect the law. America has helped me so much in life. Robert, thank you very much for your devotion.
Thank you for the opportunities to the United States.
Well, thank you, and good luck with that company. Soon you'll have hundreds of employees, I think, right?
It will.
Could happen. It will. Rima Gideon is from Lebanon and is the proud mother of 3 children. Rima speaks English, Arabic, and French, and earned a degree in psychology. In other words, she can figure me out. She now works as a daycare teacher in Virginia. Rima says, I feel blessed to be a loyal citizen of the greatest country in the world, a country that has given me the opportunity of a lifetime to realize my potential and my dreams. Rima, congratulations. It's really great. Thank you. Well, that's very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Sudha Sundari Narayan is a phenomenal success, born in India, came to the United States 13 years ago. Sudha is a talented software developer, and she and her husband are raising 2 beautiful, wonderful children, the apples of your life, right? Yes, they are. Well, thank you very much, and congratulations. Fantastic job. Thank you. Nehmet Abdelzaim Awal-Said is from Sudan, and that's a beautiful name, and has been a lawful permanent resident since 2012. She is the married mother of 3 beautiful children, earned a master's degree and PhD in animal nutrition from the University of Wyoming, great place, great state, and she is a trained veterinarian. She's also worked as a substitute teacher for the Alexandria Public Schools since 2004. That's fantastic. Well, Daibat, thank you very much, and congratulations. It's my honor to be with you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Salah Abdul Samad has been looking forward to this day since he arrived in the United States from Ghana in 2015. Salih speaks 5 languages and works the medical field. Salih says that the American citizenship means everything to me in my life. It cannot be measured or quantified. I have the chance to work hard and succeed in life, to know that I am in the safe country like America. That really is something, because I know they have my back. Salih, thank you very much. Congratulations. Fantastic job. Congratulations to everybody. With the rights and freedoms each of you now enjoys as citizens, there is no dream beyond your wildest reach, because Americans can do anything. Today, you have also accepted the profound duties and responsibilities that come with American citizenship. By swearing the oath of allegiance, each of you has entered a sacred and unbreakable covenant with our nation. You have pledged your undying loyalty to the American people, the American Constitution, and the American way of life. The history and heritage of the United States are now yours to preserve and pass down to the next generation. Our culture, our traditions, and our values are now yours to uphold and live by. The rights so dear to every American, granted by us and granted by God, and enshrined in our glorious Bill of Rights, are now yours to support, protect, and defend. As citizens, you're now stewards of this magnificent nation, a family comprised of every race, color, religion, and creed. United by the bonds of love, we are one people, sharing one home, saluting one great American flag. Congratulations again to all of you. May God bless you, and may God bless our great country, America. Thank you so much.
Good evening, America. When I stood on this convention stage 4 years ago, no one fully understood the historic change that was about to take place. We could all feel it. Something was happening. A movement was forming just below the surface. The forgotten man and woman, voiceless in Washington, D.C., were preparing to rise up. Our movement followed the pattern of so many that came before us. First, we were ignored. Then we were laughed at. Then they fought us, And then, together, we won. From that moment forward, America came first. America started winning again. America became respected again. But with every movement, there's a counter-movement. In the view of the radical Democrats, America is the source of the world's problems. As a result, they believe the only path forward is to erase history and forget the past. They want to destroy the monuments of our forefathers. They want to disrespect our flag, burn the stars and stripes that represent patriotism and the American dream. They want to disrespect our national anthem by taking a knee while our armed forces lay down their lives every day to protect our freedom. They do not want the Pledge of Allegiance in our schools. Many of them don't want one nation under God. The Democrats want to defund and disrespect our law enforcement. The Democrats want an America where your thoughts and opinions are censored when they do not align with their own. President Reagan said, "Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. It must be fought for, and it must be protected." This is the fight that we are in right now, and it is a fight that only my father can win. My father ran not because he needed the job, but because he knew hardworking people across this great country were being left behind. The media mocked these patriots in the flyover states in which they lived. They ignored the Trump flags. They ignored the millions of MAGA banners and barns painted in red, white, and blue. The silent majority had no one fighting for them in either party. Their so-called leaders were bowing to China, bribing Iran, and spending more time worrying about how they'd be received by the elites in Paris than how Americans would provide for their families in Pittsburgh. Our family lost friends, but it only pushed us to fight harder. My father pledged to every American in every city, state, and town that he was going to make America great again. And so began the Great American Comeback. Almost immediately, taxes were slashed, regulations were cut, and the economy soared to new heights, heights never seen before. Wages went through the roof. Unemployment reached the historic lows, especially for Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, and women. Trade deals were ripped up and renegotiated. Lights were turned back on in abandoned factories across our country. Trillions of dollars were repatriated back to the United States, which had been sitting in foreign lands for far too long. Once again, America became the envy of the world. And with that renewed strength came leverage. The president demanded that our allies pay their fair share for the defense of the Western world. My father rebuilt the mighty American military, adding new jets, aircraft carriers. He increased wages for our incredible men and women in uniform. He expanded our military defense budget to $721 billion per year. America was no longer weak in the eye of the enemy. The moment President Trump ordered special forces kill some of the deadliest terrorists on the planet, the day the mighty Moab was dropped on insurgent camps, is the day America took a stance to never be defeated by the enemy. Al-Baghdadi, Soleimani, dead. Over and over, issue after issue, the economy, the wall, the military, trade deals, tax cuts, Supreme Court justices, VA hospitals, prescription drugs, school choice, right to try, moving the embassy to Jerusalem, peace in the Middle East. Never-ending wars were finally ended. Promises made and promises for the first time were kept. Most politicians spend their entire careers in Washington, D.C. and get absolutely nothing accomplished. For example, Joe Biden. Joe Biden is a politician who has been in government for 47 years. He's a career politician who's never signed the front of a check and does not know the slightest thing about the American worker or the American business, the engine which fuels the greatest economy the world has ever known. The same politician who has been a total pushover for communist China, and someone who would be a giant relief for terrorists who now spent years running, hiding, and being taken out by the most talented military known to man. Joe Biden has pledged to raise your taxes by $4 trillion. 82% of Americans will see their taxes go up significantly. Biden has pledged to stop border wall construction and give amnesty and health care to all illegal immigrants. Biden has pledged to defund the police and take away your cherished Second Amendment. My father, on the other hand, delivered the largest tax cuts in American history, knows if you do not have a border, you do not have a country, and will always support law enforcement and your right to keep and bear arms. Every day, my father fights for the American people, the forgotten man and woman of this country, the ones who embody the American spirit, which is unlike anything else in the world. It built the New York City skyline. It built the Hoover Dam. And soon, under my father's leadership, it will send Americans to Mars. The American spirit can be felt in the majesty of the Grand Canyon, the shadows of Mount Rushmore, and the stillness of the air at Gettysburg. It can be seen in the wide-eyed wonder of every American child as they take their first breath in the greatest country the world has ever known. It defeated fascism, it defeated communism, and in 68 days, it will defeat the empty, oppressive, and radical views of the extreme left. Ronald Reagan's quote ends with this simple warning. One day we could spend our sunset years telling our children what it was once like in the United States where men and women were free. Under President Trump, freedom will never be a thing of the past. That's what a vote for Donald Trump represents. It's a vote for the American spirit, the American dream, and for the American flag. To the law enforcement officer who's being attacked, betrayed, and whose job they are trying to make extinct, my father will fight for you. To all houses of worship and to all people of faith stripped of our religious freedoms and religious liberties, my father will fight for you. To the voiceless, shamed, censored, and canceled, my father will fight for you. To our farmers who work dawn to dusk to keep our plates full, my father will fight for you. To every single mother and father, to our veterans, our coal miners, and to the American worker, my father will fight for you. And to every proud American who bleeds red, white, and blue, my father will continue to fight for you. In closing, I'd like to speak directly to my father. I miss working alongside you every single day, but I'm damn proud to be on the front lines of this fight. I'm proud of what you are doing for this country. I'm proud to show my children what their grandfather is fighting for. I'm proud to watch you give them hell. Never stop. Continue to be unapologetic. Keep fighting for what is right. You are making America strong again. You are making America safe again. You are making America proud again. And yes, together with a forgotten man and woman who are finally forgotten no more, you are making America great again. Dad, let's make Uncle Robert very proud this week. Let's go get another 4 years. I love you very much. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
We're going to build a future of safety and opportunity for Americans of every race, color, religion, and creed.
Our president has created such a surplus that when this pandemic hit, he was able to refund Americans without indebting us.
We're all better off when former inmates can receive and re-enter society as law-abiding, productive citizens and now have a chance at more opportunities than they've ever had before.
To be incarcerated for 16 and a half years for hearsay. I get emotional thinking about it. It's a feeling that I can't describe.
When people say we're oppressed here in the United States, how?
Right now, this country, for me, is the last beacon of hope and opportunity. If America falls, the entire world falls.
Trump's pledge to the American workers definitely means a lot to me because I wouldn't be where I'm at today. I truly believe that my kids are going to look up to me one day. It's just tremendous what I could do, I guess.
The forgotten men and women will never be forgotten again.
You know, in Biden's America, there aren't opportunity zones. Here you have an administration that actually looks at how can government and private enterprise work together.
As we fight to deliver a better future for all women and for all Americans, we remember the wonderful victory 1 century ago.
And in the following November, the ladies appeared at the polls on Election Day by the hundreds of thousands. They had won their right to vote.
Before the China virus set in, it struck our nation. Women had gained 4.3 million jobs, a record. The women's unemployment rate had plummeted to the lowest level in more than 65 years. And last year, over 70% of the new jobs went to women. And I will say we're coming back very strongly.
We have the most opportunity.
That's the American story, isn't it? That we have hope, that even though we're in dark days now, that the days ahead hold greater possibilities because of the opportunities that we've been given in our country.
And we will make America great
again. Good evening. My name is Daniel Cameron. I'm 34 years old and the first African-American Attorney General in Kentucky history. It is an honor to be with you as a proud Republican and supporter of Donald J. Trump. I was raised in Kentucky, just a few miles from Abraham Lincoln's birthplace. Our first Republican president believed in compassion, self-reliance, freedom, equality, and justice. Sadly, there are some who don't believe in this wisdom or in the better angels of our shared American history, as they tear down the statues of people like Ulysses S. Grant, Frederick Douglass, and even Mr. Lincoln himself. Lincoln said, "Any nation that does not honor its heroes will not long endure." And for Republicans, our heroes are those who propelled an imperfect nation ever forward, always striving to make life better for everyone. Even as anarchists mindlessly tear up American cities while attacking police and innocent bystanders, we Republicans do recognize those who work in good faith towards peace, justice, and equality. In fact, it was General Dwight Eisenhower, a future Republican president, who said, "Democracy is a system that recognizes the equality of humans before the law." Whether you are the family of Breonna Taylor or David Dorn, these are the ideals that will heal our nation's wounds. Republicans will never turn a blind eye to unjust acts, but neither will we accept an all-out assault on Western civilization. My values were shaped by my faith and by my parents. I worked at their small coffee shop, meeting people from all walks of life. And I realized something. No matter who we are, everyone needs a cup of coffee. That lesson stuck with me because despite our differences, we all want the same things. For our children to have more opportunities than we did, to feel the dignity of work, and to believe that if you play by the rules, you can make a good life for yourself and your family. So the question is, will we choose the path that gives us the best chance to meet those universal desires? Or will we go backward to a time when people were treated like political commodities who can't be trusted to think for themselves? I think often about my ancestors who struggled for freedom. And as I think of those giants and their broad shoulders, I also think about Joe Biden, who says, "If you aren't voting for me, you ain't black," who argued that Republicans would put us back in chains, who says there is no diversity of thought in the black community. Mr. Vice President, look at me. I am black. We are not all the same, sir. I am not in chains. My mind is my own. And you can't tell me how to vote because of the color of my skin. Joe Biden is a backwards thinker in a world that is craving forward-looking leadership. There's no wisdom in his record or plan, just a trail of discredited ideas and offensive statements. Joe Biden would destroy jobs, raise our taxes, and throw away the lives of countless unborn children. And he is captive to the radical left, a movement committed to cancel culture and the destruction of public discourse. They believe your skin color must dictate your politics. And if you fail to conform while exercising your God-given right to speak and think freely, they will cut you down. The politics of identity, cancellation, and mob rule are not acceptable to me. Republicans trust you to think for yourself and to pursue your American dream however you see fit. Mr. Lincoln said the dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise to the occasion. I believe Donald Trump can meet Lincoln's mandate, even as Joe Biden remains trapped by his own failed record and by the radicals who dominate his party. Let's be honest. No one is excited about Joe Biden. And so I ask you to judge the record. On criminal justice reform, Joe Biden couldn't do it, but President Trump did. On the economy, Joe Biden couldn't do it, but President Trump did build an economy that worked for everyone, especially minorities, and he will do it again. And on immigration, Joe Biden promises more to illegal immigrants than he does to you. But President Trump believes his highest duty is to the American worker. The choice is clear. Let me close with something my mom told me. This country's many faces comprise a family, not separate parts to be divided against each other. And like any family, we care for one another. We grieve together. We share our burdens and our struggles, and we celebrate our successes. And though we fuss and fight, we are not enemies. We are Americans, united by a collective faith in our Constitution and laws and the fundamental fairness they represent. We are defenders of life and of individual liberty, and we carry the mantle of Eisenhower and of Reagan to be a force for good in this world, and one that must always be reckoned with. That's my Republican Party, the party of Lincoln, that believes America is an indispensable nation, an evergreen tree, standing tall in a turbulent world. And that's why I am voting for Donald Trump for president. Thank you, and God bless.
Hi, I'm Mike Pompeo. I'm speaking to you from beautiful Jerusalem, looking out over the old city. I have a big job as Susan's husband and Nick's dad. Susan and Nick are more safe, and their freedom's more secure because President Trump has put his America First vision into action. It may not have made him popular in every foreign capital, but it's worked. President Trump understands what my great fellow Kansan President Eisenhower said. For all that we cherish and justly desire for ourselves or for our children, the securing of peace is the first requisite. Indeed, the primary constitutional function of the national government is ensuring that your family and mine are safe and enjoy the freedom to live, to work, to learn, and to worship as they choose. Delivering on this duty to keep us safe and our freedoms intact, this president has led bold initiatives in nearly every corner of the world. In China, he's pulled back the curtain on the predatory aggression of the Chinese Communist Party. The president has held China accountable for covering up the China virus and allowing it to spread death and economic destruction in America and around the world. And he will not rest until justice is done. He has ensured that the Chinese Communist Party spies posing as diplomats in America are jailed or sent back to China. And he has ended the ridiculously unfair trade arrangement with China that punched a hole in our economy. Those jobs are coming back home. In North Korea, the president lowered the temperature and against all odds got the North Korean leadership to the table. No nuclear tests, no long-range missile tests, and Americans held captive in North Korea came home to their families, as did the precious remains of scores of heroes who fought in Korea. Today, because of President Trump, NATO is stronger, Ukraine has defensive weapon systems, and America left a harmful treaty so our nation can now build missiles to deter Russian aggression. and in the Middle East. When Iran threatened, the president approved a strike that killed the Iranian terrorist Qasem Soleimani. This is the man most responsible for the murder and maiming of hundreds of American soldiers and thousands of Christians across the Middle East. And you'll recall, too, that when the president took office, radical Islamic terrorists had beheaded Americans, and ISIS controlled a territory in the size of Great Britain. Today, because of the president's determination and leadership, the ISIS caliphate is wiped out. It's gone. Its evil leader, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, is dead. And our brave soldiers, they're on their way home. The president exited the U.S. from the disastrous nuclear deal with Iran and squeezed the Ayatollah, Hezbollah, and Hamas. The president, too, moved the U.S. Embassy to this very city of God, Jerusalem, the rightful capital of the Jewish homeland. And just 2 weeks ago, the president brokered a historic peace deal between Israel and the United Arab Emirates. This is a deal that our grandchildren will read about in their history books. You know, as a soldier, I saw firsthand people desperate to flee to freedom. The way each of us can best ensure our freedoms is by electing leaders who don't just talk, but who deliver. An American hostage, imprisoned in Turkey for 2 years, Pastor Andrew Brunson, said upon his release that he survived his ordeal with these words of Scripture: "Be faithful, endure, and finish well. If we stay the course, we will." May God richly bless you, and may God bless our great nation, the United States of America.
It is my great honor to present First Lady Melania Trump.
First Lady Melania Trump.
First Lady Melania Trump officially kicking off her Be Best initiative.
She is courageous. She's taking on a tough topic.
Focused on the well-being of children, social media use, and opioid abuse.
Let's join together in a committing to help children dream big, think big, and do all they can to be best in everything they do.
This is her showcasing what she brings to the position of First Lady.
She is smart, independent, and I think people have underestimated her big time.
The First Lady was amazing. She was gracious, empathetic, and showed true compassion.
First Lady Melania Trump stepping out onto the world stage.
Her Be Best campaign is now going international.
She has the advantage of speaking several languages. She can be a diplomat for our country.
The sun was shining. She was greeted by children. This, of course, is her continuing to work on her Be Best campaign by shining a spotlight on successful programs that teach children tools and skills.
She represents our country with enormous warmth and elegance and grace.
Throughout history, women have made lasting impacts on society, and these women represent the strength of the female spirit. As First Lady of the United States, I'm proud of what this country continues to do for women. we as women must continue using our great tool of empowerment, our voices.
It was a very important moment for Melania Trump. This was a really prominent week for her.
The iconic White House Rose Garden has been renovated for the first time in 60 years.
When the history books are written, there should be a special chapter reserved for our First Lady.
She is an incredible First Lady.
An amazing mother, an incredible woman, First Lady Melania Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the First Lady of the United States, Mrs. Melania Trump.
It seems like just yesterday that we were at our first convention, where my husband accepted the Republican nomination and then became our 45th President of the United States. Yet the energy and enthusiasm for who should lead this nation, it is real today as it was 4 years ago. I know I speak for my husband and the entire family when I say we have not forgotten the incredible people who were willing to take a chance on the businessmen who had never worked in politics. We know it was you who elected him to be Commander-in-Chief, and we know it is you who will carry us through again. We were humbled by the incredible support then, and we are still grateful today. I want to acknowledge the fact that since March, our lives have changed drastically. The invisible enemy, COVID-19, swept across our beautiful country and impacted all of us. My deepest sympathy goes out to everyone who has lost a loved one, and my prayers are with those who are ill or suffering. I know many people are anxious and some feel helpless. I want you to know you're not alone. My husband's administration will not stop fighting until there is an effective treatment or vaccine available to everyone. Donald will not rest until he has done all he can to take care of everyone impacted by this terrible pandemic. I want to extend my gratitude to all of the healthcare professionals, frontline workers, and teachers who stepped up in these difficult times. Despite the risk to yourselves and your own families, you put our country first, and my husband and I are grateful. I have been moved by the way Americans have come together in such an unfamiliar and often frightening situation. It is in times like this that we will look back and tell our grandchildren that through kindness and compassion, strength and determination, we were able to restore the promise of our future. Businesses stepped up and volunteers stepped in. People were eager to share ideas, resources, and support of all kinds with neighbors and strangers alike. It has been inspiring to see what the people of our great nation will do for one another, especially when we are at our most fragile. Speaking of strength and determination, we recently celebrated the 100-year anniversary of the passage of the 19th Amendment. Yesterday, on the North Lawn of the White House, we unveiled an exhibit dedicated to women's suffrage. The exhibit called on children from across the country to send art honoring the meaning of this important time in women's history. When I was judging the entries, I reflected on the impact of women's voices in our nation's story, and how proud I will be to cast my vote again for Donald this November. We must make sure that women are heard and that the American dream continues to thrive. Growing up as a young child in Slovenia, which was under communist rule at the time, I always heard about an amazing place called America, a land that stood for freedom and opportunity. As I grew older, it became my goal to move to the United States and follow my dream of working in the fashion industry. My parents worked very hard to ensure our family could not only live and prosper in America, but also contribute to a nation that allows for people to arrive with a dream and make it reality. I want to take the moment to thank my mother and father for all they have done for our family. It is because of you that I'm standing here today. I arrived in the United States when I was 26 years old. Living and working in the land of opportunity was a dream come true, but I wanted more. I wanted to be a citizen. After 10 years of paperwork and patience, I studied for the test in 2006 and became an American citizen. It is still one of the proudest moments in my life because with hard work and determination, I was able to achieve my own American dream. As an immigrant and a very independent woman, I understand what a privilege it is to live here and to enjoy the freedoms and opportunities that we have. As First Lady, I have been fortunate to see the American dream come true over and over again. I have met many inspiring women, children, parents, and families who have overcome life-changing issues that include addiction, homelessness, family members who are ill or have passed away, abuse of all kinds, and many other challenges that would make most people give up. The past 3.5 years have been unforgettable. There are no words to describe how honored, humbled, and fortunate I am to serve our nation as your First Lady. After many of the experiences I've had, I don't know if I can fully explain how many people I take home with me in my heart each day. From brave soldiers who give up so much so that we can be free, to children of all circumstances who I have met around the world. Thank you for inspiring me. It is my greatest honor to serve you. When I speak to members of the military, despite sacrificing time with their families, experience the fear of war or suffering loss, they have no regrets about serving our country. The same goes for their families and the families of first responders who often watch their loved ones walk out the door, not sure if or when they will come home. When I speak to families who have lost someone, the pain mixed with pride I hear in their voices is something I think about often. So thank you to all who serve our country in the military and as first responders. And thank you to the families who wait for them. You are our heroes in your own right. I have also been moved by the many children and families I've spent time with at hospitals, schools, and other locations around the world. Children who are dealing with pain or illness that would break even the strongest adult. Parents who are grateful to wake up every day and see that their child is still alive. These families are a testament to what faith and medicine, strength and science can do. On my first international trip as First Lady, my husband and I visited places of great significance to the three major religions, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. One special memory from that trip is of a young boy I had the privilege of visiting while at Bambino Gesù Hospital in Rome, Italy. While there, I read the little boy a story and learned that he and his family had been waiting for a heart for a very long time, and he had a grim prognosis. His situation brought my staff and me to tears, and we spoke of a little else as we flew to Belgium for the next part of our trip. Upon landing just a few hours later, we learned that a heart had been donated and would be going to the little one. I think about him often, along with so many amazing and strong young patients across our own country. More profound and sadly unavoidable examples of our country's strength and character have occurred in the communities that have been impacted by natural disasters. Hurricanes, tornadoes, and flooding may show the ugly side of Mother Nature, but in their aftermath, they can show us a beautiful side of humanity. My husband and I have visited many places that have been affected by natural disaster, and we are deeply moved by the strength of the people who have lost everything and the kindness of neighbors and communities. The common thread in all of these challenging situations is the unwavering resolve to help one another. I recognize the stories I just told are about people who survive extraordinary circumstances. But Donald and I are also inspired by the millions of Americans who wake up each day with a simple yet courageous goal of providing for their families and keeping them safe. You are the backbone of this country. You are the people who continue to make the United States of America what it is, and who have the incredible responsibility of preparing our future generations to leave everything even better than they found it. Just as you are fighting for your families, my husband, our family, and the people in this administration are here fighting for you. No matter the amount of negative or false media headlines or attacks from the other side, Donald Trump has not and will not lose focus on you. He loves this country, and he knows how to get things done. As you have learned over the past 5 years, he's not a traditional politician. He doesn't just speak words. He demands action, and he gets results. The future of our country has always been very important to him, and it is something that I have always admired. In fact, it is to help ensure a better future for our next generation that I launched Be Best, my initiative to help children achieve their fullest potential. Be Best has one simple goal: teaching youth about the importance of their well-being, both mentally and physically. This also includes understanding online safety and the dangers of opioid and drug abuse. Through Be Best, my office and I have been able to highlight people, programs, and organizations that are doing extraordinary things in our country and around the world. I continue to believe that by shining a light on these positive examples, others across the country and globe will become inspired to do their part for our next generation. Helping children is not a political goal. It is our moral imperative. When I think back to a defining moment of Be Best, my mind goes to a trip I took to Africa. On that vast and beautiful continent, I was able to visit the countries of Ghana, Malawi, Kenya, and Egypt. One of those visits, in particular, had a profound impact on me. Ghana, on the coast of West Africa, was the first stop on my trip, and I experienced firsthand its warm people and their traditions. While there, I visited the Cape Coast Castle and learned more about the beginning of a cruel and often deadly journey in the era of the slave trade. I was horrified when I listened to the guide tell me so many inhumane stories, and I gained new perspectives. It is time in our history we must never forget, so that we can ensure that it never happens again. Like all of you, I have reflected on the racial unrest in our country. It is a harsh reality that we are not proud of parts of our history. I encourage people to focus on our future while still learning from our past. We must remember that today we are all one community comprised of many races, religions, and ethnicities. Our diverse and storied history is what makes our country strong, and yet we still have so much to learn from one another. With that in mind, I like to call on the citizens of this country to take a moment, pause, and look at things from all perspectives. I urge people to come together in a civil manner so we can work and live up to our standard American ideals. I also ask people to stop the violence and looting being done in the name of justice, and never make assumptions based on the color of a person's skin. Instead of tearing things down, let's reflect on our mistakes, be proud of our evolution, and look to our way forward. Every day, let us remember that we are one nation under God, and we need to cherish one another. My husband's administration has worked to try and effect change when it comes to issues around race and religion in this country. He is the first president to address a special session of the United Nations General Assembly to call upon countries across the world to end religious persecution and honor the right of every person to worship as they choose. He has made substantial investments in our historically Black colleges and universities. This president also continues to fight for school choice, giving parents more options to help their children flourish. My husband knows how to make a real change. From the day that I met him, he has only wanted to make this country the best it can be. For many years, I watched him grow concerned and frustrated, and I'm so proud to see the many things he has done in such a short time. America is in his heart. So while at times we only see the worst of people and politics on the evening news, let's remember how we come together in the most difficult times. And while debate rages on about issues of race, let's focus on the strides we have made and work together for a better tomorrow for everyone. Our administration has also devoted historic resources and produced life-saving results by raising awareness around opioid addiction and drug abuse, especially for children. When so often the headlines are filled with gossip, I want to take this moment to encourage the media to focus even more on the nation's drug crisis. This disease is one that affects everybody. It pays no attention to race, age, or socioeconomic status. Addiction has touched every part of our society in some way. And now, more than ever, we have programs and medicine to combat it. We just need to talk about it openly. And you, the media, have the platforms to make that happen. To the media industry and as a country, I ask that we all commit to helping in our fights against drug addiction by talking about it even more. Especially as we battle the COVID pandemic, we need to remember that suicides are on the rise as people who are struggling with loneliness and addiction feel they have nowhere to turn. Parents, please talk to your children. Teachers and caregivers, pay attention to signs of addiction. Lawmakers, pass legislation that allows those who ask for help to do so safely and without fear, and to provide resources for organizations that help people impacted by addiction. When the stigma is removed, people will no longer be ashamed to ask for help, and lives will be saved. And if you are struggling with addiction, there is no shame in your illness. Please seek help. You are worth it. In my next 4 years as First Lady, I will continue to build upon Be Best and work with individual states to pass legislation to take care of our most vulnerable. I plan to continue the work I have started with children in foster care, as well as the minority communities and tribal nations. I want to ensure children are being protected and communities have the resources needed to combat drug addiction and child neglect or abuse. Like my husband and the administration, I will continue to encourage education that supports a child's individual needs. It is vital that children are given the building blocks to succeed. I also look forward to continue my work to restore the People's House, which is a lasting symbol of pride for our nation. I believe this iconic home needs to be cared for and preserved so it can be enjoyed by the people of this country and visitors from around the world for years to come. I'm passionate about this beautiful house, the grounds, and all they represent. And now, I have a special message for the mothers of this country. This modern world is moving so fast, and our children face challenges that seem to change every few months. Just like me, I know many of you watch how mean and manipulative social media can be. And just like me, I'm sure many of you are looking for answers how to talk to your children about the downside of technology and their relationships with their peers. Like every parent in this country, I feel there are so many lessons to teach our son and responsibilities as his mother, but there are just not enough hours in the day to do it all. I remind myself that I'm more fortunate than most and still have days that I look for wisdom and strength to do the very best I can for him. To mothers and parents everywhere, you are warriors. In my husband, you have a president who will not stop fighting for you and your families. I see how hard he works each day and night, and despite the unprecedented attacks from the media and opposition, he will not give up. In fact, if you tell him he cannot be done, he just works harder. Donald is a husband who supports me in all that I do. he has built an administration with an unprecedented number of women in leadership roles and has fostered an environment where the American people are always the priority. He welcomes different points of view and encourages thinking outside of the box. I know I speak for my husband and the family when I say we are so grateful that you have trusted him to be your president, and we will be honored to serve this incredible country for 4 more years. As you have heard this evening, I don't want to use this precious time attacking the other side, because as we saw last week, that kind of talk only serves to divide the country further. I'm here because we need my husband to be our president and commander-in-chief for 4 more years. He is what is best for our country. We all know Donald Trump makes no secrets about how he feels about things. Total honesty is what we as citizens deserve from our president. Whether you like it or not, you always know what he's thinking. And that is because he's an authentic person who loves this country and its people and wants to continue to make it better. Donald wants to keep your family safe. He wants to help your family succeed. He wants nothing more than for this country to prosper, and he doesn't waste time playing politics. Almost 4 years ago, we went into Election Day completely underestimated. Despite what is being said again this year, I know, just as you do, that Americans will go to the polls and vote on the behalf of their families, our economy, our national security, and our children's future. To vote for those ideals is not a partisan vote. It is a common sense vote, because those are goals and hopes that we all believe in. I believe that we need my husband's leadership now more than ever in order to bring us back once again to the greatest economy and the strongest country ever known. God bless you all, your families, and God bless the United States of America.
You've been watching day 2 of the Republican National Convention. We're going to continue to keep our eyes on those pictures there. For now, a quick break. We're going to talk about what we saw tonight in just a moment. Stay with us. You're streaming CBSN.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. Boom! And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. Thank you for joining us for our special coverage of Day 2 of the 2020 Republican National Convention. With protests again Tuesday night in the Wisconsin city of Kenosha over the near-fatal police shooting of a black man, plus a powerful hurricane bearing down on the Gulf Coast, and more than 5.7 million confirmed coronavirus cases in the U.S., with more than 178,000 Americans dead, the Republicans played up America's promise under President Trump on night 2 of the RNC, with little mention of any of those things. First Lady Melania Trump delivered the night's keynote address from the Rose Garden at the White House. She reflected on some of her favorite moments from the past 3.5 years. The president's youngest daughter, Tiffany, and son, Eric, also spoke. Tiffany urged voters to make their judgment based on results and not rhetoric, while Eric spoke about the need to protect American values with another Trump presidency. The theme for the evening focused around the land of opportunity, with speakers following a similar tone to the first night. They praised President Trump for his leadership while criticizing Democrats and their nominee, Joe Biden. Here's more of what you may have missed.
At the Democrats' convention, we were told to look at Joe Biden as the model of integrity. But when you look at his 47-year career in politics, the people who benefited are his family members, not the American people.
Joe Biden. Joe Biden is a politician who has been in government for 47 years and does not know the slightest thing about the American worker or the American business.
Look, our economic choice is very clear. Do you want economic health, prosperity, opportunity, and optimism? Or do you want to turn back to the dark days of stagnation, recession, and pessimism.
President Trump is the first president in a generation to seek to end war rather than start one. I fear Biden will choose war again. He's supported the war in Serbia, Syria, Libya. Joe Biden will continue to spill our blood and treasure. President Trump will bring our heroes home. While others talked about criminal justice reform, President Trump actually signed the First Step Act, the first real reform in a generation, and one that sought to undo the harm that others, like Joe Biden, have done. To those of you who want to stand up and fight the socialists poisoning our schools and burning our cities, join me in supporting President Trump.
In the view of the radical Democrats, America is the source of the world's problems. As a result, they believe the only path forward is to erase history and forget the past.
I learned what was happening to me had a name. It was called being canceled, as in annulled, as in revoked, as in made void. Canceled is what's happening to people around this country who refuse to be silenced by the far left. Many are being fired, humiliated, or even threatened. And often, the media is a willing participant. And I know you'll agree with me when we say that no one in this country has been a victim of unfair media coverage more than President Donald Trump.
This is a fight for freedom versus oppression, for opportunity versus stagnation, a fight to keep America true to America.
Let's bring in Caitlin Huey Burns, Leslie Sanchez, Michael Starr Hopkins, and Jessica Levinson. Caitlin is our CBSN political reporter. Leslie is a CBS News political analyst. Michael is a Democratic strategist and founding partner of Northern Star Strategies. And Jessica is a professor at Loyola Law School and also the host of the podcast Passing Judgment. Welcome to all of you. Caitlin, let me start with you. What did you make of the tone and the focus of the remarks that we heard tonight on night 2 of the convention? Who was it that message was aimed at?
Well, I think a couple of things. One way in which tonight was similar from last night, and another way in which it was different from last night. A way that it was similar was that there was really no acknowledgement, except for Melania Trump's speech at the end of the night, about the pandemic that we're in and about the situation that we are in. Melania Trump was the only one who expressed sympathy for COVID victims and acknowledged this moment that we are in our country. All the other speakers and all of the other programming was geared towards a world in which a pre-pandemic world. And we saw that theme throughout the night on the first night, Republicans not wanting to really acknowledge the situation that we're in with the pandemic and trying to get viewers to think about how things were before all of this happened. And you heard a lot of talk tonight about how China caused this virus and so forth. So that's what was similar. I think what was a little bit different tonight, I think a lot of this messaging and a lot of this programming tonight was geared towards those disaffected Trump supporters, those people who voted for Trump in 2016 but have been turned off by the rhetoric, turned off by the behavior, and may have started to give Biden some kind of a look or may have been thinking about not voting at all. I think this kind of programming was designed for those voters in addition to the base of the party.
Jessica, let me turn to you for a moment because I do want to address something that as soon as this segment began, really kind of began to light up the social media space. The president took part in a pre-recorded naturalization ceremony, and we saw acting DHS Secretary Chad Wolf lead that event. Would that be a violation of the Hatch Act?
Yes, absolutely. It could be. This is very, I have to say, as somebody who's thought about the Hatch Act, taught the Hatch Act, it's bizarre to see a Department of Homeland Security official, a high-ranking member of the government, leading an official activity, an oath ceremony, in his official capacity on a convention video, on a political video. This is exactly what the Hatch Act is meant to guard against, which is federal employees using their position, using their resources, using their time for political activities. It's hard to think of a more quintessentially political activity than a political convention.
But give us a sense, though, what could the consequences be here? Who actually has final say over whether or not an executive branch employee has violated the Hatch Act?
Well, that's a great question, and this is where I think we're not going to see enforcement, because we've seen Hatch Act questions, frankly, throughout this administration. I believe you and I actually spoke about Kellyanne Conway having questions about violating the Hatch Act months ago now. And so this would go first to the White House has an ethics council, an office. If they want to refer it, it could go to the Department of Justice. I think there's just absolutely no political will at this point. The Chief of Staff also can get referrals of these types of ethical violations. I just think there's no appetite. Kind of same question when we saw Ivanka Trump endorsing certain products, like the Goya products, and the President Trump doing the same thing. We have these laws on the books, but we also have an environment where we're not seeing enforcement. So it's this kind of existential question about what the laws mean if nobody's enforcing them.
And Leslie Sanchez, so let me turn to you. Is there any political consequence at all to something like a potential violation for the Hatch Act? Or is this something that, in fact, as Jessica points out, in the end, ultimately won't amount to much?
Well, it's hard to say whether or not they cleared this through White House counsel, right, in advance of that. You would think that they went through these certain types of protocols and do all that together. And part of that argument, you can hear that being made, is that it's such an unusual circumstance, conflating both the president running for office, using the White House, and kind of all of these elements together, and then to add another kind of government observation of an immigration swearing-in ceremony. I don't have the answer to that, but those are certainly questions. It's doubtful that they went into this without thinking about the consequences. And from a political perspective, it's a big win for the president. It was a very unique moment. A lot of people have very special feelings about these types of events. Particularly, it's such a proud moment in time, regardless of your politics. And that moment of bringing it together is a political win, but they're going to be, certainly, to Jessica's point, kind of parsing out where that line was in doing so.
Leslie, Caitlin a moment ago mentioned there being not all that much discussion of the coronavirus, and I want to play from earlier in the evening, White House economic advisor Larry Kudlow, when he did talk about the virus and the pandemic in the past tense. Let's go ahead and listen to some of that.
Coming out of the deep pandemic, who in their right mind would pick the pockets of taxpayers and drain money from their wallets and purses? Look, our economic choice is very clear. Do you want economic health, prosperity, opportunity, and optimism? Or do you want to turn back to the dark days of stagnation, recession, and pessimism? I believe there can't be better economic policies than we've had in recent years. So I say, stay with them.
Leslie, what did you make of that? He was there, talking about what he says is this stark choice between a Biden presidency and a continuation of the Trump presidency, but moving beyond the current pandemic that we are still very much in the middle of at this moment.
That is the entire argument, Elaine. If anything, it was extremely clear in terms of how this is a base convention. We are basically down to base versus base, Republicans versus Democrats. A Republican and the Republican message, if you would have asked in March and April how Republicans felt about the president's chances looking forward to November, there was a lot of hand-wringing. This is going to be a doomsday. It's the worst time ever. Cannot believe. And for a lot of reasons that the Democrats talked about last week regarding the president's leadership and his style, his approach, and his failings, many argue, dealing with the coronavirus. The distinct differences, Republicans and this line of argument that Kudlow is moving forward, is a stronger economy, getting to work, In these circumstances, finding ways to bridge our safety with keeping small business open is going to power the economy, get people back to work faster, open schools faster, and give people that economic lifeline going into 21. And certainly the markets are responding to that. That's where we're headed, so to speak. And to think about slowing, the contrast they're going to say is Democrats want to slow everything down, close everything up, and stifle your ability to provide for your family. That's where this line is, and the president and his surrogates are making a very strong case.
Michael, let me turn to you. It was interesting as I was listening to the First Lady. She began by offering her condolences and expressed empathy for all of those who have been affected by the coronavirus pandemic. And throughout her remarks, at one point, she talked about her own reflections at this moment of racial reckoning in our country. And I want to go ahead and play a little bit of that and ask you about her comments on the other side. Let's listen to that.
Like all of you, I have reflected on the racial unrest in our country. It is a harsh reality that we are not proud of parts of our history. I encourage people to focus on our future while still learning from our past. We must remember that today we are all one community comprised of many races, religions, and ethnicities. I like to call on the citizens of this country to take a moment, pause, and look at things from all perspectives. I urge people to come together in a civil manner so we can work and live up to our standard American ideals. I also ask people to stop the violence and looting being done in the name of justice, and never make assumptions based on the color of a person's skin.
Michael, what did you hear in the First Lady's comments there?
You know, I heard a lot of nice words, but I've learned, whether it's Melania Trump or Donald Trump, to look at the actual actions. And Melania Trump, as well as her husband, are individuals who engaged in birtherism against President Obama. So, you know, I'll take her words with a grain of salt. But what I saw tonight was almost an alternative universe. We saw a president who at one time tried to ban Muslims because of their faith, then talk about religious freedom tonight. We saw a president who referred to immigrants as criminals, who wanted to put a moat with alligators and sharks in it to keep immigrants out, now use the White House and newfound Americans as props in his campaign. There was a grossness to, I think, a lot of the convention tonight in terms of the use of people as props and the use of the White House and taxpayer dollars as props. You know, the president likes to talk about law and order, but what we saw were clear violations of the Hatch Act by members of his staff. And I don't know how we manage to actually have laws, how we have institutions, if we're just going to continue to allow this president to bowl over them.
You know, Caitlin, I want to jump off of that last point that Michael was making about this notion of a potential violation of the Hatch Act there. From the voters that you have spoken with, and I know earlier on, before the pandemic, you were actually able to go out on the campaign trail and attend some rallies. This kind of attention and pointing out by reporters and journalists, as Leslie points out, may actually be a political boost, though, to the president as coverage of this continues.
Yeah, and I think that's the intended effect, although I agree with Michael that these are not normal times, and we should point out that this is not legal, it's illegal, and the president is not only breaking norms by doing this, but also breaking laws in place. Having said that, looking at the strategy, and what we've seen this administration do before is kind of just blow over this, because they know that their base of supporters aren't going to really care about the nitty-gritty of this. They want to be able to see the president in action, and being at the White House and having these kinds of appearances does that to an effect. And they also want, probably suppose that those voters that are a little bit disenfranchised by this White House, who were otherwise inclined to Republicans before, might not be as interested in the weeds of the policy and the law either. So while it's extremely important for us to point out that this was illegal, and you can imagine the uproar if someone else had done this, from a political perspective, this is something that the administration sees as something that doesn't matter, and also something that agitates the other side enough to kind of rile up their own side.
I want to point out one other thought, and as we look to the rest of the convention, I wonder if this is something we may hear more of. The Attorney General of Kentucky spoke in remarks during the convention. Let's go ahead and play a little bit of what he said when he went directly after Joe Biden. Let's listen to that.
I think often about my ancestors who struggled for freedom. And as I think of those giants and their broad shoulders, I also think about Joe Biden, who says, if you aren't voting for me, you ain't black, who argued that Republicans would put us back in chains, who says there is no diversity of thought in the black community. Mr. Vice President, look at me. I am black. We are not all the same, sir. I am not in chains. My mind is my own. And you can't tell me how to vote because of the color of my skin. Joe Biden is a backwards thinker in a world that is craving forward-looking leadership. There's no wisdom in his record or plan, just a trail of discredited ideas and offensive statements.
Michael, I want to get your thoughts specifically on what we just heard, knowing the backdrop here with the death of Breonna Taylor. What did you think when you heard that? Because Joe Biden has, in fact, been criticized for those comments that we heard the Attorney General quote there.
Look, I have been critical of Joe Biden when he's been too flippant, especially when talking about African-American rights and African-American history. But to hear that individual talk about Joe Biden using offensive language when referring to African-Americans or implementing policies, I mean, Donald Trump is the same individual who literally tear-gassed Americans protesting about African-American rights and about Black Lives Matter. This is a person who celebrated individuals carrying tiki torches in Charlottesville, screaming, "Jews will not replace us." So, just to be frank, I get that the line's shorter on the other side, but Donald Trump is not representative of someone who wants to help African Americans or someone who believes in equality for all. So, I'll let voters decide who the best person is for the African American community.
Finally, Leslie, I want to turn to you. What are you looking for in the next couple of days of the Republican convention?
Sure. I do want to address that one point, Elaine, because I think that's really important. In that part, there's mud on both sides when it comes to how Republicans and Democrats have dealt with the issue of race, particularly, and the caustic language. So I don't think there's a pass on either side, but I do think that an individual like we heard tonight, has the right to his own truth. And that truth is what he believes, and he's offended by those comments. And I think that's where we need to have bigger conversations, because I don't believe in ethnic solidarity. We are all the same. There's personal interest. People are thinking about how it affects their community. And that's part of the drumbeat you heard on the message today, that this, and they talked about this kind of coming in groups and all, getting away from how we are going to address and fix these issues. And it just reminds me, I think, Elaine, we're going to hear a lot more. I was reading back on Ronald Reagan's speech, the big last speech he gave in 1992. I was there, it was in Houston, and he said, I hope we think more, speak more to our hopes than our fears. And that's where this train is going, is how they're going to be looking ahead to a stronger country economically, from a health perspective, and people's personal educational aspirations. How is all, and certainly the racial issues. And I think if anything, that's where the president, not the first lady, need to address to really start to connect with many of these voters. I don't think there's a lot of voters in the middle anymore. This is a base vote. There's going to be a get out the vote, turning out your base, but those are really important whether you're Republican or Democrat.
All right, Leslie Sanchez, Jessica Levinson, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and Michael Starr Hopkins, thank you all very much. Really appreciate your insight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another big moment of the night focused on abortion. Here's what anti-abortion activist Abby Johnson said.
For me, abortion is real. I know what it sounds like. I know what abortion smells like. Did you know abortion even had a smell? I've been the perpetrator to these babies, to these women, and I now support President Trump because he has done more for the unborn than any other president.
Joining me on the phone to discuss this more is CBS News reporter Kate Smith. Kate, thank you very much for joining us. I want to get some context for you because over the course of her remarks, Abby Johnson also talked about Margaret Sanger, and she specifically addressed Margaret Sanger's beliefs in eugenics. And in fact, we know that the New York affiliate of Planned Parenthood of Greater New York has talked about this as well, saying that they are removing Margaret Sanger's name from their building, and they called it in a statement both a, quote, necessary and overdue step to reckon with our legacy and acknowledge Planned Parenthood's contributions to historical reproductive harm within communities of color. So give us a little bit of the background here and the context, Kate, for what we heard tonight.
Thanks so much for having me, Elaine. I think what makes Abby Johnson's appearance, both as a figurehead for the anti-abortion rights movement and her inclusion at the RNC tonight, so unique is that not only is Johnson an activist for that side of this debate, but she also is a former Planned Parenthood employee. So when she speaks about her experience, providing that care to patients, she does come with a different kind of perspective than the usual types of people that we hear talking about the anti-abortion rights movement. However, it's very important to note that, during that 5-minute remark that she did make at the RNC tonight, the event that she described, the abortion that she performed that, was the turning point for her, that is a story that many have contested. There have been a lot of reports, conflicting just the very, truthful nature of that. So it's important to note that a large portion of her speech has been, largely contested by groups, on both sides of the aisle. And then she did, of course, bring up Margaret Sanger's, inclusion of Planned Parenthood, one of the, organization's founders. But again, like you note, this is a figure within Planned Parenthood that they have struggled with, and they have most recently denounced, saying that they have moved forward as an organization. Her inclusion in their organization was problematic, and it's something they are looking forward and looking to rectify. So, her bringing this up is something that the organization has already looked forward on. But again, it speaks to that base of evangelicals who, they want to hear about Trump's wins on the anti-abortion rights movement, and this is something that speaks to them. It gets them excited, and it does get them to vote. There are a lot of single-issue voters on both sides of the abortion issue, but especially on the anti-abortion rights side of this issue.
All right, Kate Smith for us. Kate, thank you very much. That does it for our coverage of Day 2 of the Republican National Convention. Join us here again tomorrow for Day 3. Our pre-show starts right here at 8 p.m. Eastern. Make sure to download the free CBS News app so you can continue watching updates from the RNC for the rest of this week. We'll have more news after a break. Stick with us. You're streaming CBSN.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices.